Then she scolded herself for worrying about that when her husband was in such agony. She had to get him to a doctor, to a hospital. Deborah fished for her cell phone, but there was no signal. None. She turned the radio on, but the only station she could find was a conspiracy theory talk show. She switched it off. Tears ran down her face as she drove. 3 times she saw flashing red and blue police lights, but they were on some other road, parallel to where she was and far away, heading toward the blast. And she did not want to go back there for anything. Deborah didn't know if it was some terrorist thing or something equally horrifying, but she wanted no part of it. In the darkness beside her, Roger moaned and shifted. She touched him as gently as she could, and he didn't hiss or jerk away. Maybe he wasn't as bad as he looked, she thought, praying that she was right. "Roger?" she asked. "Hold on, baby. We're going to the hospital." He moaned softly, an inarticulate sound, like a dreaming person might make. He pawed for her hand, though, and she let him take it. "It's okay, honey. We'll get this taken care of." Roger kissed her hand, and his tenderness, even this deep into the horrors of his own pain, came close to breaking her heart. Fresh tears filled her eyes as she spoke soothing words to him, meaningless words, more a sound of comfort than any promises she knew she could keep. The world beyond the windshield was wet and vast and dark, and she had no idea where the closest hospital was. She drove on, faster than anything that was safe or sane. Roger put her fingertips in his mouth, kissed them, and licked them? It was such a strange thing, like he was trying to nurse on her fingers the way a child would at her breast. God, was he that damaged? Was he that far gone that he was reduced to a childlike state, an infantile state? "Oh, Roger." A heartbeat later, she screamed as Roger bit down on her fingers. Chapter 70. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Des Fox knew that she should scream. A scream would be good. It would punctuate this moment, seal it, send it into eternity. People were supposed to scream when they died, especially when they died like this, trapped inside a nightmare. Yet when she opened her mouth, she said, "JT." In her ears, the name sounded like Daddy. It meant the same thing to her. The dead shuffled forward, stumbling over the sprawled limbs of their dead companions. Some of them tripped and fell, but they got up again, mindless of cracked kneecaps and fractured wrists from their collisions with the unforgiving ground. Des backed away, but she knew that she had nowhere to run. There were zombies between her and the school. The lighted window was 50 yards away. It might have been a window on the face of the moon for all that it mattered to her. She saw figures moving inside, teachers, parents, maybe even Billy. It didn't matter. "JT," she said. And as if in answer to her speaking that name, she thought she heard his voice. "This isn't done, girl." "JT?" "Desdemona, you listen to me. You're a cop, and you're a good one, but you're not acting like one now." I can't. I don't." The closest of the infected were a dozen feet away. In 4 steps they would have her. 4. "What about the kids, Des?" asked JT. "What about the little ones?" The school was 1,000,000 miles away. "I let them die." "Damn it, girl, don't give me that crap. It's not your fault some damn fool opened that window." 3 steps. She could smell their burned flesh. I let them die, JT. I should have been there. I should have been smarter. You can't unring that bell, girl, he said sternly, his voice as clear as if he stood right beside her. You can't undo that, but you can damn well save the rest of them. No, I can't. You can. That's your job. Saving them is why you became a cop. Saving them is what's kept you alive all these years, and you know it. 2 steps. JT, how can I do this? You know how. I don't, she said. But even as she said it, her hands touched her belt, feeling the things clipped to it. The pouches with the handcuffs, the empty slots for magazines, the pepper spray. Nothing there. No help. The stun gun. No use against the dead. They didn't react to pain. Damn it, Des, be smarter than that, growled JT. Stun gun. The dead were driven by parasites. That's what Billy had told her. The parasites shut off most of the body's functions except a little respiration, a little blood flow, and the nerves needed for standing, moving, grabbing, biting, swallowing. Nerves. Nerves. Nerve conduction. The hands touched her sleeves, her shoulders, her breasts, her face. And then her hand drew the taser. Nerve conduction. She heard JT laugh quietly. There you go. You're not the fastest, girl. We both know that, but damn if you don't always get there in the end. The weapon came free of its holster. The Nova SP5. The stun gun had a 5-shot magazine. Open a door and go home, said JT. She brought the weapon up, activating the laser sight, found a target a yard from her, fired. The flechettes whipped through the air and struck the dead flesh high on the chest. The charge surged through the wires, and instantly the infected body arched back, all 4 limbs trembling like a puppet hanging in a stiff wind. The eyes bulged wide and the mouth opened, and it tried to scream. Scream. Oh, God. It actually tried to scream. 2 other infected were behind it, pressed against it to try and get to her. The rain and the intensity of the charge flashed from one to the other, and the 3 of them were suddenly falling. Falling, opening a hole in the wall of charred flesh. Des released the first cartridge and chambered the second, moving now, running through that hole. She fired again, and a woman with no eyes suddenly juddered to a stop and then fell away, a whistling shriek rising from between her burned lips. The scream was the first human sound any of these monsters had made. It chilled Des Fox all the way to the core of her soul. The screams were so normal. God, did that mean the people who had been in those bodies before the infection took over were still in there? Don't think about it, bellowed JT. Run, run! She ran. She released the second cartridge, fired a third, heard another tearing scream of human pain. The zombies tried to close in on her, but she smashed into them, driven now by panic as much as need. She elbowed them and jump-kicked them in the stomachs and rammed them with her shoulders. 2 shots left, and 20 yards to go. The air around her was suddenly split apart by thunder. Small thunder. Not from the sky, but from... Gunfire rippled from the windows of the school. All of the windows. A dozen barrels cracked. 4 of the zombies went down. 2 stayed down. 2 others began instantly to climb back to their feet, their bodies absorbing anything except headshots. "Des!" called a voice. And this time it wasn't the ghost of J.T. Hammond hollering in her fractured mind. It was Billy Trout. "Run! The side door! Go, go, go!" She saw it then. The staff entrance door stood ajar, and 5 men were clustered there. Piper was among them, a shotgun spitting fire in his hands. Des fired her 4th shot, and a man she recognized. Albert Thomas, who owned a tattoo parlor on Buckley Road, staggered back, a human cry torn from his dead throat. It sounded like Albert, too. But there was a quality to it, a rising note of panic, as if in that one instant the man she knew was able to give voice to all the horrors that had been done to him. And it was then, with perfect and dreadful clarity, that Des Fox realized the true and full extent of what Dr. Volker had unleashed on humanity. Lucifer 113 was intended to make Homer Gibbon be aware of every moment, every sensation of what was happening to him as his dead body rotted in a coffin and was consumed by maggots. This was a punishment intended for a serial killer to make him pay for what he had done to the innocent. And now it was doing that to every single infected person. They were all in there, their consciousness trapped in the hijacked bodies, aware, connected to nerve endings, and totally unable to prevent their stolen flesh from committing unspeakable things. Only in the moment of intense electric shock from the stun gun were those people able to give voice, to cry out for mercy, for forgiveness, for release. As she ran, Des thought about the effect that bullets had. It ended the unnatural life of the living dead. Did it also end their torment? Was a bullet to the brain a kindness? It was so twisted and perverse a concept that even as she ran, she nearly doubled over and vomited. There was one last zombie between her and the door, but it was in a direct line between her and the men with guns. She had one charge left in her gun. Could she use it, knowing this ugly truth? Could she bear to hear that scream again, knowing that she couldn't then end the suffering of the person trapped inside the dead flesh? It came at her, mouth wide to bite, hands reaching to grab. She shot it in the throat, hoping to drop it without the scream. But it screamed anyway. It screamed like someone burning in the fires of hell itself. The infected fell away, and then human hands reached for her and pulled her inside the school and then slammed the door shut. Bodies thudded against the outside of the door, and down the halls, echoing from the classrooms, there was a last volley of gunfire. Then 3 spaced shots from the hallway. Des knew what those shots meant. 3 shots for 3 small heads, followed by the sound of retching and weeping. Chapter 71. Stebbins Fayette County line, north of the Bordentown Starbucks. Dustin Lee Fry was making the slowest getaway he'd ever heard of. It was driving him crazy. 4 hours ago, a friend of his had dropped him at the parking lot of the Woodsman Rest, right off Route 381 in Fayette County. Dustin had crouched under a dark gray poncho in driving rain, waiting for his ex-girlfriend's new boy toy to come to work. The boyfriend, a shovel-jawed goon with little pig eyes, worked the night shift as bartender at the Rest, and that meant he'd be on until 2 a.m. At 10 minutes to 8, Shoveljaw roared into the lot in his 1970 Mustang Boss 429, a perfectly restored, mint-condition classic muscle car. The grabber green skin seemed to glow in the downspill of light from the sodium vapor bulbs arranged around the parking lot. Over $200,000 worth of car, bought for the asshole by his daddy, who owned big chunks of logging and pulp all through Pennsylvania and Maryland. Dustin didn't think it was at all fair that the pea-brained mouth-breather should have his ex-girlfriend and one of the sweetest cars in the world. Actually, as Dustin saw it, he could keep the girl. She and Dustin had ended things badly. Harsh language was involved. So was a restraining order. Not the happiest times in his life. She was elsewhere, probably fretting over what to do about the stretch marks now that Shoveljaw had knocked her up, if the baby was even his. There had been one last bout of make-up sex with Dustin before everything went to shit, so the whole paternity thing was a dice roll. The car, though. Dustin didn't want the Neanderthal to have the car. It wasn't fair. The car was perfect. From tailpipe to headlights, it was the absolutely perfect car. And assholes should not be allowed to have perfect cars. Dustin was sure there was a law about that somewhere. Or ought to be. So, stealing the car, in Dustin's view, was not so much a matter of committing a crime as it was serving the public welfare. He waited for Shoveljaw to park the car in his special extra-wide slot, lock it, give the creamy green hood its usual pat, and go into the Hunters Club to mix drinks for the other mouth-breathers. The parking lot was nearly deserted, though, because of Superstorm Zelda. A smarter person, Dustin mused, would have called out and stayed at home. But no one ever called this guy smart. Rich? Yes. Obnoxious? To be sure. Smart? Not so much. Dustin started to get up so he could boost the Mustang, but another car came crunching over the gravel. 2 men got out and hurried through the rain to the restaurant. Then another came, and another. Then one of the cars left. It was like that for hours. Despite everything that was happening in the skies and the world, the damn place was doing bang-up business. Dustin was afraid to leave his hiding spot for a minute, sure that someone would spot him and then there'd be real trouble. Finally, well after 1 a.m, the steady in-and-out flow dwindled and died. There was a protracted silence, and when it seemed apparent that the last drinkers inside were going to take it all the way to the bell, Dustin rose up quickly from his place of concealment beside the dumpster and drifted around the perimeter of the parking lot to come up behind the Mustang. Dustin had a friend who boosted cars on a regular basis, not professionally, more of a hobby, but he was good at it, who had lent him a Slim Jim and a key gun. Dustin moved to the driver's door, checked the lot again, eased the Slim Jim from under the poncho, and fed the thin strip of metal down between the glass and the door. Popping the lock was a breeze. He shucked the poncho and slid behind the wheel, mindful to keep the rain off the leather seats. He chunked the door shut and fed the teeth of the key gun into the ignition. The engine started at once, and it started with a very loud, very distinctive growl. All of those horses under the hood shouting at the storm. Dustin had no idea if Shoveljaw heard the car start. He didn't wait to find out. He put the car in gear, spun the wheel, and kicked 10 pounds of wet gravel at the back of the restaurant as he peeled out. As soon as he was out of the lot, he turned left and followed a couple of crooked feeder roads until one spilled him out onto 381, where he turned north to catch 653, and from there he planned to turn the car west and drive it until he figured out what tomorrow would look like. But after he turned onto Route 653 and drove 10 miles, crossing out of Fayette and cruising the outer edges of Stebbins County, things started to slide downhill. First, it was the rain. The sky split apart with thunder, and for a moment it seemed as if the clouds themselves were being ignited by lightning. Flash after flash, boom after boom. It hurt his eyes and rattled the windows, and the rain that fell was so thick that the windshield wipers did exactly nothing. It slowed him to a nervous crawl. All he could make out were the taillights directly in front of him. Those lights rolled forward at barely over 20 miles an hour, and it was like that for a long time. The rain did not let up once. Dustin had never seen rain like this before. Then the car in front of him, an old Camry, slowed more and more. It finally stopped, and after a long time, the driver shut his engine off. The rain only began slackening after Dustin had been sitting there for 10 more minutes. It was still coming down pretty steadily, but it wasn't wrath of God rain. It wasn't Noah's Ark rain. The Camry up front didn't move, though. The driver simply sat there. Dustin didn't dare toot his horn or make any kind of fuss. Not while driving a stolen car worth a couple of hundred G's. No, sir, that would be monumentally stupid. So he waited. And waited. That's when the thunder started again, and lightning. Except that's not what it was, and Dustin realized it by slow degrees as balls of yellow light lifted from over the horizon. He watched as the light illuminated the thousands of cars stalled in long lines ahead of him, and in the rear view he could see thousands more dwindling into the distance behind him. Then he heard the screams and the gunfire. Dustin had seen every war film and action movie ever made. He knew the sound of heavy-caliber machine gun fire. "Holy shit," he said aloud. People were running up the road between the cars, fleeing whatever the hell was happening, but also fighting. He leaned forward to peer out at the night. Not 100 feet away, he saw a woman in a pretty autumn dress dive at a guy in coveralls, slam him against the fender of a Chevy Aveo, and "Holy shit!" he cried, as he saw blood shoot up from the man's neck like water from a broken fountain. Two men pulled open the front doors of an Expedition and dove in. Blood splashed the insides of the rear window. A teenager with one arm missing, just fucking gone, ran directly at the front of Dustin's car and flung himself onto the hood, denting it, smearing it with blood. "Holy shit!" screamed Dustin. He put the car in reverse to get away as the one-armed teenager began pounding on the windshield. The Mustang shot back only 20 inches before crunching into the front end of a Focus. "Fuck you!" bellowed Dustin, both at the Focus and the insane teenager. He threw it into drive and rammed forward, crushing the grill against the Camry's rear. Glass exploded, and one of Dustin's headlights went blind. 5 minutes ago, he would have been heartbroken if a roadstone tore a fingernail-sized scratch on the grabber green hood. Now he rammed forward and back 3 times, accordioning the bumpers, screaming at the howling thing that still knelt on the hood and pounding one-handed on the glass. Then he had an opening, and he was out. He jerked left out of the lane and onto the shoulder, spilling the bloody teenager off with a bone-jarring crunch. Beside the shoulder was a drop-off that was filled with water, and it looked like a death trap to Dustin. Behind him, other cars were pulling out and blocking the route for a backing-up escape. A quarter-mile ahead, there was a wide pull-off. If he could get there, maybe he could find a way to cut across the median. The opposite lane was completely clear. Farther along the road, he saw a guy on a motorcycle do exactly that. So Dustin shifted again and hit the gas, sending the big Mustang rocketing forward. At that moment, there was the biggest explosion yet from over the hill. A massive fireball that seemed to lift the whole road up and drop it. Thousands of people fled from it, screaming and bleeding, chased by waves of heat that set their hair and clothes ablaze. Behind them, mixed in with them, attacking them as they ran, were other people, wild-eyed and bloody, with snapping teeth and grabbing hands. Some of them were on fire, too, but they didn't seem to care about that. All they seemed to want, or seemed capable of wanting, were the people who ran from them. Heat punched at the Mustang, blackening the green paint, covering the windshield with ash. And in one frozen moment, Dustin could see things in that ash. Tiny thread-like worms that wriggled as the hot wind slapped them against the glass. There were other things hitting the car, too. Pieces of charred meat, pieces of broken bone, and burning swatches of cloth. Dustin's mind absorbed all of that visual data in a microsecond, and then he drove the gas pedal to the floor, and the Boss 429 engine hurled the Mustang at the crowd of living and dead. By the time he hit the wall of them, he was going 50 miles an hour. Dustin felt himself rising from the seat. He felt the steering wheel hit him in the chest, saw the windshield coming at him so fast, so fast. The fires and explosions, the rockets and bullets, the teeth and hands of the dead, none of that did any harm to Dustin Lee Fry. In the end, It was the car that killed him. South of the Bordentown Starbucks. Major General Simeon Zetter got slowly out of his command vehicle and watched hell unfold. He and his aides were in the safe zone, outside of the blast area, well beyond the perimeter of violence that the satellites and surveillance helicopters determined enclosed all of the infection. No one spoke. No words really fit the moment. During the drive here from the school, Zetter was absorbing the intel from FEMA, from the White House, and from other sources. Initial estimates of potential civilian casualties were staggering. 4,000 minimum. Minimum. More than that were expected. More than that were likely, perhaps inevitable. The fireballs from the fuel air bombs rose like the pillars of hell, seeming to push back the storm. The heat was so intense that it turned the rain to steam. Behind where he stood, the Blackhawks and Apaches were touching down in the parking lot of an abandoned drive-in movie theater. It had been dangerous, bordering on foolhardy, to have them in the air at all with a storm of this kind, and they had lost one crew to a crash. Something he had not yet reported to the president. Now, with these bombs, there would be shock waves that would endanger all the others. He heard one of his aides say something to himself, and for a moment, Zetter thought it was a prayer. It wasn't. It was the thing that Oppenheimer had said when the first atom bomb was tested. I am become Shiva, destroyer of worlds. And while fuel air bombs were non-nuclear, the point was eloquent. Zetter felt like striking the man, but hitting someone for speaking the truth was not the way to survive this moment. In silence, he endured the rebuke implicit in that statement. Destroyer of worlds. Destroyer of lives. So many people. The outer edge of the heat wave rolled through the night toward them. It had been greatly weakened by distance and did little more than brush past his face and fill his mouth with a bitter taste. Zetter turned and discreetly spat into the mud. Some of the others did too. A few still wore their hazmat masks. The heat blew past them, and for a moment there was a deceptive stillness, a calm that told lies about the night. Then the rains began to fall again, and the storm winds blew, and the sounds of screams echoed through the night. Car horns blared, faint and muted. "Sir," said another aide, hurrying toward him from the communication truck, "you need to see this." His voice held a rising note of panic that made Zetter spin around and go running after him, with his other aides in tow. As he ran, Zetter turned and spat again, trying to clear his mouth of the acrid, itchy dust from the shockwave. He felt sick to his stomach, but he decided that it was the shock, the stress, the horror of it all. In that, General Zetter was entirely wrong. Across the Fayette County line, Pennsylvania. They moved across the quarantine zone, alone and in packs, in the ragged, bloody, and fire-blackened clothes of farmers and tourists, travelers and news reporters. A few wore National Guard BDUs. They moved together, weeping, crying out in unending pain from bites that had torn through skin and muscle, or from blistered burns that bubbled on skin that had been touched by the hellish heat. They staggered away from the flaming pit where the Starbucks had been, and away from the blackened shells of their cars. They left behind friends and family members. Those that could run did. The rest limped and shambled and crawled. Away from the bombs and the bullets and the things that bit. None of them had a plan or a direction. They simply fled. And the dead followed after. Chapter 72. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Trout and Des sat in the principal's office. Mrs. Madison had found a blanket and wrapped it around Des's shoulders, but rainwater dripped from her clothes and pooled on the floor beneath her chair. Trout pulled his chair close and sat with his hand on her knee. He thought she'd object to that, but after a while she squeezed his hand. Mrs. Madison sat across from her. Uriah Piper and Jenny DeGroot were in the office as well. No one else. "It was Jerry Dunphy's," said Jenny. Des looked at her. "What?" "He was supposed to be helping in the kitchen, cutting open cereal boxes, but when I looked up, he was gone. I figured he went to the bathroom or—" "Or what?" asked Trout. "Or needed to find a quiet place to cry." Everyone tried not to look at Des, but one by one they did, and it made Trout wince. Mrs. Madison tried to console her. "Please don't think you're in any way responsible for what Mr. Dunphy did. He was deeply distraught by everything that's happened, and fuck him," Des said quietly. Mrs. Madison blinked. "Pardon?" "Fuck Jerry Dunphy and fuck his being distraught. And fuck you for whatever you're about to say," she said. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear any bullshit from anyone. Dunphy's opened that window and he got 3 kids killed. End of story, and may he burn in hell." "That's hardly fair," said Piper. "It's unrealistic," agreed Mrs. Madison. "Shock can induce many different degrees of psychosis." "Since when are you a psychologist?" sneered Des. "Since I got my M.A. in psychotherapy and child counseling before you were born." "Yeah, well, fuck your M.A. too." Mrs. Madison recoiled and her throat flushed pink. "Des," Trout said gently, "let's dial it down, and most of all, fuck you, Billy Trout." She slapped his hand off her knees. "Okay, so Jerry Dunphy was batshit. A lot of that going around. Our town is overrun by zombies, and we've just been abandoned by the military. Batshit seems to be the only flavor we have left, so we all better get used to sucking on it. You want to know how batshit crazy I am? When I was out there surrounded by all those friggin' dead sons of bitches with no ammunition, you know who helped me? You want to know who talked me through it? You know who saved my life? J.T. motherfucking Hammond. Yeah, my dead partner, my best friend, the man who helped save all of your lives. He had my back and told me what to do and how to get through it, just like he always did. How's that for batshit?" The room was utterly silent. Des leaned forward and fixed Mrs. Madison with a steely stare. "You want to know the kicker to that? Even now, even knowing that I'm crazy my own self, even right here in your office, I can still hear JT's voice, telling me to stop yelling, telling me to watch my language, telling me to take it out of overdrive. Yeah, I can hear that clear as day." "Des," began Trout, but she ignored him. Des sat back. "We're all crazy. Fine. If it's the way things are, then it's the way things are. I'll be happy to talk to the rest of the adults and explain the facts of life to them. If any of them are too fucked up in the head to be part of how we're going to survive, they have my permission to hang themselves or give themselves a sponge bath with steak sauce and go outside. But they don't take any of the kids with them. They don't let the kids see it, and they don't let those fucking zombies in here. And if anyone does anything to endanger the other kids, I will personally shove a gun up their ass and pull the trigger. That is not, I repeat, not a joke. Am I making myself crystal fucking clear here? Or do I need to start kicking some basic survival sense into everyone in this frigging school?" The silence following her words was heavy and long. Trout looked at the faces of the others, tried to read their eyes and predict what they'd say. It was Uriah Piper who spoke first. "I won't shoot anyone for being crazy or stupid," he said. "But if you need to do that, I'll load your guns for you." Mrs. Madison gave a slow, grudging nod. A strange smile formed on Jenny DeGroot's young face. "I'm absolutely with you, Des." Des and everyone else turned to Trout. He cocked an eyebrow. "Honey, if you even need to ask, then you really are batshit." The harsh mask of anger and hurt on Dez's face softened. "Thanks, Billy. But if you ever call me honey again, I'll kneecap you." "I'll take my chances." Piper cleared his throat. "I hate to interrupt a tender moment here." "Fuck you," Dez and Trout said at the same time. "But I need to get back to securing the building. Looks pretty clear that there are more of those things out there, and for whatever reason, they seem to be coming here." Dez started to nod, then abruptly held up a hand. Wait. No. "What?" asked Trout. "When I was outside," she began slowly, "the buses—" "What about them?" She began shaking her head. "We're thinking about this the wrong damn way. Jesus, how could I have been so dumb?" She stood up, dropping the blanket to the floor and walking to the door. She opened it and looked out through the suite of offices toward the main part of the school. Her gaze roved over everything, including the walls and the ceiling. Then she turned and leaned against the frame and shook her head again. "When this thing started, I came here because I knew this was where they were going to take the kids. Town shelter and all that. Okay, fine, it's strong and defensible, and we have some supplies. Then we were locked in here by the National Guard. This became our place. You see what I'm saying?" No one did. "We thought we were going to ride it out in here. The Guard would airdrop food and supplies, and the geniuses at the CDC would cook up a cure or a vaccine or something. Then the frickin' Guard lit out of here like their asses were on fire. It wasn't an orderly retreat, and it wasn't the kind of wrap-up you have after a field deployment has completed its job. No, the way they went tear-assing their way out of here means they were going to a fight, and it was a bigger fight than they anticipated. Armies plan and move with some kind of order. They only bolt and run when the shit has seriously hit the fan. Then there was that explosion. Or maybe it was a series of them. Big fucking airbursts. Not nuclear, because we'd all be dying right now if they'd dropped a nuke on Stebbins or Bordentown. No, I think they found a big fucking nest of these things and they tried to sterilize them with fuel air bombs." "What are they?" asked Jenny. "Thermobaric cluster bombs. It's the biggest and most powerful non-nuclear device we have." "Dear God," murmured Mrs. Madison. "I see where you're going with this," said Trout. "Can't say I like it." "I don't see," said Jenny. "Last resort," said Piper, and both Trout and Dez nodded. The farmer explained. "A bomb like that wouldn't be something they'd use if they could contain this with regular tanks and helicopters and such. Scorched earth is what you go for when you're losing a fight." "Exactly," said Dez. "I'm still not following," said Jenny. "Does that mean they wiped them out?" Trout fielded that. "You didn't see the infected who were outside. They were all burned. The bomb may have killed some of them, but it didn't kill all of them. Any of them who weren't in the direct blast zone, any of them who were only burned, are still out there. And after what just happened, I think it's pretty clear they're coming here." "Here? But why? I mean, wasn't this just random? Weren't these infected just whichever ones were in the area?" "No," said Dez. "They were too badly burned. They're coming here from closer to wherever Ground Zero was." "The blast was north and west," said Trout. "Over by Bordentown, or near there." He paused. "Which is where the quarantine zone line is." And where Goat was, he thought. But he didn't say it. "Okay," said Jenny. "But again, why here? Why the school?" "Yes," said Mrs. Madison. "Surely you're not saying they can smell the children here?" "With the rain?" mused Piper. "Probably not." "Well, then why?" Trout glanced at Dez. "I've wondered this before. I know the infected are supposed to be, for all intents and purposes, brainless, brain dead, but could there be some trace left? Maybe something the parasite drive can tap into? Genetic memory. There's a precedent in science." Dez turned haunted eyes away from him. "I don't care what's driving them. I don't care if they are coming here because they remember the school or because they think it's prom night. Fuck it. The point is that they are coming here, and if we stay here, then this place is going to stop being a refuge and start being an all-you-can-eat buffet." She turned back to them, and now her eyes were cold and dangerous. "And I will not let that happen." Trout said, "What do you have in mind?" Chapter 73. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. "Talk to me," croaked the president in a voice grown hoarse with yelling and pleading. "Where are we with containment?" Every eye turned away from him and focused on the big screen and its many smaller windows. The satellite thermal scan still showed hundreds of dots moving in all directions. Smaller windows were ground-level views from military vehicles and some field troop helmet cams as they engaged the infected. The sounds of gunfire, even muted to a whisper, were dreadful, and there was so much screaming. From the infected who had not yet died, from possibly uninfected civilians running from the blasts and from the dead, and from the soldiers. "Sir," said General Burroughs, "General Zetter is requesting orders on what to do with uninfected survivors." Sylvia Ruddy said, "How can we tell if they're uninfected? Do we have a way to triage this?" "Scott?" asked the president. Blair felt like he was a passenger on a sinking ship, like he was the only man to have seen the iceberg, but no one had paid attention to his shouts of warning. Now the president wanted answers from him, solutions. "Sir," he said slowly, "we do not have the protocols or resources to triage anyone. We don't have the manpower on the ground to detain and monitor large numbers of civilians." "What are you saying?" demanded the president. "What I'm saying, sir, is that we cannot afford the luxury of treating anyone as potentially uninfected. We have to respond as if every person coming across those fields is a carrier, every single one." The president got to his feet and towered over Blair. "Are you insane?" "No, sir. You asked for my recommendation. That is the only possible course of action." "I refuse to accept that, goddammit!" Blair rose as well. "Refusing to accept the truth about Lucifer 113 is what brought us to this point, Mr. President. We have acted timidly and slowly from the beginning, and we are fighting an uphill battle." "Those are survivors." Blair pointed a finger at the screen. "They're already dead." "No," said the president, with a stubborn shake of his head. "Simeon Zetter will contain this." Blair gaped at him, simply unable to speak. On the screen, with every second that passed, the images told a story that anyone with eyes could understand, but everyone with hearts refused to accept. Except for Blair. Chapter 74. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Des and Trout called a meeting of as many of the adults as could be spared from guard duty and child care. Trout suggested that everyone meet them downstairs in the gymnasium. "Why there?" asked Des, as she and Trout went down to wait for them to gather. "People died down there today." "Right," he told her. "We're better to make your point about how safe the school isn't." "You want me to play these people?" "Of course I do, Des. Play them and then lead them, because you are the best chance we all have of getting out of here." Des studied him for a moment, then gave him a small, wicked smile. "If we ever get ourselves out of this thing, Billy, I'm going to bang your eyes crooked. You've done that more than once. I ain't saying we're getting back together, but yeah, I think a little recreational yeehaw might take some of the edge off." "That's all it'll be," he said, arching an eyebrow. "Something to settle the nerves." "You have a problem with that?" "Not even a little one." Des bent and gave him a quick, wet, delicious kiss. But instead of the quick catch and release he expected, she took his face in both hands and looked deeply into his eyes. Her smile faded away completely. I wasn't screwing around back there. When? When I said I heard JT talking to me. He smiled. Wait, you're telling me you're crazy? You? Des Fox? You shock me, woman. Shock me, I say. Oh, fuck you. I believe that is what we've been discussing. She kissed him again. When she was done, he did not feel a single one of his injuries. He was gasping for air when she pushed him back. He was also hard as a rock, and he believed that there was never a less sensible or convenient time for an erection in the entire history of sexual congress. Des, quick as always, saw the bulge, and her smile came right back. Before she could hit him with a joke, he said, "No, it's not a gun in my pocket. I'm just very damn glad to be here with you." She reached down and cupped his hardness through the stained cloth of his jeans. "Careful now," she said, "or you'll make a girl blush." She gave him a squeeze, then released him and turned quickly away as the gymnasium door opened and people began filing in. Billy Trout genuinely hoped he had enough time either for a cold shower or to spend 5 useful minutes banging his head on a brick wall. Chapter 75. On the Road, Pittsburgh Suburbs. "Why are we going to Pittsburgh?" asked Goat, though he thought he knew the answer. Homer shot him a sly look. "See a few old friends." Goat knew that he should just keep his mouth shut, but despite all of his fear, the pain in his body, and the absolute strangeness of this experience, there was a part of him that was still a newsman. Or maybe it was the other aspect, a somewhat older and more precisely defining aspect of who he was, the filmmaker. This was all good drama. It would be great cinema. Cinema verite in real point of fact, because this was the truth. This was real. It only felt like a nightmare. He said, "You're going to find your foster parents, aren't you?" It was the first time Goat saw Homer lose control. It was brief, but it was there. The car swayed, and for a moment, the look on Homer's face wasn't that of a killer or a monster. It was the lost and desperate look of a child. Goat knew the story. He'd been in the courtroom during testimony by prison psychiatrists and social workers. After Gibbon's heroin-addicted mother had given him up for adoption, Homer went through one foster home after another. In a couple of them, the child had endured horrific sexual and physical abuse. One of those former foster parents was later arrested in connection with the abuse of another child, and investigators found hundreds of photos stored on the man's computer. Photos of him and various girlfriends and drinking buddies doing things to children, boys and girls ranging in age from 5 to 12. That sickened everyone in the courtroom. Billy Trout had gone outside and thrown up in a trash can. Goat tried to look at the poster board-sized reproductions of those photos as clinically as he could, pretending in his mind that these were movie props. But the bitter and raw truth of them gouged marks on his soul. The photos were presented as part of Homer's defense, claiming that any crimes he had committed were direct results of permanent emotional and psychological disfigurement inflicted upon him as a child. Disfigurement. That was the word one psychologist used, and it stuck for the duration of the trial, becoming a catchphrase. It was a word Goat had never before heard used in that context, and he could not shake the ugly awareness of all it implied. The defense was thorough and exhaustive in an attempt to cultivate sympathy through horror, but rather than any sympathetic reaction, the effect was to emotionally numb the jury. They disengaged from the evidence, and Goat watched that happen. It's how he would have filmed the scene. As far as he saw it, the defense lost the case more than the prosecution won it, and it did so by an overuse of the most compelling argument. The expression that flitted across Homer's face now was tied to those memories, and Goat was absolutely sure that in that moment Homer felt rude hands on him and cringed at the thought of how, once again, his body and his world would be plundered. When Homer spoke, his voice was quiet, filled with a false calm that was as fragile as spun glass. "There's a couple of people I wouldn't mind saying hello to. People I never got around to thanking." "Thanking?" Homer turned to him, and the smile that formed on his lips was inhuman, repulsive, vile. "For opening the black eye and teaching me how to speak with the red mouth." Goat didn't dare reply to that. Homer gestured to Goat's equipment. "Shouldn't you be taping this shit?" "Yes," said Goat quickly, realizing that this was gold and that it was his lifeline. He unzipped his bag, removed the camera, plugged it into his laptop, and adjusted the settings. He turned the dome light on because otherwise it was far too dark, but the yellow light chased only some of the shadows away. There still seemed to be too many bits of darkness hiding in the cab, waiting to pounce. Goat found some small steadying comfort in the process of handling the tools of his trade. It returned to him a measure of personal power. "Okay, we're good to go." "What do you want me to do?" "I'll do a quick introduction and then you could just talk," suggested Goat. "Tell your side of it." "My side?" "Well, tell the truth as you see it. Or would you rather I ask questions?" "I don't know. Set it up and let's see what happens. But don't say where we are, okay?" "No problem." He hit record, then turned the camera on himself, gave his name and his affiliation with regional satellite news. Then he pointed the camera at Homer and introduced him. Homer gave the camera a few glances that were almost shy. People and cameras, thought Goat. Weird. As Goat checked the feed on his laptop, he loaded Foursquare and tried to connect the locator app to a GPS app, but there was no Wi-Fi signal. "You want this on the net, right?" he asked. "Yeah." "Okay, then once we tape some stuff, we have to get to someplace where I can pick up a signal, any place with free Wi-Fi." Homer thought about that, then nodded. "Sure." "Are you ready?" asked Goat. Part of his mind seemed to stand at a distance and watch all of this with slack-jawed amazement. They were both flash-burned, filthy, bloody, and on the run from murders and some kind of catastrophic military action, and here he was, talking to Homer like they were ready to talk about the Daffodil Festival or a Little League game. It worried Goat that he could sound so normal, act so normal, when normal was something as dead as yesterday's news. He heard his voice speak with every appearance of calm control as he set up the video. "We're on the road. I can't say where. Stebbins County has been, or is in the process of being, destroyed. You've heard some of the field reports by Billy Trout about what happened. All of it is real. However, I have a different part of the story to share, and it's one everyone is going to want to hear. This is a side of the story that will help everyone understand the man who stands at the center of this storm. A man most people in the world believe was executed 2 days ago at Rockview Prison here in Pennsylvania. A man who is now beyond death as anyone knows it. And that statement is neither an exaggeration nor a joke. The next voice you'll hear, the next face you'll see, is that of Homer Gibbon." He turned the camera and switched on the top-mounted light for extra effect. He wanted the image to transform from the murky yellow shadows to something brighter and harsher, something that would show the bright red blood. In the stark light, Homer was every bit the true monster. All sharp angles and brutality, but with a bestial intelligence glittering in his dark eyes. Homer did not speak immediately, and his lack of certainty and clear discomfort kept the dead silence from being empty. This was great theater, thought Goat. This was fucking great. After a few thoughtful seconds, Homer said, "Everyone thinks I'm a monster." "What do you think?" asked Goat. Nearly a mile passed before Homer answered, "Maybe they're right. Maybe that's what I am now, a monster. I guess now more than ever." Homer shook his head, and Goat wondered if there was a flicker of regret in the killer's voice, or was he filtering this through his filmmaker's ear? "People use that word," Homer went on, "monster. They like to throw words like that around the way a monkey tosses his shit, hoping it'll stick to the walls. They don't understand anything about what goes on in a person's head, just like they don't understand what it means to be something different, something bigger." He laughed. "It's like witches." "I'm sorry, witches?" "Sure. In prison, you got nothing to do but read books, and I read this one book, Witch Hunts, A History of the Burning Times. It had a lot of pictures in it like a comic book, but it's not superhero stuff. This was about real stuff that happened. What do you call a book like that?" "A graphic novel?" "Yeah, that was it. This one was about the history of witches and the things people used to do to them because everyone had some stupid idea that witches were giving blowjobs to the devil or some shit. Goofy stuff like that. What it really was that people, men mostly, were afraid of the witches because of what the witches knew. And what they called witches were just women who knew some important shit. Medicine like that. Natural healing and all that sort of thing. Herbs and liniments and potions. There wasn't anything with the devil. It wasn't about that. You know why those men killed those women?" "Tell me," said Goat. "It was because those women knew something the men didn't. They had secret knowledge, and that knowledge didn't come from the men. The men didn't own it, and they couldn't control it. Those women were out there using this secret knowledge, and they didn't need jack squat from the men, and that really scared the men. You only got power if someone needs something from you, and you have a leash on it. You understand?" "Yes, I do." "Those men, they knew that the women weren't fucking around with the devil or any of that shit. That's not why they got mad. They got mad because the secrets the women had were starting to matter to the people, the common folk. Those men saw their stranglehold over everyone starting to slip, and that meant they'd lose money, and they'd lose power, and they couldn't have that. So they said that those women, those witches, were monsters. And since most people are just dumb fucks, they went along with it, and soon they were burning chicks at the stake and drowning them and crushing them under rocks. That's how the men kept their power. It's how scared people always keep their power. That's why they killed Jesus. That's why they killed that little Indian guy, Gandhi." He pronounced it Gandhi. "It's probably why they killed John Lennon, too, 'cause that son of a bitch definitely knew some of the real secrets." Homer nodded to himself. "He sings to me in my head sometimes. Did you know that?" "No. What does he sing?" "Well, I don't know the names of the songs. New stuff that he wrote after he died." "Oh," said Goat, and felt vaguely disappointed. He couldn't quite understand why. "My point," continued Homer, "is that people throw out the word monster before they know what something is, and it's stupid. It's an insult, because that word is so small. And sometimes what they're trying to describe is way bigger than they know, bigger than they can even imagine." "And you feel that the way in which they used it to describe you is the same kind of error? The same kind of small thinking? That is, them being What, blind or simply unable to understand what they are seeing? Homer took a long time with that, and as he drove he kept looking at Goat, as if reappraising him. He nodded a few times to himself. "Now I'm wondering," he said slowly, "whether you're one of those smart-ass fellas who know how to feed someone enough of a line of bullshit so he can save his own ass." Goat said nothing. "Or if maybe you're starting to see what the black eye wants you to see, and maybe hear what the red mouth is whispering. Tell me, son, which is it?" There was no way to know how to respond, because Goat could imagine how either response might spark something nasty. If he admitted that he was stringing Homer along, then the killer might simply pull over and finish what he almost started back at Starbucks. On the other hand, if Goat came off like a willing convert, would there be a price to pay to join Homer's church? In the end, he told Homer a version of the truth, and he meant every word. "I don't know what to believe," he admitted, "but I'm sitting here with you, and that means I am 20 inches away from the biggest and most important story any reporter has ever heard. This is the kind of story that will change the world. You know that already, Homer. I know it too. Who knows, maybe I really will start hearing what the red mouth says. I probably will, because I think I'm starting to get you, to see things the way you see them. However, right now, at this moment, I'm trying to understand the whole story. That's what I want from you, Homer. I want you to tell me everything so I can report the biggest story in history. And that's the truth, Homer. That's the God's honest truth." It was 5 whole miles before Homer spoke. Up ahead, barely visible in the rain, was a 7-Eleven with its lights on. Homer drummed his fingers on the knobbed leather of the steering wheel. "You want to understand me, son? Fine. That makes sense to me. You saw some of my truth back there at the Starbucks. Now bear witness to more of it." "What do you mean?" "I mean that the red mouth is hungry, and it will not be denied." Homer pulled the Escalade off the road and slid into a slot. There were 2 cars outside. One was a beat-up old Chevy. The other was a Lexus SUV. "What? I mean, Jesus, are you... Homer laughed. "Yeah," he said. "That's exactly what I'm going to do. How's that for a big new story?" He got out and took the keys with him, then leaned in through the open door. "Make sure you film it, too. Every damn bit of it." Homer slammed the door and headed toward the store. Goat did not try to run. He never even opened the door. Instead, he raised the camera, adjusted the zoom, rolled down the window, and filmed everything as Homer Gibbon opened the front door of the convenience store, strode in, and showed everyone what the black eye saw, and let them hear the secrets whispered by the red mouth. Chapter 76. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Des laid it out for them. The military's withdrawal, the fuel air bombs, the burned dead, and the vulnerability of the school. "If we stay, we risk a siege," she concluded. "God only knows how many of these things there are, and I sure as shit don't want to find out. We need to get out now while we still have a chance." "How do you propose to do it?" asked Piper, following a cue Trout had given him. Des pointed over their heads. "Buses. There are more than enough school buses to get us all out of here. We need to clear out any bodies, hose the insides down to prevent infection, and then load the kids and as many supplies as we can take." "And go where?" asked one of the parents. "Pittsburgh," said Des. "Or Philadelphia. Any of the big cities. Anywhere we can get the right kind of help and protection." But those things are out there, said Clark. Sure, some of them. At last check, there were 18 that we could see. We have enough weapons to take them out. The crowd murmured at that. Taking them out sounded easy when stated in flat and antiseptic words, but every one of the people outside was a neighbor or a relative. We can't just kill them, said a thin woman with watery eyes. Des walked over and put her hand on the woman's shoulder. Dottie, those people are already dead. You know that. We all know that. The kids in here are alive. We're alive. And if we want to stay that way, then we have to square this all in our heads. This isn't a bunch of people with the flu. They're dead. They're infected by something that makes them move, but they're dead. She paused. Besides, considering what's happened to them, putting them down would be a mercy. Amen, said Uriah Piper. A few of the others murmured agreement. Des patted Dottie and then turned to the rest of the crowd. She explained what she wanted done and separated people into teams. Not everyone liked the idea. The strongest objections came from Clark, the teacher who had mouthed off earlier. He wanted them all to stay right there in the school. His logic was that if there was a problem like flooded roads or military roadblocks, some might get out rather than all being stopped. No, said Des firmly. We all go together. And what if we don't want to go anywhere? Demanded Clark. You can stay, Clark, said Des, leaning on that word. Doesn't matter to me, but the kids are coming with me, and I need enough adults to drive buses and handle guns. Most of the crowd looked uncertain, but there were murmurs and nods, a few clear votes of support. However, Clark stood his ground. Who are you, of all people, to say what happens with the kids? She got up in his face. What's that supposed to mean? Clark stood his ground. Well, let's face it, Officer Fox, you're not exactly a role model. How many times have I seen you staggering drunk coming out of one shithole bar or another? How many times have you been reprimanded for excessive force? Yeah, I know about that stuff. My sister, Bitsy, was on the town council. I know all about you. You're a loudmouth and, what do they call it in the movies? A loose cannon. That's it. Exactly why is it we're supposed to listen to you or follow your orders? Trout saw the dangerous red climb up Des's throat and bloom on her cheeks. That's enough, Clark, he said. Clark wheeled on him. Oh, right. And we should listen to you, too. Mr. Lie from the Apocalypse. Mr. Give me a Pulitzer because I have innocent blood on my polo shirt. Fuck you. You turned this whole thing into a story because, like all reporters, if it bleeds, it leads, right? I'll bet that when all those bullets were flying and the kids were screaming, you probably had a hard on just thinking about how big a story this was. Well, excuse me all to hell, Billy, but I don't think you have a real stake in this. You don't have any kids here. We do. Or we're charged with taking care of these kids. They're only a story to you. Besides, everyone in town knows that you've been banging Des Fox since high school, so this is the two of you in cahoots. Billy Trout snarled like a dog and swung a skullcracker of a punch at the point of Clark's jaw. Clark leaned back with the ease of a trained boxer and let the punch pass. Then he hooked Trout in the gut with a fist that he buried deep in belly flesh above Trout's belt buckle. Clark pivoted and clopped Trout behind the ear with a right that put him flat on the floor. Trout was so shocked and hurt that he couldn't even break his fall. He fell flat on his chest and threw up. There was a click and a blur of movement, and then Clark was against the wall with Des's pistol barrel screwed into the soft palate under his chin. You miserable cocksucker, she hissed. I'm gonna blow your shit all over the— No. The word was snapped out, sharp and full of cold command. Then Uriah Piper moved into Des's peripheral vision. His face was hard as stone. Put the gun down, he said. Des and he locked eyes. Now, said Piper. On the floor, Trout made a sound like a strangling cat. With great reluctance, Des stepped back and lowered her gun. "Put it away," suggested Piper. She did. "Now, see to your friend there. He doesn't look good." She slammed her Glock into its holster. Clark, who, despite having had a gun pointed at him, managed to sneer with open contempt. Des sank to her knees and pulled Billy's head onto her lap. His face was the color of an overripe eggplant, and he was only able to breathe in small gasps. He made little yeep sounds. Des wiped the vomit from his face and held him. Her eyes never left Clark, and she hoped he could read his future in those eyes. Uriah Piper, his voice and manner calm, stepped between Des and Clark as if wanting to break that line of communication. But the action forced Clark to shift his attention to the laconic farmer. "You handle yourself pretty well, Clark. You box?" "Sure, so what?" "So did I," said Piper. And without warning, he hit Clark with a short jab that exploded his nose and a right cross that put him on the floor right next to Billy Trout. Both punches were so hard and so fast that they looked and sounded like a single blow. Everyone stared in sudden, intense shock. Clark lay there, nose and mouth streaming with bright blood. Des Fox gaped. Even Trout focused his bulging eyes on the quiet farmer. Piper looked at his knuckles, spit on them, rubbed the spit into the calluses, sighed, and then seemed to slowly become aware of the crowd. He said nothing to them, but he squatted down next to Clark. "Here's the thing, my friend," he said mildly. "Some people never want to be part of the solution. All they want to do is bitch and whine and create complications for other people. You've been like that as long as I've known you, and that's going on 20 years. Since what? Little League? I don't remember you ever once stepping up and helping without running your mouth. Mostly that's okay. That's people being people. And it didn't matter much to anyone. Now it does matter. Now we got to work together or we all get hurt or get killed. Now, I'm no fan of Officer Fox, and I've barely known Mr. Trout outside of what he writes in the papers, so this isn't me sticking up for my friends. This is me, a farmer and a part of this community, saying that if you don't shut your mouth and work with us, then by the Lord Jesus, when we roll out of here on those buses, I will personally tie you to the front grill, cover you with A1 sauce, and use you for bait. Look me in the eye and ask me if I'm joking." No one said a word. Certainly not Clark, who stared at him with eyes that were filled with fear and strange lights. Piper dug a clean tissue out of his pocket and held it out. When Clark made no move to take it, the farmer bent and placed it on his chest, patted it flat, then straightened. He turned and looked down at Des and Trout. "My guess is that we don't have a whole lot of time," he said. "Probably be best if we got our behinds into gear." Chapter 77. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. The Situation Room was crammed with too many people, and everyone was shouting at each other, into phones. Some, apparently, at God. All National Guardsmen in the area had been deployed. Additional troops from joint use bases were rolling, and the ban on interaction with state and local law enforcement had been lifted. In each of his many phone calls, General Burroughs used the phrase, "This is all boots on the ground." The Air Force was actively in play now, as were fighters and helicopters from the Marines and Navy. Scott Blair took or made more calls than he could count. FEMA and all other disaster response groups were being pressed to their limits. Teams from the CDC were on the ground, but they were being shunted to the side because there was nothing for them to do. Plenty of samples of living and terminated infected had been collected. They had gallons of the black blood, and more samples were being flown to labs all over the country. Everyone with a microscope was studying Lucifer 113. Nobody had an answer. Then Blair's phone rang, and the display told him that it was Sammy Mora. Blair snatched it up and cupped his other hand over his ear so he could hear. "Tell me some good goddamn news, Sam. Tell me you have the flash drives in your hand. Tell me what I need to hear." Sam didn't. Instead, he told the truth. Chapter 78. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Billy Trout felt like death. Since yesterday, he had been slapped, punched, shoved, shot at, attacked by zombies, nearly gunned down by helicopters, pulled his back out, and punched some more. There was no part of his body that did not hurt. His stomach felt like it was filled with broken glass, and he had a persistent ringing in his ear. Nausea eddied in his gut, and his eyes had trouble focusing. He felt 90 years old as he limped slowly after Des as she trotted down the hall toward the rear exit. Finally, he had to stop and lean against the wall, gulping in ragged lungfuls of air. When Des realized he wasn't following her, she stopped and turned. "What are you doing?" "Watching all the pretty fireflies," he croaked. He expected a sharp comeback, but instead she came back to where he stood, an expression of concern clouding her pretty face. She smoothed the lank blonde hair out of his eyes and placed her palm on his cheek. An act of tenderness that was an echo of a Des Fox that Trout used to know. "I should have cut his balls off and fed them to him," she said. Trout managed a weak grin. "I'd have enjoyed that." She grunted and smiled. "Piper rang his chimes pretty well, though. Who'd have thought? Wish I'd seen it." "It was sweet." "Sure." Trout straightened slowly and then hissed sharply, collapsing back against the wall. "Jesus Christ, Billy, how fucked up are you?" "Oh, I've had worse." "No, you haven't, you asshole." "No, I haven't," he agreed weakly. "It's the sort of thing people say." "Is it bad?" "It's not terrific," he admitted through clenched teeth. She shook her head. "We need to get you to a hospital." He slowly straightened again, face set against pain spikes. He made it to a relatively upright position. "On the list of immediate priorities, Des. That's right near the bottom." Des didn't argue. "Come on," he said. "We have work to—" "Officer Fox!" a voice called sharply, and they both looked toward the stairwell as Jenny DeGroot came bursting out. "Something's happening outside." "We already know about the soldiers leaving." "No," said Jenny breathlessly. "It's something else. You'd better come look." Des cut a look at Trout, but he waved her away. "Go. I'll catch up." Des followed Jenny into the stairwell, and Trout could hear their footfalls as they raced up to the second floor. The thought of climbing stairs was intimidating, but Trout forced himself to stagger into the fire tower and climb the stone steps, one at a time. It felt like it took 100 years, and the version of Trout that emerged from the tower was hobbled and hunched and gasping for breath. Des Fox nearly ran him down as she tore back toward the stairs. "What?" he gasped as he flung himself out of her way. "The soldiers," she said. "They're back." She took off running with Jenny and a few of the others at her heels. Trout didn't immediately follow. He couldn't face the steps, not yet. Instead, he limped over to one of the classrooms, went inside, and peered out the window. Down in the lot, a pair of soldiers was walking purposefully toward the school. They wore dark hazmat suits and had guns in their hands. They stopped at the corner of the building, and one of them raised a walkie-talkie and spoke into it for a moment, listened, then lowered the device. Then, weapons raised and ready, they began walking slowly along the east side of the building. Were they walking the perimeter, or looking for a way in? A sudden and alarming thought jolted Trout. Where exactly was Des hurrying to? He thought he knew the answer, and it scared him to death. He set his teeth against the pane and hobbled toward the stairs as fast as he could. Chapter 79. The Northern Levee, Fayette County. On the other side of the county from his niece, Jake DeGroot wondered if he was dead. Everyone else seemed to be. Jake was a construction worker from Bordentown who volunteered to work all night in Stebbins, and he and his crew had been at it for nearly 24 hours. Until everything went crazy in Stebbins, just over the county line. Now he lay in a shallow pit, half-drowned, shivering and terrified, hidden from view beneath the lowered bucket of a yellow front-end loader. His machine, the one he drove every day. Big Bird. Rain hammered down on the machine. The bucket was half filled with dirt from the trench in which he lay, and water filled the rest of the steel cup. It spilled over and ran down the sides, dripping onto him, touching him with cold fingertips. Rainwater had filled the pit nearly to the top, and the cold was like 1,000 knives stabbing over and over again into his flesh. He could barely feel his feet, and his fingers felt like they were each being crushed in a vise. Cold was a beast that crouched over him, wrapped around him, bit like a vampire into him, and sucked away his warmth. Jake was afraid to crawl out of the dirty pit of cold water. He had no idea what time it was. His cell phone was in his pocket, and his pocket was underwater. The only other clocks were the one in the office, a small travel trailer parked at the edge of the construction site that might as well have been on the dark side of the moon, and the steel diver's watch strapped to the forearm of Burl Hansard, the shift foreman. Burl lay 30 feet away, what was left of him. His body was mostly hidden by mud and the front wheel of Burl's Expedition. All Jake could see was half of Burl's face, his shoulder, and his right arm. Or rather, what was left of the supervisor's right arm. 2 fingers and a thumb, some meat on the wrist, part of the upper arm. Tendons and bone, visible now that the rain had washed away the blood. That was it. And the face. He had no face at all. All Jake could see were the ends of broken bones and lumps of meat he could not and would not try to identify. Jake lay there, shivering, staring at his dead friend. 2 hours ago, that ruined face had worn a smile. 2 hours ago, a soggy cigar had been clamped between strong white teeth, and a grin curled the lips. Burl had been that kind of a guy. You couldn't depress the son of a bitch. No matter how bad things were, he could find something to crack a joke about. He'd always get people to laugh at funerals, even the family members. He killed them when he gave a toast at the Union Christmas dinners. Tall, but nowhere near as tall as Jake's 6'8", and built like a cannonball on bowed legs. A John Goodman kind of guy, bigger than life in every way. And smiling, always smiling, no matter how bad the shit was coming down, or how late an emergency shift went, or how tough a job was, always laughing. Until 3 teenage girls came out of the woods and ate the smile off his face. The thought, the memory was so insanely vivid, playing in his head in HD with surround sound. All the colors, all the sounds. They had been out here working the storm because the weather service said this was going to be a nutbuster, a hurricane, or whatever you call a storm like that this far inland. A supercell, something like that. Torrential rains, hurricane-force winds, and an absolute guarantee of flash flood. This was the storm, everyone said, that would finally break the levees. Everyone always said that. They were always wrong, until they were right. until today. Jake and his crew were at it before the sun was even up yesterday morning, and they kept at it all the way past midnight, working with bulldozers and front-end loaders, including his own big Caterpillar 950H, the one under which he lay. The crew were hard at it all damn day, pushing hundreds of tons of dirt into berms to reinforce the levees, cutting rain runoff lines, trying to help the town get ready for the storm. They needed 5 times as many men and machines on the job, but they used what they had. Did some good, too. The levees held north of the town proper, which is where everyone said the water would do the most damage. Jake and the guys saved maybe 50, 60 farms from being flooded by dirty river water. Below the town line, though, the National Guard was supposed to be doing the same job, and they had more equipment. But then Magic Marty on the radio said that the levees had collapsed down there. Jake never got all the details, though. Not on that, and not on whatever the Christ else was happening over there in Stebbins. Even with headphones on, between the rain and the engine roars, it was too loud to hear much of the news, and reception was for shit. He lost Magic Marty, whose radio show on WNOW came up from over the Maryland line, and when he had the chance, Jake tried to pick up the network news out of Pittsburgh. Got a little of it, but the news guy seemed to be losing his shit. Typical news people, he had thought at the time. They go ass wild whenever things get really bad, so instead of reporting the news, they act like the news is all about them. Like Anderson Cooper standing in the fucking wind during Katrina. They shout a lot, so you know they're taking the big risk, but they don't say much of anything people can use. Like today. Nobody seemed to know what in the blue hell was going on. Certainly no one on the stations Jake listened to when he could get a signal, and no one he talked to. Lots of cars went by, but everyone was driving so fast you'd have thought the devil was after them. Then those 3 girls came out of the woods. Jake saw them, and he was so startled that he almost ran his bucket through the berm he was building. He jerked to a stop to watch. The girls came walking slowly out of the woods, like there was no crisis, no storm, no goddamn ocean of water pounding down on them. And damn if one of them wasn't naked. These were high school girls, or maybe college. The one on the left wore jeans and a torn sweatshirt, the flaps of it hanging down to expose a blue sports bra and pale skin. The one on the right had a windbreaker on with the logo of some sports team Jake had never heard of. Probably a school team. But the one in the middle was as naked as if she was taking a shower instead of walking through the woods where everyone could see her. She was thin, with tiny breasts and visible ribs. Jake had 2 reactions. The guy in him immediately checked out her body. The man in him became instantly concerned. She was young, naked, vulnerable, and clearly out of her mind. Drugs? Something else? All 3 of the girls had marks on them that looked like cuts, but the distance and the cleansing rain made the marks look blue and bloodless. The girls came straight across a muddy field, negotiating the uneven terrain where heavy equipment wheels had created an obstacle course of wheel ruts. One by one, the other guys killed their engines. They all stared. A few of the men were smiling, and one clown whistled, but the sound was shrill and it died in the air. And these kids were clearly in trouble. That bullshit about construction crews sitting around whistling and acting like they had dicks instead of brains may be true sometimes, but nearly every man here had a family, kids. Burl was the first guy to do more than sit there and gape. "Yo!" he cried as he jumped down from the cab of his Cat D9. "Yo, kids! What the hell's going on? You girls okay? What are you doing out here?" He kept up a string of questions as he jogged heavily through the mud to intercept them. The girls paused for a moment, just a moment, as he drew close, and it seemed to Jake that in the cold and misty rain they'd been unaware of him until he spoke, until he moved. He thought that then, and knew it now. The girls all smiled at him, grinning to show white teeth. Then they broke into a run to meet Burl, arms outstretched, like children running to the safety of their daddy's arms. Except that wasn't what it was. Of course it wasn't. Even with fractured logic, even if things weren't what they were, that wouldn't have been the way it was. Maybe Burl knew it too, Jake thought. Knew it a step too late, because as he got close to them, his own pace faltered and his voice trailed away, ending on a rising note of question. The girls answered that question by leaping at him, driving him backward, driving him down to the ground, climbing all over Burl, bending toward him. In a damaged guy's fantasy world, that would have been a Penthouse Letters page 3-on-1. But this was the real world, and naked teenage girls didn't walk out of the rain to bang a fat construction worker. That's not what they did. For a moment, though, Jake didn't understand what they were doing. From a distance, it really did look like they were kissing him. His face, his throat, their hands were all over him. And then the screaming started. So high. Jake would never have guessed that a man as big as Burl could scream so loud, so high, so shrill, like a whistle blowing at the end of a shift. A long, sustained blast that went on as the girls' mouths bent to him over and over again. Everyone started screaming then. All four of the other guys and Jake screamed as they started running toward the tangle of white limbs that were now streaked with bright, bright red. The first one there was Richie, another bulldozer jockey. He ran up like he was going to handle this shit right there, right then. But when he was 20 feet out, his nothing can stop me run slowed to a walk as he saw what was actually happening. His screams went up a notch, from man yell to something younger, higher, and more frightened. The three girls raised their heads and snarled at him, like lionesses around a zebra. Jake was 50 yards back, and he could see strings of meat caught between their teeth, swaying as they looked at Richie. Then two of them came off the ground and rushed him. It was so unexpected. Not really fast. It was awkward and even a little slow. But there was absolutely no hesitation. One moment they were looking at Richie, and the next minute they were at him, just like that. Richie skidded to a stop and tried to backpedal, but the mud was too wet. He went down hard, and the girls were on him. Once more the screams changed into something raw and filled with denial. The other guys were there, Hank and Tommy and Vic. Jake was almost there. He'd been farthest away. They grabbed the girls, shoved them, knocked them back. The girls turned on them. Their faces were smeared with blood that was so thick the downpour couldn't wash it off. Everyone was wrestling, struggling. It was crazy. All those big men, 3 teenage girls, none of them bigger than 110. The blood. All that blood. Jake stepped down wrong and sank to mid-shin in watery mud. Pain detonated in his knee, and for a terrible moment he thought he had broken his leg. But it was just jammed straight. Maybe sprained. It stopped him cold, though, and pitched him face forward into the mud. It went straight up his nose, into his eyes, into his screaming mouth, down his throat. He coughed and gagged and blew, pawing at his face, trying to unclog his nostrils and mouth so he could drag in a breath. Swallowed more mud doing that, and a worse spasm of coughing nearly tore him apart. His chest convulsed, and he vomited mud and coffee and 2 Egg McMuffins into the storm, and the fierce wind blew it back into his face. For a long, twisted time he lay there, dripping with mud and puke, trying to breathe, failing, trying, until black fireworks exploded in his head and the sounds of the rain dwindled into a distant buzz, and Jake knew that he was choking to death, right there, while his friends fought little girls and screamed and bled. Desperate, terrified, Jake balled his right fist and punched himself in the solar plexus as hard as he could. It felt like being shot, but a ball of something, bread or Canadian bacon or mud or all of that, shot from his mouth and vanished into the rain. He dragged in half the air in the world. The flesh around his eyes tingled and the world was incredibly bright but filled with fireflies. Then the wind brought the screams back to him. That was how the day started for Jake DeGroot. It was the best part of his day. It got so much worse after that. Chapter 80. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Des Fox made no sound at all as she opened the small door that connected the teacher's lounge to the corner of the schoolyard. The wind screeched through the chain-link fence, and rain hit the concrete so steadily it sounded like white noise. Des took several small quick steps, her feet barely lifting from the ground as she moved up behind two of the patrolling soldiers. They were 20 feet ahead of her, walking at a measured pace, heading to the turn at the far end. They carried their M4s at an angle to keep rain from filling the barrels. Even though both of them wore gray-green hazmat suits, Des could tell that one was male and the other female. Des stopped behind a decorative outcropping of red brick and racked the slide of her Daewoo shotgun. Even with the storm, it was a loud and distinctive sound, and she'd waited until she was in a position so the soldiers could hear it. She yelled, "Freeze right fucking there!" They froze. Right there. "Unsling your rifles and stand them against the wall," Des ordered. "Do it now!" The soldiers hesitated, and the woman started to turn. "Don't make a stupid mistake, girl," warned Des. "You're the one making a mistake," said the female soldier. "And I'll cry about it later. Drop the guns or I'll drop you. Last warning." The soldiers exchanged a brief look. Then they slid the straps from their shoulders and very gingerly stood their weapons against the wall. "Place your hands on top of your heads, fingers laced. Good. Now, turn around slowly. Fuck with me and I will kill you." They did exactly as told, and though Des couldn't see their faces behind the masks they wore, each of them stiffened in surprise. Des smiled as she stepped away from the wall. Behind her, Uriah Piper and 8 other men, each of them experienced deep woods hunters, knelt in the rain in a shooting line with rifles snugged against their shoulders. A sound made the soldiers look up to see 8 more gun barrels, small arms and long guns, pointing at them from half-opened windows. "Yeah," said Des to the soldiers. "You're that fucked." For a long moment there was no sound except the dull impact of raindrops on brick and pavement and clothing and skin. Des lowered her shotgun and walked over to the soldiers. "Jenny!" she called, and Jenny DeGroot trotted out of the building holding a plastic trash can. Then Des began stripping weapons and equipment from the soldiers. Grenades, walkie-talkies, knives, IFAC first aid kits, ammunition, canteens, equipment belt suspenders, gun belts, and the rest, until each soldier wore only their hazmat suit and their battle dress uniform beneath it. All of it went into the plastic trash can until Jenny staggered under the weight. "Take it inside. Uriah, get their rifles." "Do you have any idea what you're doing, Officer Fox?" asked the female soldier. Des wasn't surprised to hear her name. She was the only police officer left alive in Stebbins, and her presence in the school was certainly known to the military. Even so, she didn't like hearing this woman say it. She produced 2 sets of plastic flex cups, handed her shotgun to Piper, spun the female soldier roughly around, yanked her wrists down behind her, and quickly fitted the cuffs around the wrists. She repeated this with the man who had so far kept silent. "This isn't how you want to play this," warned the woman. Des tore off the woman's goggles and yanked down the cowl of her hazmat suit. The woman had olive skin, short black hair, and dark eyes. She did not look even remotely afraid of Des or the guns pointed at her, which was very strange. The woman was also older than Des expected, maybe 33, with crow's feet at the corner of her eyes and laugh lines etched around her mouth. "Listen, sister," said Des. "You think I'm making a mistake here? Are you really that stupid? You're only making more trouble for yourself. What do you hope to accomplish?" Des wiped rainwater from her eyes. "What do I hope to accomplish?" she echoed. "Sure, fair question. I'll tell you, and maybe it'll even sink in." She pointed to the school. "There are 800 people in there. Most of them are scared little kids. None of them are infected." The woman nodded. "And?" Des almost smiled at how cool this woman was. Cuffed and captured, she was keeping everything in neutral. Des wasn't sure whether to be impressed or nervous. "The other reason is that we need some insurance that General Zetter won't bomb this place. He might be willing to kill civilians, but I don't think he'll pull the trigger on his own people." "Are you sure about that?" "No," admitted Des. "But fuck it. You play the cards you're dealt." The woman studied her, then nodded. "Fair enough. However, I don't work for General Zetter. He doesn't know my name or my partner's name, and he has no idea that you and I are having this conversation." "Bullshit. If you're not with Zetter, what are you? Regular army? Who are you working for?" "His name is Captain Sammy Mora," said the woman. "Hurt either of us, and he will blow your head off." "Oh, that's mighty tough fucking talk, but I don't—" "Des," said Trout suddenly. "Oh, God, Des!" She looked at him, and then down at her chest. There, between her breasts, right over her heart, was a tiny red dot. It quivered ever so slightly. A laser sight. She stood facing the soldier, which meant that someone out there in the storm was aiming a rifle at her. Someone hidden by rain and the humped shapes of buses and cars. Des shifted her shotgun so the barrel pointed at the woman's face. She took a breath and yelled loud enough to be heard above the rain. "Take your shot, motherfucker! I'll blow this slut's shit all over the wall before I go down." "Officer Fox," said the woman calmly, "this isn't about you." Suddenly 2 more laser dots appeared. One was on Uriah Piper's chest. The other moved in a slow line up Billy Trout's body, over his chest, across his face, and stopped exactly between his eyebrows. This dot did not quiver at all. "Captain Imura was one of the top 3 snipers in U.S. Special Forces. The other 2 men are superb shots, and they are in positions of concealment. They can drop 9 of your people in under 4 seconds, including you." "I'm not afraid to die," sneered Des. "If we wanted you dead, Officer Fox, we'd have taken you as soon as you stepped outside of the building. This isn't about who's brave enough to die. It's about who's smart enough to live." Chapter 81. On the Road, Pittsburgh Suburbs. Goat whimpered when he saw what Homer Gibbon did inside the 7-Eleven. However, he kept the camera rolling. There were 5 people there, a family of 3, a man who dressed like a bartender, and the young man working the cash register. The store's employee lay where he had been dropped, his chest on the floor and his feet still hooked on the counter. That's how it had started. Homer walked in, reached over the counter, grabbed the kid, dragged him up, and took a bite out of his throat. Then Homer dropped him. The other people in the store screamed and panicked. The woman pushed her 10-year-old son behind her as she backed into an aisle. Her husband tried to drag Homer off the cashier. Homer wheeled on him and drove a savage kick into the man's crotch that sent him crashing into a display of chips and pretzels. The other man, the bartender, apparently knew some karate because Goat saw him throw his own kick, catching Homer in the gut. The blow staggered Homer, but the killer folded around the bartender's leg, clutching it to the point of impact. He bent all the way over it, and Goat suddenly realized that he was bending to take a bite. The bartender screamed and pounded on Homer to let go. Homer did, abruptly. He whipped the trapped leg up into the air, which caused the bartender to flip backward. He crashed down on the wire rack, scattering brightly colored bags of Utz pretzels, Lay's potato chips, and Snyder barbecue pork rinds. The man lay there, back arched over the twisted wire, writhing and hissing between gritted teeth. That's when the woman began throwing things at Homer. Cans of Spam and Campbell's soup struck the killer's back and shoulders. He threw an arm up to protect his face as he waded toward her. He never once stopped grinning. Homer was as dead as the other monsters, but he wasn't like them. Not entirely. Because he was the first infected person in this plague, because the purest form of Dr. Volker's Lucifer 113 pathogen had been directly injected into his veins, the parasitic reaction was different. His mind did not die along with his flesh. Goat knew this, understood it, and it terrified him. It made Homer into a kind of monster that was so much greater, so much more dangerous than anything else. Goat watched Homer grin, heard him laugh as he swatted the cans out of the air like someone playing a game. A game. It was a mercy, for Goat, not for the woman and her child, that Homer tackled them and they vanished between the aisles. Blood shot upward, though, spattering the top rows of canned goods and stacks of plastic-wrapped Stroman bread. Goat never once looked at the door handle. He never once seriously thought about running. He understood that he was trapped inside this drama and that there was no exit cue on his script. After several minutes, Homer rose from between the rows, his face painted with a new coat of red. He wiped his mouth, though he was still chewing something. He looked across the bloody tops of the bread toward the window and through the glass to where Goat sat behind the dispassionate camera. And he gave Goat a cheery, buddy-buddy thumbs up, like a football jock after a successful play. The bartender was struggling to rise, but Homer stepped over him and walked in a casual swagger toward the door. Then he paused, turned, went to the cooler, and took out 2 cold bottles of Coke and plucked a handful of candy bars from the rack. He nodded to himself and left the store. When he opened the driver's door, he held the Coke and candy out to Goat. "Guess you gotta eat too," he said. It took a lot for Goat to accept these things. It cost him an expensive chunk of his soul. Homer got behind the wheel and started the car. Inside the store, the mother and child, both of whom had been savaged, were on their feet. Her husband was only now struggling to his feet, his hands still cupped around his crotch, face purple with agony. Goat had never seen a man kicked that hard in the groin before, and from the awkward way the man stood, it seemed obvious that bones had to have been broken. He raised his head toward his family and screamed as they rushed toward him, reaching for him with bloody hands. He fell beneath them, and Goat turned away. "No!" barked Homer, hitting him hard on the shoulder. "You don't look away. You fucking well look." It cost Goat another part of his soul to turn back, to witness another death, and another resurrection. The cashier was rising too, scrambling toward the bartender with the bitten leg. More blood, more screams. "There," said Homer. "There it is." "What?" "That's the secret the Red Mouth wants you to know. The black eye wants to open in the center of your forehead so you can see. You can see it, can't you?" "I see it." "Glad to hear it. I was beginning to have my doubts about you, son." He tapped the video camera. "Did you get everything like I asked?" "Yes." "You'll put it on the net?" "As soon as we get somewhere with a Wi-Fi." Homer grunted, a note of deep satisfaction, perhaps of relief. "Good," he said. He pulled back onto the highway and headed toward Pittsburgh. Chapter 82. The Northern Levees, Fayette County. "Please God." Jake DeGroot prayed nearly continually, but he prayed under his breath. He didn't dare make a sound, in case someone could hear. He didn't want anyone to hear him. Not the things that had pretended to be teenaged girls, the things that had done those awful things to Burl and Richie and the others. He was sure they were dead. He just wasn't sure that it mattered. After the attack had started, if attack was even the right word, Jake had been down in the mud for too long. When he had fallen face first into the muck and choked on it and on his breakfast, getting his shit together took a long damn time. Lying there, gasping like a gaffed billfish, his legs screaming at him, his chest on fire, he had no strength at all. Not for a long time. Too long. Maybe. Or long enough. It was all a matter of how you looked at it. Since then, hiding in the ditch under Big Bird, he had thought about it a lot. He thought it all the way through as the HD TV in his head played and replayed it. There was no remote to aim at it and surf away to something better and saner, to something that made any kind of sense. Before Jake could struggle back to his feet, the whole thing with Burl and Hank and the others seemed to have changed, to have ended in a way Jake didn't understand. The other three guys, Hank, Tommy, and Vic, had pulled the girls off of Burl and Richie. Pulled them off, fought with them, fell to the ground wrestling with them, and beaten the shit out of them. Through pain-filled eyes, Jake watched the guys punching and stomping the girls. It was surreal, like something out of a bad movie, like snuff porn. Except that this was real, and no matter how many times his friends hit the girls, they couldn't put them down. Not down so they'd stay. First, one girl would fall, knocked into the mud by a fist or foot, then another, but then they'd get right back up, with faces broken to ugliness by the blows, with teeth sliding out of their mouths on tides of black blood, with the white ends of ribs coming through their skin and broken fingers. They'd go right after the guys again, and again, and again, until Tommy knocked one of them down and stomped on her head. But it took 5 or 10 kicks. At first, all he did was drive the girl with the torn sweatshirt deeper into the mud. Tommy was bleeding from 6 bites on his hands and wrists. Then one of his kicks must have done something worse. Broke her head, maybe, or her neck, something, because she suddenly stopped fighting, stopped trying to get up, stopped everything. Tommy staggered back, staring down at her, his face as slack as if he had been slapped, eyes bugged. Jake could understand that. The craziness of the attack, the bites and the blood, and what he had just done. How could they ever explain this? All these big guys and 3 teenage girls, one of them naked, another with her shirt torn open and her bra showing, beaten to shit so they didn't even look like girls anymore. What could any of them ever say that would make sense of that? What? Tommy stood there and looked down at the girl while the other guys kept rolling around, fighting. Then Tommy spun away, dropped to his knees, and threw up. Jake was still trying to haul himself out of the mud, still trying to remember how to breathe. He fought to get to his feet, but his knee immediately buckled and he went down again. That's when Burl got up. The naked girl had left him in the mud and was fighting Richie. Hank and Vic were taking turns knocking down the girl in the windbreaker and getting bit and knocking her down again, all of them screaming and cursing. Jake began to crawl through the mud, while across the rainy field, behind the 5 struggling figures, Burl Hansard stood up. It seemed to take a long time for him to do it. He was so badly hurt, maybe so dazed that he was clumsy. He looked like he was drunk. The rain slashed at him, sending crooked red lines down to the mud, making his skin look white as paper. "Burl!" called Jake. But he was too far away, and his voice was lost in the sound of the storms and all that yelling. Burl paused for one moment, his pale face turned toward Jake, eyes locked. And in that fragment of time, Jake knew that everything here was wrong. Worse even than it had been. He didn't know how he knew. It was a reaction born in the deepest, oldest, most primitive part of his brain. It was a knowledge of wrongness without any intellectual interpretation. It was simply wrong. Burl's eyes were open, but Burl was not in there. Even from that distance, Jake knew. Somehow, Burl was gone. So who looked at him from his friend's eyes? Who or what? All of this burned through Jake's head in less than a second. Then Burl took a step, heavy, lumbering, like he didn't quite remember how to use his feet. He pulled one work boot out of the mud and took a step, but it was more like falling forward than walking forward. Not toward Jake. Burl turned toward the knot of struggling figures. A step. Another. He reached out to help pull the naked girl away, who kept trying to bite Vic, even though he had her by the hair and kept punching her in the face. Burl grabbed the girl and hauled her away, and Jake expected him to start wailing on her, but he didn't. Instead, he simply shoved her aside, and with a rush and a yell that was as loud as it was meaningless, Burl grabbed Vic's face, taking it in both of his hands the way a grandmother does when she's going to kiss a kid on the lips. Except that's not what was happening. Of course it wasn't. Burl pulled Vic forward, tearing him free from the mud, crushing him close, and then he bit down, tearing into Vic's nose, crushing it, ripping it. Blood exploded against Burl's face, and it seemed to incense the man. He growled like a dog and began tearing at Vic, worrying at his face the way a dog does. Vic screamed and screamed. He beat at Burl, punching him with the same red, swollen fists he had been using with similar futility on the naked girl. The fists bounced off of Burl's massive frame. Vic brought his knee up into Burl's balls, once, again, and again. Nothing. And it was then, at that moment, that Jake lost all hope that there was any way to understand this. He'd been in fights. He'd given and taken shots to the groin. Some guys could cowboy through it, biting down on the pain, bullying through it, but even the toughest of them reacted. You had to react. It was your balls. Burl didn't twitch. All that happened was a jerk of his body with each impact, but there was no more reaction to it than when somebody brushes your shoulder on the subway. Less. It was nothing. Dead meat being hit. That was it. That was all. Burl never stopped biting. Vic's face, Vic's cheek, Vic's throat. Then Vic stopped screaming. He stopped kicking. Someone turned on a power hose of red in Vic's throat. Blood showered Burl's face and chest. Jake lost it then. He could hear past his own screams. His eyes seemed to switch off for a moment, as if they refused to see any of this. Time punched him senseless, and each second was like a brutal fist against his brain. The sounds and sights of what was going on broke apart and flew off into the storm. Tommy and Richie were still fighting, one each with a girl. Then Tommy was down, and the girl with the windbreaker knelt on his chest. There was one little final flap of Tommy's hand. After that, nothing. Richie picked the naked girl up and flung her away from him. Then he looked wildly around, as if trying to decide how to react, failed, and then simply ran. Badly. The mud and the rain and the damage brought him down within 2 steps. "No!" The cry was torn from Jake. It was not the first time he had yelled, but this one found a hole in the storm where there was no thunder, no howling wind, no screams. A flash moment of quiet into which his one word stabbed. Every face turned toward the sound. Toward him. Burl and the girls. Even Vic. Oh, God. Vic. He sat up and swiveled his head around on his ruined throat. Richie saw him too, and he reached out with a blood-stained hand. "Jake! Oh, Christ, Jake!" It was a mistake. The girls, broken and disfigured, crippled into shambling wrecks, turned away from Jake and began limping after Richie. He tried to crawl away from them. Couldn't. Burl and Vic did not go after Richie. Vic got to his feet and, nearly shoulder to shoulder with Burl, began moving toward Jake. Chapter 83. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. "Mr. President," said Scott Blair, "Captain Imura's team is on site at the Stebbins Little School. I'm waiting now on word about the drives." "How soon can Imura get those drives to us?" "He won't need to. He'll upload them to his tactical computer and send them via burst transfer to us. We'll have them 5 minutes after he has them." "Thank God," said the President. "Thank God." Sylvia Ruddy covered the mouthpiece of the phone into which she'd been speaking. "Scott, how much stake are we placing on what's on the drives? I reviewed Trout's broadcasts, and it seemed clear that Volker regarded his variation of Lucifer as unstoppable. He said as much to his CIA handler. I have transcripts of all of this, and there's nothing in anything Volker said to indicate that there's a silver bullet on those drives." Blair placed his hands flat on the table. "Have you not been following, Sylvia? I never said that there was a cure on the drives. We need them for our people. Dr. McCready, Dick Price at Zabriskie Point, the team at the CDC. They are the most talented bioweapons people on Earth. It's always been our hope that they'll find a weakness in Volker's variation." "That's a long damn shot," said Ruddy. "It's the shot we have." The President got up and walked over to the big screen on which the satellite images were shown, with the thermal signatures of hundreds of people scattering through the storm. He touched the screen at the outer edge of the dispersal pattern. "All the science in the world isn't going to help us if we can't contain the outbreak." No one spoke. He nodded to General Burrows. "I missed it. Give me the numbers." Burrows punched some keys that overlaid a red circle around the troubled area. "The only thing working in our favor right now is that the infected are unable to drive vehicles, and most of them are slow, moving at a fast walk or slower. So, by estimating the potential distance traveled by foot since the quarantine break, we have extended the Q zone to cover this area." He hit keys, and the line jumped outward so that it covered an area with a 64-mile diameter, with Stebbins in the exact center. "Even if an infected person was traveling on foot at a rate of 4 miles an hour, which is virtually impossible because of terrain, weather, and the nature of the infection, we estimate that the maximum distance from Stebbins would be 32 miles. Therefore, we need to designate everything inside this extended area to be our new hot zone." The president nodded very slowly. "How many people live inside that zone?" "It's mostly farm country." "How many?" It was Blair who had those numbers. It hurt him to say it, though. 170,000 people. The president closed his eyes. "However, if it continues to spread at this rate, we'll have to expand the zone again," said Blair. "By tomorrow morning, Pittsburgh will be inside the hot zone." The president turned. "Ladies and gentlemen, I will take any and all suggestions for how to contain this. As of right now, no option is off the table." Chapter 84. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. 2 of the red laser dots vanished, and a few seconds later, 2 men came walking slowly and carefully out of the rain. They wore the same dark hazmat suits as the other soldiers and carried similar gear. The taller of the newcomers had an M4 in his gloved hands. The other had a sniper rifle. Des recognized it. A .408 Cheyenne tactical sniper rifle that fired .338 Lapua Magnum supersonic rounds. A rifle bullet like that would result in a kill shot no matter where it struck a person. The laser dot on Billy Trout remained where it was, and Dez's heart hammered in her chest. The man with the sniper rifle walked past Uriah Piper and the other farmers, showing a total lack of concern that they all held weapons. He walked right up to Dez, slung his rifle barrel down, raised his goggles onto his forehead, and pulled down his hood to reveal a middle-aged Japanese face. A small mouth, crooked nose, and quiet eyes. Lots of old scars. "Officer Fox?" he asked, his voice mild and surprisingly deep for a man of his size. Thunder boomed like a dramatic counterpoint, and lightning glowed along the edges of his face. Imura raised an eyebrow. "Wow, nice timing. But I promised that I didn't plan the theatrics." Des almost smiled. Didn't. The soldier offered his hand. "Captain Sam Imura." Des did not shake hands. "Get that laser sight off of Billy." "Sure," said Imura, withdrawing his hand. He tapped the electronic bud seated inside his right ear. "Moonshiner, stand down." The red dot vanished. Trout sagged and almost collapsed, but Piper caught him under the armpit and steadied him. Sam Imura looked amused. A 5th soldier, big and broad-shouldered, stepped down from his hiding place in one of the buses. Des stepped very close to Sam. They were the same height, and she gave him the full weight of her anger and disapproval in a blue-eyed glare. "Okay, so now that we're done measuring dicks," she growled, "how about you tell me what the fuck is going on?" "I will," said Sam, "but first I need to know if the flash drives are still safe." "That's why you're here?" "Mostly," said Sam. He glanced at Trout. "Do you have them?" "Don't trust him, Billy," said Cletus, one of the farmers. A few others grunted agreement, except for Piper, who stood as silent as a statue. "Why didn't you shoot first and just take the drives?" Trout asked sourly. "3 reasons," said Sam. "First, we're not actually barbarians. I know, big surprise, right? It goes against the cliché, but what can I tell you? Second, if we started a gunfight, do you really think either side would win? We'd kill a bunch of you, and you might kill some of my people. That's pretty crappy math." Trout pointed to the big auditorium windows halfway along the side of the school. That entire section of the school's facade was peppered with thousands of bullet holes, and the windows were totally gone. "You guys seemed happy with that equation a few hours ago." "That wasn't us," said Sam. "That was Colonel Dietrich of the Pennsylvania National Guard, who, as I believe you've been told, has been relieved of his command. He was replaced by Major General Zetter, who did not fire on you. He could have, you know. Your live from the apocalypse broadcasts are being jammed, so no one would have known if Zetter razed this school to the ground. The fact that he didn't should say something to you." Trout and Des exchanged an uncertain look. "What was the third reason, Captain?" asked Des. "Because if Mr. Trout here is dead and the flash drives are not in his pocket, then I could burn off a lot of time trying to find wherever he hid them." He shrugged. "It's pretty simple, really. The best approach is a straightforward one. So I decided to come and ask." "Except that you walked into an ambush," said one of the farmers. "How smart was that?" "They ambushed us, dumbass," said Des. "Now shut up, Cletus. There are grown folks talking." Even in the cold rain, the man's face flushed red. Sam said, "Mind telling me why you tried to ambush my soldiers? It was my understanding that General Zetter negotiated a truce with you." "Fuck Zetter and fuck you." "There's that," conceded Sam. "We thought he left two assholes behind to keep us penned in. Turns out we don't think it's safe in Stebbins County. Might come as a shock to you." Sam said nothing. "So we were going to tie up Zetter's sentries, take their weapons, and then clear out as many buses as it'll take to get these kids and the rest of the adults the fuck out of this particular ring of hell." "And go where?" "Anywhere but here." "That was the general plan," agreed Trout, "until you showed up. And I have to say, Captain, that you played a very dangerous hand of cards there. We could have just as easily shot your people." "That goes both ways, Mr. Trout, and in any armed conflict I rather like our odds." Des tried to get up in his face. "You can suck my—" Trout pushed her back. "Much as I appreciate you not turning this into the OK Corral, Captain," said Trout, "how about the added courtesy of a few answers? Like, why'd everybody light out of here like their asses were on fire? What was that about?" "Well, you've probably already guessed that this trouble isn't over," said Sam. "The infection, the outbreak, it's not over. And that's why we need your help and cooperation. That's why I need you to give me the flash drives." Trout shifted, wincing at the pain in his body. "How bad is it?" Sam Imura had the kind of face that rarely gave anything away, but Des and Trout could both see dangerous lights flicker in the man's eyes. Beneath the placid veneer of calm, there was real fear there. Deep and intense, barely kept in check. "It's bad," said Sam. "We may not be able to contain it. Mr. Trout, please, those drives may be our only hope of preventing a nationwide catastrophe." Trout sighed deeply and closed his eyes. "What?" asked Sam. "I don't have the drives," said Billy Trout. Sam's face went dead pale. Moonshiner said, "Oh, shit." Chapter 85. Suburbs of Pittsburgh. "Homer," said Goat, after he started the camera again and adjusted the microphone, "why did you attack those people at the 7-Eleven? "I thought you said you understood." "I do," Goat said quickly. "But this will go out to millions of people who don't yet understand. You want them to understand, right? That's why we're doing this." "Sure." "Then tell them." The rain was intensifying again, so Homer turned up the wiper speed. "What do you want me to say, exactly?" "You just walked into a 7-Eleven and killed 5 people. Talk about why you did that." Homer shook his head. "Is that what you think I did?" "Didn't you? You attacked everyone, bit them." "I didn't bite everyone," Homer said. "And I only killed 2 of them, and the red mouth brought them right back. It's funny. In court they went on and on about how many lives they say I took. Maybe that used to be true, but that's before I understood the real power of the red mouth. I wasn't trying to take anything from anyone. I was always trying to give them something. That's why I wanted my lawyer to put me on the stand so I could tell everyone that, so I could explain it.
But he wouldn't do it. He said that people wouldn't understand and it would go against me in court. Against me? They fucking executed me! How much more against me could it have gone? I think that if he had let me have my say, if he let me explain what the black guy saw and let me speak with the voice of the red mouth, then they wouldn't have sentenced me to any friggin' lethal injection.
No, thought Goat. They'd have put you in a tiny padded cell and spent the next 40 years experimenting on your brain to see what makes it tick. He did not say this to Homer. The killer kept talking, working it out for the camera.
That's all different now. Thanks to Dr. Volker and the gift he gave me, now I can share that gift with other people. No one's ever going to die. Not really. Not like it used to be. We're all going to live forever.
Goat kept the camera on the killer's profile, capturing the way he nodded in agreement with his own words and thoughts.
In the Bible, Jesus talked about how the meek were going to inherit the earth. I forget where he said it, but it was important. And I think this is what he was talking about. The way people are when they wake up after I open the red mouths in their flesh. They don't act the way they used to. They don't talk. They don't say stupid shit. I'll bet they don't even know if they're Republican or Democrats. They're just people. All the bullshit is gone.
They're zombies, suggested Goat.
Sure, if you want to use that word. But I don't know. Zombies. I always think of black guys with bug eyes in those old movies. Down in Jamaica someplace.
Haiti.
Haiti? Okay, Haiti. Wherever. Those are zombies. Is that what they are?
Dr. Volker said that he studied zombies in Haiti. The witch doctors there use a chemical compound to...
None of that matters. It's what, voodoo? The red mouth isn't voodoo and it's not magic.
Then what is it?
If I tell you, you'll laugh.
Oh, believe me, said Goat. I won't laugh.
It's God stuff. I read a word once in a book, celestial. You know what that means?
Yes.
That's what this is. I know that because it's what Jesus spoke about. It's the meek inheriting the earth. And he knew. Those Romans opened red mouths in his flesh, and he spoke the real truth, and he came back from the dead, too.
Homer shook his head.
Maybe Jesus was the first zombie. That makes sense to me.
Goat almost asked him if he was serious or if this was some kind of twisted joke. He didn't, and therefore Homer did not have a reason to kill him. Chapter 86. What the Fink Thinks. WTLK Live Talk Radio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have Solomon from Philadelphia, said Gavin. Great to talk with you, Gavin. Love the show. Just love it. Always great to hear. So talk to me, Solomon. What do you think's going down in Stebbins? It's UFOs. This is exactly what happened at Roswell. How so, Solomon? First, they make an official statement, and then they recant it right away. Well, sure, but the first statement was about an outbreak of a new kind of virus, which they recanted. Viruses are terrestrial. Are they, Gavin? Well, you tell me. It's all part of the conspiracy. Something crashed in Stebbins, and that's how the virus was released. It was something in the blood of the aliens, something normal to their world, but not to ours. And the government is covering it up? Absolutely. They want to use that virus as a bioweapon. That's where these governments have always gotten their bioweapons. You think HIV came from people having sex with monkeys? Well, no, I don't, but there you go. HIV, bird flu, swine flu, Ebola. The reason they're so dangerous is because we have no natural immunity to that stuff. And why? Because it's not from here. How does that account for things like the Black Plague and the Spanish flu of the early 20th century? Solomon laughed. Come on, Gav. You of all people have to know that they've been visiting us since before they built the pyramids. Ah, and this whole cover-up?
That fake news story by Billy Trout, the rumors of soldiers shooting people in Stebbins? That's just the military covering up the fact that they have a crashed UFO. It's textbook, Gavin. This is Roswell all over again.
Chapter 87. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. "Mr. President," cried Sylvia Ruddy, "I think we have something." Everyone in the Situation Room whipped around toward her and all conversation died.
"Tell me,"
said the President in a way that was an order flavored with a plea. "Dr. Price at Zabriskie Point received the Lucifer 113 samples. I have him on video conference." She spoke into the phone. "Dr. Price, I'm putting you on with the President." A moment later, Dr. Price's thin, ascetic face filled the big view screen. His eyes were red-rimmed with fatigue, but bright with excitement.
"Tell me something I want to hear," said the President. "Do you have something for us?"
We believe so. My whole team has been tearing apart the 113 variation, and we've learned that Dr. Volker used new mutations of Toxoplasma gondii, which had always been a key component of Lucifer. Those mutations were part of his process of the neurological control functions of the bioweapon. While the genetically re-engineered green jewel wasp larvae drive the aggression of the infected, the Toxoplasma control the brain. That's part of the process of shutting down higher function while keeping active those nerves and processes responsible for walking, grabbing, biting, swallowing, and so on.
"Cut to it, Dr. Price," the President said tersely.
"Well, this is context, Mr. President. It explains what I think might work. Using the older form of Lucifer, we were experimenting with parasites that would essentially attack the modified parasites. We had a great deal of success with Neospora caninum, which is a parasite similar in form to Toxoplasma gondii, but one found predominantly in dogs. Under standard microscopic examination, the N. caninum sporozoite, which is the body of the parasite, closely resembles the T. gondii sporozoite, and both diseases share many of the same symptoms. However, and this is where we may have hit on it, the N. caninum infection has a much more severe impact on the neurological and muscular system of test subjects."
"How so?"
asked Blair, and once more that dangerous spark of hope flared in his chest. "The N. caninum variations we've been developing as a possible response to Lucifer create a certain set of symptoms, all of them in extreme degrees, that include stiffness of the pelvis and legs, paralysis distinguished by gradual muscle atrophy in which the muscles essentially seize up and can't move. A secondary set of symptoms include severe seizures, tremors, behavioral changes, weakness of the cervical muscles near to the neck, dysphagia, difficulty swallowing, and eventual paralysis of the muscles involved in respiration."
"Which means what, damn it?" snapped the President.
"It means, Mr. President, that we might be able to introduce a hostile parasite to the infected that will make them blind and paralyzed. Quite literally, it will stop them in their tracks." "Good God," gasped Ruddy. "You're talking about people." Dr. Price looked at her with heavily lidded eyes. "No, ma'am," he said slowly. "Once a person has been infected by Lucifer, by any version of Lucifer, they are no longer people. They are dead meat driven by a parasite."
"How is this a cure?" demanded General Burroughs.
"No, you don't understand," Price said. "There is no cure. Maybe there will be one day, I don't know. That would take years of research. You asked me how to stop the infected. That's what this is, a weapon that can stop them." Blair watched the President's face, saw how this news hurt him. He didn't like the man, but right now he felt deeply sorry for him, and to a lesser degree for Price.
"What form would this weapon come in, Doctor?" asked Burroughs. "If it's some kind of parasite—"
"Actually," said Price, "the Chinese developed a Toxoplasma delivery system in the 90s. We've codenamed it Reaper. Lurid, I know, but it was designed to attack and destroy, so we acquired it from them, and,
"What's the potential effect of this Reaper on uninfected persons?" asked Blair.
Price paused on that. "We don't know. We've never tested this on people."
"How do we use it?"
interrupted the President. "Airbursts. The modified N. caninum are held in stasis inside a dry medium that can be packed into rockets calibrated for low-level detonation over infected areas. How big is your quarantine zone?"
"The zone is a circle, 64 miles across," said Blair.
Price considered, quickly doing the math in his head. That's what, 12,861 square miles?
And it could expand, said Burroughs. How much of this canine stuff do we need?
N-caninum, corrected Price. Or just Reaper. That's what we've been calling it too. Easier to say. Hold on, let me make that calculation. They watched him as he tapped for several excruciating moments on a laptop. Blair saw a frown carve itself deeply into Price's face. The required parasitic load would depend on population, terrain, and weather conditions. However, if we work with the prevailing winds, we could put enough of the parasite-rich medium in a standard airburst bomb or rocket to cover several square miles, less in a high airburst and low winds, more in the current conditions. Call it 50 tons of the medium? That was ugly news.
How fast can we get the Reaper material to Pennsylvania?
Asked the president. Price blinked like a bug. Mr. President, we don't have that much of the Reaper stockpiled.
How much do you have?
Between here and one other lab, maybe 8-9 kilos?
Shit,
hissed Blair.
Can you make more of it?
Asked the president. We can make a mountain of it, sir. Making it isn't difficult, but it will take time to set up a production process for it. And then there's manufacture time, bonding with the dry medium, payload assembly. Mr. President, at the very earliest, we could have the first batches ready for you in 6 days. 6 days. Those 2 words hung burning the air.
Scott,
asked the president in a leaden voice,
do we have that kind of time?
Without containment, sir? Blair shook his head.
In 6 days, we'll have lost most of the East Coast and the entire South. In 6 days, Mr. President, 50 million people will be infected.
Dr. Price had nothing to say. There was no possible response to a statement like that. Chapter 88. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. They went inside out of the rain. Sam Imura and his team, their weapons and gear returned to them, the cuffs removed, along with Des, Trout, Uriah Piper, Mrs. Madison, and a small handful of the more sober and steady adults. Des picked one of the smaller classrooms in order to limit the size of the crowd, and she closed the door. Several of the adults in the school clearly wanted to object, but none of them got farther than beginning to say something to her and then clearly thought better of it.
"Where are the drives?"
asked Sam as soon as the door was closed. Trout started to answer, but Des cut him off. "No, you first. You tell us what's happening."
"We don't have time for that, Officer Fox," said Sam urgently.
"We fucking make time for it." Sam turned appealing eyes to Trout, but he shook his head.
"You heard the lady," said Trout. "And if the clock is ticking, better cut right to it."
Sam glanced at his people, then gave a short sigh.
"Okay, in the spirit of us actually getting somewhere, I'm going to shoot straight with you."
"Figuratively speaking," murmured Trout.
"Figuratively speaking. Let me preface it by saying that my boss is Scott Blair, the National Security Advisor. He was the one who advised the president to drop a fuel air bomb on Stebbins County."
"Shit," said Des. "What an asshole." Sam shook his head.
"No, he's not. Put yourself in his place. He didn't invent Lucifer, and he wasn't part of any group that kept that plague after it should have been completely eradicated. Blair's only concern is just what his job title says. He advises the president on matters of national security. This plague threatens the entire nation. There was a window, a very small one, last night, when it might have been contained. That window closed when Mr. Trout here broadcast his appeal to the world to save the kids here in the school."
"You're saying this is my fault?" demanded Trout.
"No, sir. I'm not in the business of assigning blame. Neither, I might add, is Scott Blair. I'm a response to a threat. Blair is probably the clearest thinking person in Washington. When Volker first defected and gave Lucifer to our government, a set of response protocols were written that appropriately addressed the level of threat. If you spoke with Dr. Volker, Mr. Trout, then you understand how incredibly dangerous this plague is. Look at what happened to your town because of a single person being infected. Homer Gibbon.
The spread was immediate and exponential. However, it reached that moment when the window could have been closed on the spread. "By killing children?" demanded Mrs. Madison. Sam gave her a flat stare. "No. By killing everyone in this town. Every single living person. And ideally every animal, bird, and cockroach. Anything that could possibly carry the disease beyond these borders." "That's insane." "No," said Sam. Creating a doomsday weapon was insane. Using that weapon in an attempt to punish a death row prisoner was insane. That's where the guilt and blame are, ma'am. If Dr. Volker's handler, the CIA operative assigned to oversee his actions, had done his job, then we would not be having this conversation. If Dr. Volker had been properly assessed, he would have been put into a psychiatric facility and kept far away from any materials with which he could do harm. But, as I said, that was yesterday's news. The truth is that the disease was injected into Homer Gibbon, and now it's loose." Mrs. Madison and several of the others were shaking their heads. "Tell me," said Sam with dwindling patience, "if you were in charge of the military response to this outbreak, tell me how you would have handled it differently. What could anyone have done once this thing was known to be out? Not killed children, which is what Mr. Trout told the world we were doing, and the president pulled back. The bombs never fell, and the kids in this school are alive. Okay, that's a wonderful thing. No one wants to kill kids, not even the most extreme hawks. I've got a younger brother and a baby stepbrother. It would crush me if anything happened to them. If they were in Stebbins County, I know I would feel exactly the same way you do. It's impossible for a sane and moral person to feel anything other than outrage, shock, and horror." "If your brothers were in Stebbins, and it was on you to order the bombs," asked Trout, "what would you do?" "The soldier in me would order the drop," said Sam. "But me, Sammy Mora, I'd never want those bombs dropped. I'd hesitate and hope for another solution. That's what anyone would do. And that is what they call fatal hesitation. Emphasis on fatal. That human connection skews the logic, and in these situations, the logic cannot be skewed. That's why we have so many procedures in the military, and everything from basic training to missile launch sequences that are designed to separate the human element from the necessary action." "But the children," said Mrs. Madison, leaning on it, forcing awareness of the implications. Sam looked around at the faces. "This is the problem. You don't understand the implications of what you've done, of what you still think is the right thing. You want to save these children, and that's beautiful. That's so wonderfully human. But if we can't get ahead of Lucifer, then these children are going to die anyway. If not today, then when your food runs out. You'll have to leave the building, and all you'll find out there will be more dead. Dead adults and dead children. That's the only other way this works out. If we can't stop Lucifer, then everyone will die. Everyone. Everyone's children. Here in Pennsylvania and everywhere else. Listen to me. Hear that word. Everywhere. There is no way this disease can stop on its own. It will continue to spread exponentially. The most conservative estimates of a global pandemic of this disease is total human annihilation in 10 weeks, with the deaths of all 300 million Americans occurring during the first 5 to 10 days. He looked at Billy Trout. "Tell me, how many children are you willing to kill?" Chapter 89. The Northern Levees, Stebbins County. Burl and Vic lumbered toward Jake, and with every step the world tilted further and further off its axis. Nothing here made sense, not in any way. 3 teenaged girls walking in a storm like they couldn't even feel the weather, one of them naked. Then those same girls attacking Burl and the other guys, biting them, eating them. Jake's friends, big men, screaming and falling, dying, and getting the fuck back up. It was all so wrong that for a broken handful of seconds, Jake forgot about everything else. He lay there in the mud and didn't think about the pain in his leg, the ache in his chest from coughing up mud, or the need to flee. He lay on his stomach, hands pushed into the mud to raise his chest and head, and watched things come forward that used to be his friends.
No.
He heard the word, but for a moment he could not tell who had spoken it. Jake never felt his lips move to form the word, didn't feel the push of air as it escaped his throat. No. The word hung in the air, telling him everything he needed to understand about the moment and about the future. It answered every question he had. No. The rain fell in great slanting lines, popping on every surface.
No,
Jake said, trying to explain it to the day, trying to be reasonable about all this.
No.
Burl and Vic opened their mouths. They had nothing to say, though. Instead, they shared with Jake the only thing they understood, the only thing that mattered now to each of them. They uttered a deep, resonating, aching moan of appalling hunger. It did not matter that the hunger was new. The sound of their moans made it clear even to Jake's tortured mind that this hunger ran as deep as all the need in the world, a strange and alien hunger that could never be satisfied. Behind the two men, the girls raised their heads. Then, to his deepening horror, Jake saw that Richie and Tommy, what was left of Richie and Tommy, were climbing to their feet. All those pale faces turned toward the sound of that dreadful moan and joined it. With broken jaws and shattered teeth, with torn throats and dead mouths, every one of them, all of them, raised their voices in a shared expression of that endless hunger. Jake DeGroot clapped his hands to his ears to stop the noise, but he could hear it all the way down to the pit of his soul. He screamed. At the sound of his scream, Burl began moving faster. The sticky suction of the mud tried to slow him, but Burl's face became a mask of bestial hunger, and he tore his feet free step by step and reached with hooked fingers toward Jake. That's when something in Jake's mind snapped. The tethers anchoring him to the civilized man he was parted, and that part of him floated away, like a mask being removed to reveal his true face. It was an older, simpler, far less evolved face, and the eyes of the ultra-primitive saw the oncoming threat, and the synapses of the ancient lizard brain triggered unthinking and immediate reaction. Jake screamed again, but this time it came out more as a growl, as a snarl of denial and fear and determination. He pushed himself backward, his legs kicking at the mud for purchase, finding it, taking his weight, propelling him into a crouch on fingers and toes. He skittered backward like a dog, hissing at the pain instead of with it. Then he slewed around and launched himself away, rising into a sloppy run, falling, getting up again, running, and all the time screaming. Burl and Vic and the others followed like a pack of rabid dogs. Jake angled toward his front-end loader, putting it between himself and the pack. The keys were inside the cab. If he could only get to them. But Burl and Vic split, each one heading toward one end of the machine as if this was something they had rehearsed. On some level, Jake knew that they were simply taking the shortest route for each of them, but it felt like a coordinated attack. Jake glanced up at the cab and then to each side. He wasn't going to make it. If he got inside, would the reinforced safety glass keep them back? Even if the glass held, the door didn't lock from inside. He began backing away from the machine. The trailer they were using as a temporary office was 40 yards away. Jake spun around, deciding to make for it. If he could get inside, the doors had locks. There were desks he could push in front of the door to block it. The windows were tiny, too small for someone like Burl to climb in through. All of that flashed through his brain as he took the first step toward the trailer. Burl lunged for him, actually jumping like an animal to try and grab him. Then suddenly, Burl's head snapped to one side, and his leap turned into a twisted tumble that sent him splatting down to the mud, where he slid to a twisted stop. His face was gone. Simply gone. Jake stared at Burl, trying to understand this new mystery, this new insanity. Even his lizard brain didn't know how to process this. Then something pinged off the bucket of the front-end loader and went whizzing past his ear with a sound like an angry wasp. There was a second ping, a third. That's when he heard the sounds. Distant, small, hollow. Pock, pock, pock. He whirled and crouched, staring into the rain. Someone was firing. Cold hands suddenly grabbed him from behind, and Jake was falling. He twisted violently around to see Vic right there, tearing at him with torn fingernails, snapping at him with cracked teeth. Vic was tall, over 6 feet, and nearly 200 pounds. Jake towered over him, though, standing 6'8" and packing an extra 100 pounds of muscle and mass on his frame. With power born of fear and desperation, he swung a punch into Vic's face that knocked the man 5 feet back. Teeth and blood flew. Vic hit the side of the bucket, spun, fell to his knees, and then was abruptly flung sideways as a fusillade of bullets tore into him, punching holes in thigh and hip and ribs and skull. Vic dropped and lay utterly still. Jake wanted to stand and stare. He needed to take a moment to reset all of the dials in his head. However, bullets pinged and whanged off the machine, and behind him the other things were still coming. Jake cut them a single quick look and realized they were paying no heed to the bullets that pocked the mud around them, or to the bullets that tore into their own flesh. Jake saw clothes puff up as rounds struck them. He saw chunks of bloody skin go flying into the rain. It was insane. It was like they didn't care, or couldn't feel, or were... His mind teetered on the edge of saying what he thought it was or might be. Instead, he turned and dove for cover as more bullets hammered into the yellow skin of the caterpillar. The bucket was still low to the ground where he had paused it when everything started turning to shit. Beneath the bucket was a trench cut by the scoop, and Jake wriggled into that. Big as he was, the trench was deep enough for him to get below ground level, but it was already half filled with muddy water that was stingingly cold. Dozens of bullets hit the front-end loader and went ricocheting off into the storm. Jake could hear men shouting. Richie came splashing through the puddles, still moaning, still hungry. And then he was falling backward, bits of flesh and bone exploding from his chest, his throat, his face, his skull. Then one of the girls fell with a big hole in her lower back. As soon as she hit the ground, she began to crawl, as if the pain she had to be feeling didn't mean a goddamn thing to her. She saw Jake and began crawling toward his hiding place. She made it halfway there before a bullet struck her in the side of the head and blew brain matter 5 feet across the mud. Jake saw it all from his hole. The shouts were louder now, men calling to each other as they came running across the construction site. Men in white hazmat suits and combat boots, men with rifles and belts hung with grenades. Soldiers. Jake frowned, unable to understand this. Why were the soldiers in hazmat suits like on TV? That was the stuff they wear when there's some kind of toxic spill. Only this was a hurricane, not a spill, or whatever they call a storm this bad this far inland. Supercell, something like that. It wasn't any toxic spill, at least not as far as Jake knew. Unless... He blinked rainwater out of his eyes. Suddenly, a lot of things tumbled together into a single pattern, ugly but glued together by some kind of logic. What if there was a toxic spill? The radio had been crazy all day with weird shit. Something about a riot out at Doc Hartnup's funeral home. Something else happening at the school. Jake only caught bits and pieces of it because you can't really listen to the radio while operating heavy equipment. Too much noise. Now he wondered what he'd missed. And he wondered what kind of trouble he was in. He almost called out to the soldiers. Almost. It was not his lizard brain that made him hold his tongue. No, it was the civilized part of his brain. The part that believed that if things were this bad, if they were sending in soldiers in germ warfare gear and letting them kill people this randomly, then things were already in the shitter. Those soldiers never called out a warning. They never checked to see if Burl and the others needed help. They had simply opened fire.
"Oh, God,"
he breathed. But he did it very, very quietly. As the soldiers hunted down the last girl and Jake's other friends, he sank down into the water until just his eyes and nose were out. He breathed as shallowly as he could, and he closed his eyes. In order to try and stay alive, he did his level best to pretend to be already dead. Chapter 90. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Des looked as if she wanted to either throw up or punch Sammy Morrow's teeth out. Either way, Trout wanted to grab the moment and pull it out of the fire. "Captain Imura," he said firmly, "I hear what you're saying, and as a newsman I appreciate the urgency of your story, but if this thing is already out, then why does it matter if I have a copy of Volker's research? Go find Volker. He has all of it. Hell, he's the science. Go waterboard him. I'm sure he'd be happy to tell you anything you want to know. Coming after me seems kind of a waste of—" Sam's eyes were cold. "Herman Volker is dead. He committed suicide." Trout bowed his head and slumped into a chair. "Christ, why the fuck didn't you say so? You assholes always have to drag everything out. Shit." "We just found out about it," said Sam. "Until now, he's been MIA and you were the only known source of intel. Now do you understand why those drives are so important? They are the only known record of Volker's work. We have plenty of research on Lucifer, but no one has a clue about what Volker did when he modified the disease into Lucifer 113. Initial analysis of the infected indicate that the disease is radically different from the old Cold War version. We don't know if we have the time necessary to deconstruct and analyze Volker's version. Mr. Trout, where are the flash drives?" Trout's mouth felt as if it was filled with burned ashes and bile. In a strained whisper, he said, "I gave them to my cameraman." "Who is he and where can we find him?" "Gregory Weinman. Everyone calls him Goat. He's the one who was taking my stand-ups and streaming them to the net." "Where?" "He walked out of town just as the guard were setting up the roadblocks. The last time I spoke with him, before you idiots began jamming all calls, he was at the Starbucks in Bordentown." Sammy Morra staggered. He took 2 or 3 small, aimless steps and almost collapsed against the blackboard on the wall. He put his face in his hands and said, "Jesus, save us all." "What is it?" snapped Des. "What's wrong?" Boxer went over and put his hand on Sam's shoulder. Moonshiner and Shortstop sat down hard on the chairs. Only Gypsy held her ground. "What's wrong?" demanded Des. "Wrong?" mused Gypsy. "What's wrong is that we are all totally and completely fucked. That's where the outbreak is," said Gypsy. "The Air Force dropped fuel air bombs on the whole area. Bordentown is nothing but a cloud of hot ash." Chapter 91. Suburbs of Pittsburgh.
"How we doing, boy?"
asked Homer Gibbon. Goat hoisted a fake smile onto his face. "We're getting some really great stuff here. I can't wait to get this onto the net." Homer pursed his lips. In the dark, Goat couldn't see the blood smeared all over the man. What little there was made it look as if the man was painted in tar. But he stank. At first the car had been filled with the sheared copper smell of fresh blood, but now it was turning sour as the cells thickened and died. It was like being inside a meat locker with the power off. It took great willpower and a fear of reprisal to keep from vomiting.
"You think they'll watch it?"
asked Homer, sounding a little insecure about it. A sharp laugh escaped Goat before he could stop it.
"You think that's funny, boy?"
asked Homer in a tone that was abruptly menacing. "No," Goat said quickly. "Far from it. I'm pretty sure everyone in the world is going to watch these videos. I don't think anyone is going to watch anything else." Homer looked at him for a long time.
"You really think so?"
"Yeah," said Goat with complete honesty. "I absolutely think so." Chapter 92. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. "That is not a happy-looking man," said Billy Trout. He and Des stood together watching Captain Sammy Mora as he stood on the far end of the room having a mostly one-sided phone conversation. The news that Goat had the drives and that the Starbucks, where he was waiting for Trout's call, had been destroyed had hit everyone very hard. Imora stepped aside to call it into his boss, the National Security Advisor. Imora had looked pretty defeated at the start of that call, but as the seconds peeled off and fell away, the man's shoulders slumped. Then Imora straightened and cut a sharp, appraising look at Trout. "Uh-oh," said Des. "Yeah," agreed Trout. Imora came hurrying over, still holding the phone in the way people do when the line is still open. "Mr. Trout, do you still have the satellite phone Wyman gave you?" Trout nodded and produced it. "Is it charged?" "Half charged, but yeah." "He has it," Imora said into the phone, listened, and added, "Good. We'll try again in 5 minutes." He disconnected the call and considered Trout. "Listen, I guess it'll come as no surprise to you that they've been jamming all communications from Stebbins County." "Huh, you don't say," murmured Trout dryly. "I just asked my boss to have all jamming stopped. Satellite interference, cell lines, the works." "Good," said Des. "And then maybe we can go around and close all the barn doors, because I'm pretty sure the horses have all run off." Imora gave her a few millimeters of a tight smile. "If there's even the slightest chance that Wyman left the vicinity of the Bordentown Starbucks, then maybe we can reestablish contact." "His name's Goat," said Trout, "and he didn't have a car. He walked across a field to get to the Starbucks, or maybe hitchhiked. And there's at least a small chance he hitchhiked again. If he's as tech-savvy as you said, then maybe he realized that service was being jammed and he moved on to someplace outside of the interference zone." "Which he wouldn't have had to do if you ass clowns didn't jam him in the first place," snapped Des. "If he and Billy had been able to stay in touch, you'd already have Volker's notes." Imora turned to her. "Really, Officer Fox, you want a Monday morning quarterback this now? Is that the best use of our time?" "I'm just saying." "Fine. We fucked up. It's hereby noted." Des looked mildly embarrassed, an attitude that Trout found amusing. As he enjoyed having his scrotum remain attached, he declined to say so. Imora looked at his watch. "The jamming should be down in a couple of minutes. Let's keep our fingers crossed." Trout glanced from him to the other members of his team. "Who exactly are you guys? You said private contractors? That's the PC phrase for mercenaries, isn't it? In a manner of speaking. We're former U.S. military who do special jobs." "Like what?" "Like classified stuff that I'm not going to talk about to a reporter." Des sniffed. "I met some of your kind in Stan." Imora smiled. "The contractors in Afghanistan and Iraq were mostly Blackwater, who are, even by the somewhat loose standards of the mercenary community, total dickheads. Not as bad as Blue Diamond, but swimming at the edges of the same cesspool. Personally, I wouldn't piss on any of them if they were on fire." "Don't sugarcoat it, Captain," said Trout. "There are all kinds of contractors, just like there are all kinds of reporters and all kinds of cops." "And what kind are you?" asked Des sharply. "The kind I can live with," he said. He cocked his head to one side. "You know, Mr. Trout, I was given a pretty free hand for how I wanted to handle this. We could have done a hard infill of the school and taken you." "You could have tried," growled Des. But Imura shook his head. I mean no disrespect when I say this, officer, but if we wanted to play it that way, we would have succeeded. I've met plenty of spec ops jocks, and you've never met operators like us. I'm not saying this to blow my own horn, but to give you a perspective check. You have every right to think of anyone in a military uniform as your enemy. I don't blame you. However, if we were your enemies, you would be dead, Officer Fox, and Mr. Trout would be having an even worse day than he's already had. It was my choice on how to play this, and I set you up to take a run at us outside so we could take you. From all accounts, you are a formidable law officer, but we play a different kind of ball. Let's be clear on that. Okay, said Trout, before Des could get into gear with the kind of verbal counterattack that would probably end in fisticuffs. You could have done it the Rambo way, and instead you didn't. Why waste time making that point? Because, said Imura, if we can accept that killing you isn't high on my list of priorities, then maybe we can all put our dicks away and start working together. Trout smiled thinly. It's a lovely speech, Captain, but if knowing Des has taught me anything, it's that trust is earned. Not killing you doesn't earn trust. It's a good start, said Trout. Let's see where it takes us. He lifted the satellite phone and punched Goat's number. The number rang. And rang. And kept on ringing until Trout felt his heart begin to sink. Then someone answered it. "Billy!" cried Goat. "Oh, my God, Billy!" There was a snarl of a harsh voice, the sound of an open palm on flesh, a cry of pain, and then a different voice growled, "Who the fuck's this?" It took Trout a couple of stumbling moments to match this new voice to a recent memory and then to fit those awkward pieces into a puzzle shape that made only fractured sense. He felt his heart lurch in his chest. He said, "Homer?" Chapter 93. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. Scott Blair closed his cell and wanted to scream. Instead, he made another call and got the director of the National Security Agency on the line. He explained about Goat Weinman having the flash drives. "What do you want me to do?" asked the director. "Hack his phone and email. He's a reporter and he's on the run. There's every chance that he sent the data to himself as a way of keeping it safe. Find out." The director didn't ask whether Blair had a warrant. That time had already passed. Chapter 94. Suburbs of Pittsburgh.
"Why, as I live and breathe, this Mr. Live from the Apocalypse his own self," said Homer. "Billy Trout, how do you do?"
Homer grinned into the phone as he spoke. Beside him, Goat cowered back, one hand pressed to the welt on his cheek where the killer had belted him when Goat answered the call. "Homer?" repeated Billy Trout. "Is this really Homer Gibbon?"
"In the flesh. Can't tell you how much I enjoyed your little speeches on the radio a couple of hours ago. Really exciting stuff."
How?
You gonna finish that sentence?"
How are you with Goat? Is he okay? Did you hurt him? Christ, you better not have touched him, you sick fuck."
"Hey, mind your manners," warned Homer, "or I will do some particular damage to your friend."
"No, don't."
"I ain't done shit to him so far, but that could change right quick. So make sure you keep a civil tongue in your head."
Yes, okay, I'm sorry. I'm just concerned for my friend. May I speak with him, please?" Homer pulled onto the shoulder, put his hand over the mouthpiece, and turned to Goat.
"This thing have a speaker?"
"Yes," said Goat, and when Homer held out the device, he flicked the switch. Homer leaned close and very quietly said,
"You don't speak unless I give the nod."
"Yes, no problem."
"And if you say the wrong thing, you know what I'll do to make you sorry about it."
"Yes."
"Good."
Homer held the sat phone up between them.
"We got this on speakers so Mr. Goat can hear you too."
"Thank you," said Trout. "Goat, you okay there, buddy?" Goat looked for approval and got a nod. "I'm okay, Billy. He hasn't hurt me. Thank God. Can you tell me where you are?" Homer shook his head. "No," said Goat. "I can't do that. Can you tell me what you're doing?" Homer thought about it, then nodded. "Mr. Gibbon wants me to tell his side of the story, the whole story, about the black eye and the red mouth. You remember those from the trial, Billy?" "Sure. That was only part of the story. A small part." Goat saw Homer give him a small nod of approval and decided to take that script and run with it. "There's so much more to the story, Billy. I know you'd really appreciate it. It's the greatest story anyone's ever told. It's so deep, so big." Homer looked pleased, but Goat was afraid of overdoing it, so he closed with that. "I see," said Trout. "Sounds like something I definitely want to hear." "Oh, you really do." An idea occurred to Goat, and he hoped Trout would be sharp enough to catch the ball and run with it. "It's like you always told me, Billy. There are layers and layers to Homer Gibbon. No one really knows him. The stuff at the trial was all bullshit. No one ever asked him the right questions. No one ever really wanted to know what he saw and why he does what he does. It's like people didn't think the red mouth or the black eye were real. You always said there was more to the story. You always said that it was a crime that no one ever let Mr. Gibbon speak to the jury, speak from his heart, and tell the whole truth. You were right, Billy. Absolutely right." There was only a half beat before Trout said, "Nice to know you were paying attention, Goat, and I'm jealous that you're there to get that story. Will we ever get to hear it?" Goat waited for Homer to give another nod. "That's what we have planned. I have some incredible stuff already, really amazing stuff. As soon as we get somewhere with Wi-Fi, I'm going to upload it and blow everyone's minds." "That's great. I'm so jealous, man. You're going to do more than blow minds, Goat. You're going to open minds." "I know." "Goat, make sure you preserve everything. That information is too valuable to lose. You should back it up." "I have it saved to my hard drive." "No, back it up on those flash drives," said Trout, very clearly and precisely. "That's how the best reporters preserve the most important information." Goat almost asked him what the hell he was talking about when he realized that Billy was spinning the game on him, telling him something. And he got it. The flash drives. Important information. "You're absolutely right, Billy. I'll make sure I protect that information." "Good," said Trout, and the relief was there to be heard in his voice. "Mr. Gibbon."
"Call me Homer,"
said the killer. "Thank you. That's an honor, sir. Please call me Billy. I want to thank you for what you're doing for Goat. This is the kind of story he's always wanted. Something big, something that will do a lot of good."
"That's what this is, sure enough."
"Is there any way I can be of assistance?"
Homer snorted. "Aren't you stuck in that little school with a bunch of kids?"
"I might be able to get out of here. I'd be happy to help Goat with this story. With his camera work and me doing the interviews, we can—"
"No thanks," said Homer. "We got this covered. You have a good day now."
He ended the call and pulled back onto the road, heading northwest. Goat's heart was hammering with painful insistence, and he stared longingly at the satellite phone. His mind, however, was replaying Billy's words. Preserve the most important information. He cleared his throat and made his voice sound normal. "Billy's right," he said. "I need to back everything up on flash drives."
"What are they?"
asked Homer. Goat explained, then added, "I always carry some extras. It's a reporter thing." He dug into his pocket and showed Volker's drives to Homer.
"All the videos you've been taking fit onto those little things?"
"Absolutely. And then we need to get it out to the world."
"Wi-Fi, right?"
"Wi-Fi," agreed Goat.
"Okie dokie,"
said the killer. He stepped on the gas, and the Escalade plowed through the storm winds, heading toward Pittsburgh, heading toward hope. Chapter 95. Mobile Command Post, Fayette County. Major General Zetter and his top aides met in the mobile command post parked 3 miles from the blast zone. The big vehicle rocked as winds buffeted it. Electronic workstations provided real-time intel from satellites and field observation posts, and one wall of the MCP was covered in a high-res satellite map of Stebbins and Fayette counties. "Sir," said one of his captains, "we're clocking sustained winds of 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 70. Western Fayette has winds above 50. We can't keep the birds in the air." This had been a problem since the start of this campaign. Helicopters do not like high winds, and with storm gusts, high tension wires, unlighted structures such as grain silos, cellular towers, and trees swaying in the wind, the helos had had a difficult night. 5 were down with damage, 2 were wrecked, with the loss of 1 complete crew and 2 other guardsmen in the hospital. Zetter coughed and fished in his pocket for a handkerchief, found one and covered his mouth as the coughs continued. It was the ash from the firebombs. He needed some clean air and maybe a gallon of mouthwash. "Sir?" his aide prompted gently. "Should I recall the birds?" On the big satellite map, there were hundreds of small red dots, people fleeing from the attack on Route 653 and the resulting bombs.
"Keep them flying,"
he said. Another fit of coughing racked him, shorter but intense. "Sir, did you say—"
"I said keep them flying,"
snapped Zetter, his face bright red from coughing. The aide nodded and turned away to relay the order. As Zetter dabbed at his mouth, aware of the eyes that were on him, he listened to a couple of other officers coughing. They'd all been out there with him. It made him remember the respiratory problems from people who had inhaled the smoke after the collapse of the towers. Some of those people got sick from what they had sucked into their lungs. Some died. He fished for the condition caused by breathing in particulate matter. Pneumonitis? He thought that was it. Zetter wondered if he was going to get sick from the smoke. He already had some mild emphysema from all those years he smoked. He didn't smoke anymore, but it was damage done. No cancer, though, so he'd been lucky there, but his wind was for shit. A long flight of stairs could put him on his ass for 10 minutes. Now this. The dust, the stress, the fear. Another aide, who was hunched over a small desk, speaking into a phone, raised his head and pointed to the western edge of the map. On it, several larger dots were moving in opposition to the outer wave of fleeing people. "General, the additional units have reached the outbreak zone. I have their commanding officer on the line." Zetter hauled himself out of the chair and lumbered over to the desk, snatched the phone and identified himself.
"With whom am I speaking?"
"Sir," said a woman's voice, "this is Colonel Ruiz."
"Give me a sit rep, Colonel."
"We are tracking a large number of individuals heading west through farmlands. Estimate 400 plus. They appear to be civilians."
"Colonel, have you been briefed on Lucifer?"
"I have, sir."
"Are you able to determine if these people are infected?"
"No, sir. Though a large number of them appear to be injured. We are seeing torn clothing, what appear to be flash burns, and—"
"Colonel, can you contain the civilians and examine them for bites? We need to make certain that—"
Before the colonel could answer, Zetter could hear sounds from her end of the line. Military personnel yelling to the oncoming wave of people. Zetter turned and looked at the satellite map and saw the outer edge of the wave of lights, closing very fast on the line of larger dots, military vehicles and their crews. He heard the shouts turn to yells. And then there was the rattle of gunfire. A few sporadic shots at first, then sustained gunfire. And screams. Colonel Ruiz never came back on the line. Chapter 96. Laurel Ridge State Park, Fayette County. Demolitions specialist Mike Crucial liked blowing things up. After getting caught once rigging cherry bombs to the tailpipe of his high school disciplinarian, Mike was given the first of what became a series of lectures. Half the lecture focused on not playing with dangerous items and the dangers to himself and others. Once during that half of the lecture, Mike had made the mistake of saying, "Yeah, blah, blah, blah," out loud. He spent the next month in detention and got his ass hammered flat at home. That was ninth grade. The second half of the lecture took a different direction. It was filled with suggestions for how he could turn his hobby into something useful. The military. Nobody loves blowing things up more than the Army. That was the gist. Not in those words, of course, but that's the message Mike took away with him. Occasionally there was a third part of the lecture, more of a warning, really. The only really likely alternative for someone like him was a different institution, one with bars. After high school, and with no adult criminal record at all and his juvie offenses sealed, he wrote an administrative recommendation from the school vice principal into the National Guard. During screenings and training, it became clear to everyone that Mike Cruciel liked to blow things up. And when it became clear that he wasn't going to be a danger to his fellow Americans, they put him into the right classes and taught him everything he ever wanted to know about explosives, IEDs, mines, grenades, satchel charges, and all of those other wonderful toys. He discovered that his connection to explosives went beyond the simple pleasure of seeing things go bang. He had a real talent for it. And working in the field, being allowed to play with explosives, gradually erased the immature thrill-seeker part of him in favor of a more focused and intellectual aspect. Bombs of various kinds became like puzzles, selecting the right device for each situation, purpose, or goal. He had earned another stripe in Afghanistan, and there was already some talk about him going higher. There was talk about OCS and maybe a career in the Army, rather than a short hitch to keep out of jail. In the world of military ordnance, Mike Cruciel had found himself. He never expected to be planting mines here on American soil. Not outside of a test range, but the orders from General Zetter had been crystal clear. The infected were breaking through the lines. There were several choke points where the landscape and the presence of rivers and streams would funnel anyone on foot to routes of least resistance. He and his partner Cyrus were assigned to mine one of those routes. 2 miles farther down the road, a checkpoint was being reinforced in case any infected got through. Mike smiled at that thought. Get through? Not once he was done. No, sir. The orders were to disable any infected. Killing them, Mike was told, was more difficult in that it required very specific damage to the brain and brain stem. Fair enough. He could rig the paths so that anything dumb or unlucky enough to step onto that path would be crippled in a hot second. That would allow Mike and his partner to finish them off with headshots, or they could be left for the roving patrols that were scheduled to check all of these hot spots. He studied geodetic survey maps and then walked the landscape to make his own determinations about likely routes. The infected were supposed to be as close to brain dead as made no difference. Aggressive, but stupid. That's how one of the guys described them. Mike had to make some important decisions, and he took a little extra time to do it, fighting the clock to get it all right. Mike concentrated on blast mines that would be triggered by someone stepping on them. He set the tension so that anyone over 60 pounds would trigger it. A deer's footstep wasn't heavy enough because its weight was distributed between 4 legs. But a human? When a person stepped on a blast mine, the device's charge detonated, creating a blast shock wave composed of very hot gases traveling at extremely high velocity. When the blast wave breaks the ground surface, it results in a massive compression force that blows a victim's foot off. Infected or not, they were going down. In areas where a larger group might pass, Mike planted the bigger and heavier fragmentation mines. These were crammed with several kilograms of shrapnel. A real party pleaser. And for narrow areas where a single infected might pursue one of the patrolling officers, Mike positioned more than a dozen M86 pursuit deterrent munitions. These PDMs were small U.S. anti-personnel mines generally used by special forces to deter pursuit. In function, they were like small hand grenades, and each had a pin and a fly-off lever. Once the pin is pulled and the lever has been ejected, a timer starts, and after 25 seconds, It launches 7 tripwires with a maximum range of 6 meters. That creates a spiderweb effect. Anyone pursuing the user trips a wire that activates the mine, and a liquid propellant charge launches the mine a couple of meters into the air. The fragmentation warhead detonates, breaking the mine into 600 flesh-rending fragments. Normally, these devices deactivated themselves after a few hours, but Mike disabled the timers. To warn other soldiers, however, he tied plastic tags to tree branches. Yellow for landmines, orange for devices mounted in the trees. The tags had tiny sensors that would alert troops to their presence. Modern warfare, baby. Mike loved it. Elsewhere, in spots where the infected were closing in on fields, Mike heard that planes were going to be dropping cluster bombs, part of the Gator landmine system. The Navy would drop 500-pound CBU-78Bs, and the Air Force would lay down some 1,000-pound CBU-89Bs. Very heavy shit. Mike wished he could be there to see it. Not the drop. He wanted to see what happened when a bunch of infected tried waltzing across a field of those puppies. Kaboom! Once Mike had everything just so, he carefully retreated to where his partner waited. The guy they paired him with was a moon-faced kid from Monroeville named Cyrus, who never said 2 words when no words would do. Mike knew chattier rocks, but that was okay. It was better when Cyrus said nothing, because when he did say something, it was dumb shit like, "Look, a deer." Like it was a thing of wonder. A deer. In the woods. How amazing. This was the ass end of Pennsylvania, deep in farm country, and both Stebbins and Fayette counties overlapped with state forests. Deer were as thick as mosquitoes out here, and just as annoying. Big brown rats, in Mike's view. In the dark, though, and with all this rain, deer were a real problem. You could hear them and not know what was moving in the woods. You could see them and not know what they were because they blended in so well and moved so quietly. And they could just as easily trip a mine as one of the infected. Mike explained this to Cyrus, who didn't so much nod or say he understood as simply look marginally less vacant for a moment. "We need an elevated shooting position," suggested Mike. "That way, if we see any deer coming along the path, we can put them down, keeping the network of devices intact. Okay?" Cyrus made a grunting sound that Mike took as assent. He put Cyrus in the crotch of an elm. For all his apparent vacuity, the kid could climb like a monkey. He was also a good shot, a safe weapons handler. He wasn't rewarding company, but Mike didn't expect to take any friendly fire. With Cyrus in place, Mike drifted down a game trail, stepping around or over tripwires, double-checking that everything was just so. Then he froze. It wasn't exactly that Mike heard or saw anything, but instead had a sense that something moved out there in the storm-filled, shadowy woods. He turned very slowly, surveying the landscape. The boughs of the trees swayed like the arms of drunks fighting for balance. Rain fell between the trees, gathered into fat dollops, and dropped from branches and leaves. Winds howled through the forest at ground level, slapping the bushes and shrubs this way and that. There was so much movement that Mike couldn't tell if there was nothing out there or an entire herd of deer. Command had warned of packs of infected crossing farm fields after the bombs in Bordentown, but so far Mike hadn't seen a single one of them. He heard the chatter on the radio and knew that there were some real problems out there, but it all seemed to be happening elsewhere. Sure as hell not here. So far, the most they'd seen was a red fox, a bunch of squirrels, and not much of anything else. The forest kept moving, but as far as Mike could tell, it was just Superstorm Zelda being a total bitch. He found his own tree and climbed up onto the lowest limb, relieved to have the dense canopy of leaves shield him from the heaviest of the rain. And then he saw something that was neither wind nor squirrel. The leaves trembled on the far side of a slope, and Mike put his rifle to his shoulder and aimed at the center of a wall of rustling shrubs. If it was a deer, he was going to shoot its Bambi ass before it could trip one of the mines. Then the shrubs parted and something stepped through. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't a fleeing civilian. It was a soldier. It was a soldier, in fact, that Mike knew. It was a good friend of his. Teddy? Sergeant Teddy Polk staggered out of the dense line of shrubs and nearly lost his footing at the top of the rise. His white hazmat suit was covered in mud and torn in several places, the hood hanging down behind his back. Polk had no rifle, and he walked uncertainly, weakly, with one hand clamped to his left bicep. Polk's foot came down wrong, and he pitched forward, staggering down the slope toward the pressure mine hidden halfway down. "Teddy, no!" bellowed Mike, as he dropped from the tree and began to run toward his friend. He knew the pattern of his traps. Teddy was walking right toward a blast mine. "Stop!" screamed Mike. "For God's sake, Teddy, freeze! Don't move! Landmines!" Teddy stopped. He looked around, but his face was clouded by pain and confusion. He blinked, and his mouth worked for a moment, trying to form a word. "Mike?" "Yeah, it's me. Shit, man, don't move. There's a mine 5 feet in front of you. Stay right there. Let me come to you." Teddy Polk nodded, but it was a vague movement, and Mike couldn't be sure if his friend really heard him. "Stay right there, okay, buddy? Don't move." Teddy swayed like a drunken man, but he didn't take another step. Mike began creeping through the deadly landscape he had created. He knew where he had planted everything, and the yellow and orange tags were there, the colors glowing with luminescent paint even in the darkness, and pulsing when the lightning flashed. Mike was almost to the safe zone when he heard a sound behind him, and he pivoted, expecting to see that idiot Cyrus. It wasn't. A woman stood directly behind him. Middle-aged, dressed in jeans and a sweater covered in flower appliques and blood. A woman with ragged bite marks on her cheeks and eyebrows. Black blood dribbled from between her lips. "Shit!" cried Mike, as he reached for his sidearm. The woman spit right into his face, into his eyes and mouth, a big, wet gob of black blood. Mike screamed and backpedaled, dropping the gun that was halfway out of its holster. The black muck was as thick as molasses, and it tasted like copper and bile. He gagged, but he could feel it in his mouth, itching, burning. He pawed it out of his eyes as he reeled. He could see, but only a smeared swatch of the world. The woman hissed and reached for him, but Mike backhanded her away. Then Teddy Polk caught him, kept him from falling. Teddy called his name, except that wasn't what Teddy said. It wasn't his name. It was just a meaningless moan. Not his name, not even a word. A moan, like the sound the woman made. Mike screamed. He tore free from Teddy Polk and shoved his friend, or whatever this thing now was, and watched the wounded soldier stumble backward. 2 steps, 3, and Teddy's foot came down on a pressure mine. Mike tried to run. He really tried. He pivoted in the mud, spun the woman behind him, trying to put her between his body and the blast, and Mike bolted for the steep upslope that was free of mines. He got 4 good steps away from Teddy before the blast. The shockwave picked him up and punched him hard into the slope. He felt something hit him in the lower back. He felt it stab him. Stab all the way through him. He half lay, half stood against the sharp canted slope, his chin resting on the knurled curve of an exposed tree root, his arms dangling at his sides. Thunder echoed in his ears, and he could feel warmth running in lines down the insides of his clothes, front and back. It was the only warmth he could feel. Everything else was strangely cold. Off somewhere to the north, he could hear someone call his name. Was it Cyrus? Was it his mother? He couldn't tell. His eardrums were ruptured, and his head hurt so badly he couldn't think. He didn't even remember pushing off from the slope. It happened somehow, and now he stood on the path, looking down at the red things that had been Teddy and the woman with the sweater. They had been right there when the mine exploded, and it had exploded them, torn them from humanity into, what, parts? Pieces? Mike didn't like putting the right word to it. Teddy had no legs at all. He couldn't even see the pieces of them. His back hurt, and his stomach. He touched the front of his hazmat suit and tried to understand what he was touching. His eyes stung from the black blood the woman had spat at him. The itching in his mouth and throat was really bad. But Mike wasn't sure if he cared about that or if he was just aware of it. He ran his fingers over his stomach and over the thing that stood straight out from the white material of the hazmat suit. When he raised his fingers, he saw that they were smeared with red. Yeah, he thought. That's right. He knew on some detached level that he was hurt. Maybe hurt bad. He heard his name again. It floated to him on the wind. Definitely not his mother. Mike took a few small steps away from the red carnage on the ground. The rain jabbed at the skin of his face. It washed more of the black goo from his eyes. After a while, Mike looked down at his stomach, just to see. It took him a long time to understand what he was seeing, to construct an explanation for the long, slender, white thing that seemed to be growing out of him. It was jagged and heavy, like polished ivory. Except that it wasn't ivory. He knew what it was. He knew where it had come from. The woman's legs had been totally blown away, but not all of the parts were lost. Mike tried a word, one he thought made sense of this. Femur, he said. He heard how rational his voice sounded. That was okay. The itching in his mouth was now deeper. Inside his nose, behind his sinuses, down in his stomach, his lungs. Itching, hurting, aching. Mike felt something moving on his lips. Drops of blood. He touched them, looked at them. Red, sure. But threaded through the red were lines of black, and inside the black were twisting little white things. He said the only word that really mattered, the word that made a statement about this whole farce, from the time his unit was rolled out until now. And maybe it was a statement about how this thing would continue to unfold. He said, "Fuck." He heard Cyrus call his name, and hearing the voice provoked two immediate and intense reactions in him. The first was that he wanted Cyrus to find him, to get him the hell out of here, to get him to an aid station because, fuck it, he had a piece of thigh bone shoved all the way through his body. Shit. The other reaction was totally different, totally alien, totally terrifying. When he heard his partner's voice, it made him so goddamn hungry. Hungry. Oh, God, he thought. He could hear Cyrus coming, crashing through the wet brush, circling wide around the area marked by the yellow and orange tags, coming close, coming fast, coming soon. Mike Cruciel tried to yell, to warn his partner, to tell him to get the fuck out of here. But his voice was barely his anymore. It was thick, filled with wrongness, and his warning cry sounded more like the moan of someone in pain. But not physical pain, not thigh bone through the stomach pain. No, it was a different kind of pain. the pain of a terrible, bottomless hunger. Cyrus would be here in a few seconds. He'd come running up to help. And then what? The officers had been pretty damn graphic in the briefings. They pulled no punches when they explained what happened to the infected. People who were like him. Jesus. As Cyrus came running, calling Mike's name, Mike turned and used the last little bit left that was his to own. He made his legs move. It was just a few steps. He heard Cyrus yell, "No!" Then Mike stepped onto one of the mines. He loved explosions. Always had. They made him feel powerful. They always comforted him. "Take me home," he thought, as he raised his foot, releasing the trigger. He rode the blast all the way out of the world. Chapter 97, Route 26, southwestern Pennsylvania. "Put something on it!" screamed the man. "I'm trying!" His wife yelled back. In the back seat, the baby was crying. The woman knelt on her seat and tried to cram a folded baby blanket against the hole in her husband's shoulder. It was not a torrent. There was no artery there. But it pulsed with his heartbeat, and his heart was hammering. His whole right side was slick with red. "I don't have anything to tie it with," she said, trying to hold it in place with one hand as she tried to unbuckle her belt with the other. "How bad is it?" he demanded in a terrified voice. "It's not bad. It's not bad," she said, knowing it was a lie. "Did you see that? That cop just fucking bit me. I know. He must have been..." She let that go because she didn't know what the cop could have been. The radio was saying wild things, and the whole world behind them seemed to be on fire. "We need to find a hospital." "No," he barked. "No way. Keep the pressure on. I'll be okay." "But you're bleeding." "No way I'm stopping anywhere near here. Everyone's nuts around here." She worked the belt off and managed to cinch it around his arm. "Not too tight," he cautioned, feeling a little calmer, a little more in control as the miles fell away behind them. The baby was crying so loud that they both had to shout. "I'm okay," he said. "I'm good. See you to Lucy. I'll be fine." "We need to stop." But he shook his head. "No way. No damn way." The car shot down the road and vanished into the storm. They crossed the state line into West Virginia at nearly 80 miles an hour. Chapter 98, Beyond the Quarantine Zone, the Hearts and Armor Medieval Fair, Normalville, Pennsylvania. Rob Meyer and his friends sat around a small fold-out table in the single-wide trailer used as a green room for the performers on the fairground. None of them were in armor, having shucked the heavy chain and plate mail hours ago, after the pig roast that ended each day of swordplay, bawdy songs, medieval crafts, heavy drinking, and choreographed jousting. Since most of the events were under tents, the show had gone on yesterday, although in abbreviated form. The guys were all in sweats and t-shirts, their hair and beards glistening from rainwater. Rob had gone around the camp, banging on trailer doors, rousing the staff, telling them what was going on. Some of them already knew. Night owls who had been glued to their portable TVs or laptops since last night, watching storm-soaked reporters do stand-ups outside of the Stebbins County line. Others had slept through it, dropping off to exhausted sleep after shucking their weapons and armor. Now everyone was watching. Some there in the green room, others in their own trailers. No one was sleeping anymore. Not on the fairgrounds, and probably not anywhere. "Is this shit real?" asked one of the roustabouts. It was the 6th or 7th time he had asked the same question. "It's real," said Rob. "Yeah, okay, but what is it?" "It's a riot," said one of the grooms. "I don't think so," said Rob. Before the groom could ask him to explain, the CBS affiliate out of Pittsburgh cut in with breaking news. They managed to get one of their news trucks close to a section of Route 653 in Fayette County. The reporter stood in the rain and shouted impossible things. Behind the reporter, something was burning. Police vehicles whipped red and blue lights through the night. "This is a scene of total chaos," said the reporter. "You can see the fires that are still burning. Witnesses claim that military aircraft dropped bombs on the western edge of Bordentown. We can't get any closer than 2 miles, but even from here, the heat is incredible. An unnamed source in Washington says that these measures are being taken to prevent an outbreak of an as-yet unknown disease. This source claims that the disease is highly contagious and causes anyone who becomes infected to act in a violent and irrational way. Local police departments throughout the region, including many in northwestern Maryland, are reporting a shocking increase in violent crimes." Behind the reporter, a man and woman, both bleeding from several wounds, were shoving their children into their car. The children were screaming, and the woman clutched a small, limp child to her breast. The husband slammed the doors and hit the gas so hard the rear tires showered a dozen people with mud. A moment later, there was a heavy crunch, and then the reporter was running, with the cameraman following. On the road, a woman in a waitress uniform lay sprawled in the road as the taillights of the car dwindled in the rain. "Are you seeing this?" cried the reporter. "That car just ran over a woman!" "Is this shit real?" asked the roustabout again. "It's real," said Rob. "This is crazy," said one of the jousters. "That's close. That's like 15 miles from here." "I know," Rob said, and cast a troubled eye toward the door. The groom said, "It doesn't make any sense. What kind of virus makes people do this kind of thing?" "Maybe it's a—" But that was as far as Rob got. There was a series of loud pops, and they all whirled toward the door. What the hell? There was another wave of them, sharper now, closer. "Someone's shooting." But it was more than that. Beneath and between the shots, wrapped inside the fist of the storm, there were screams. Suddenly the whole bunch of them were scrambling up from the table and crowding through the door into the rainy darkness. The shots were louder but sporadic. A handgun, thought Rob, not a rifle, not automatic gunfire. They peered through the rain, trying to orient themselves. "There!" cried the groom, pointing down the long, wide avenue of the jousting field. The colored banners whipped and popped in the gusting wind. The field was turning into a muddy lake. On the far side of the field, the horses neighed and whinnied with anxiety. Rob took a few tentative steps onto the field, and for a few seconds he couldn't see anything. Then there were 3 more shots. 3 muzzle flashes that created a brief strobe effect that revealed struggling, staggering figures. The screams came from there, and Rob's mouth opened in horror as he saw staff members from the fair fighting with dozens of people. Strangers. Someone was firing, but there was only one last hollow crack, and the gun fell silent. The screams increased. Some of the men, the groom, the roustabout, and a few others, immediately began running toward the melee. They all had friends there. But Rob caught the arm of the jouster. "No," he said urgently. "There's too many. Christ, we had to do something." "I know. Come on." Rob dragged him toward the prop shed, which was bolted to the side of the green room trailer. Rob fished the key from his pocket, jammed it into the padlock, threw the lock and chain into the mud, and yanked the doors open. With only a quick, worried glance at the jouster, Rob began pulling items from the shed. He pressed a broadsword into the jouster's hands and then, almost as an afterthought, pulled a Rondash shield from the rack and handed it to him. "The fuck, man?" growled the jouster, holding up the sword. "It's not even sharp." "Yeah, but it's fucking heavy." He grabbed his own long sword, an exquisite replica of the 9th century Viking Seba sword, and another of the round shields. Then he and the jouster turned and began running. Some of the strangers were sprinting or staggering across the field toward them. They howled like animals. Their bodies were pale and wrong, and some of them had terrible wounds on their faces and arms and throats.
Jesus Christ!"
cried the jouster, as two of them closed on him, racing forward with waxy white fingers. The jouster was frozen in shock and indecision, so Rob shouldered him out of the way. He smashed one of the strangers in the face with the shield and struck the other one across the face with the flat of his sword. The blows were heavy, backed by a lot of muscle and mass, powered by fear and a surge of adrenaline. The strangers staggered, slipped in the mud, and fell. And then they got back up again. Rob blinked in confusion. The strangers snarled, revealing teeth that were smeared with blood so dark it was almost black. Then they launched themselves at him. Once more Rob swung the rondash at one of the strangers. The shield was made of leather-covered wood with plates of metal studded with nails. Although the swords were unsharpened, the shields had to be fully functional or the performers would be crippled if they failed to block. Rob drove the metal edge of the rondash into the biting mouth of the closest attacker, and suddenly black blood and pieces of teeth filled the air. The man went down, but he writhed in the mud, trying to get back to his feet. Rob pivoted and brought his sword around in an overhand cut that packed muscle and gravity into the blow. Even without a sharpened edge, the second man's head burst apart, showering Rob and the jouster with brain matter and more of the black blood. They reeled back, spitting out the blood, gagging at the horror of what had just happened. Then they heard feet slopping in the mud, and they turned to see a dozen of the strangers running toward them. Rob and the jouster exchanged a brief look. For years they had played the roles of warriors, swordsmen and knights, Viking raiders, Roman soldiers, even pirates. They'd each fought in thousands of duels, and on their off days they fenced with their peers. They were superb swordsmen, and each of them held weapons with which their hands and reflexes and minds were perfectly attuned. So, despite the absolute madness and unreality of this moment, deep in the hearts of each of them, some ancient voice cried out a challenge. A warrior's call to arms, a bellow that would not have been out of place on the medieval battlefields of feudal Europe. As they yelled, their mouths began to curl into fierce smiles, as if remembering those ancient days of bloodshed and glory. With swords in hand, they rushed forward to meet the charge, hacking and smashing. The crowd of zombies swept over them in seconds. But oh, how glorious those seconds were! Chapter 99. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Des said, "What in the big green fuck was that all about?" "Goat has the drives, and I just told him that he needs to upload the contents and get them out." "I didn't hear that," said Des. "I did," said Sammy Mora. "And it was mighty damn clever. You think your friend understood what you were saying?" "Positive." "Good." He took the phone from Trout and removed the cable he had jammed into it as soon as he realized who was on the other end of the call. The cable was plugged into a small computer strapped to Imora's forearm, and the captain spent a few seconds tapping keys. "What's that?" asked Des. "You running a trace?" "Trying to. We already pinged the satellite Goat used earlier when he broadcast Billy's messages from here, and—" His voice trailed off as he read the display. Then he snapped his fingers, and one of his people hurried over with a different sat phone connected to a portable battery pack. Sam snatched the phone and made a call, which was answered immediately. "Sir, we may have caught a break. Goat Wyman is still alive, and we're reasonably sure he has the flash drives in his possession. Officer Fox, I was rather hoping that I could help you get a few hundred kids the hell out of this particular ring of hell." Des and Trout stared at him. "What?" they asked in unison. "You said that you wanted to load the buses and take the kids somewhere safe? Well, if you could use 5 very well-armed bodyguards, consider us part of your team." Chapter 100. The Northern Levees, Fayette County. Jake DeGroot realized that he couldn't hide in a wet hole all night. They might find him. The soldiers and the He had no word for the other things. Things like the girls, like his friends, like Burl. Just because they hadn't found him so far didn't mean they wouldn't, or couldn't. He had no real idea what they could or couldn't do. He had to move, to get out of the hole. Before that. And before he froze to death. Jake knew that it wasn't really cold enough for that, but the water was cold enough to numb him. He remembered seeing something about hypothermia on an old episode of Survivor Man. His teeth chattered constantly. Shivers swept over him in waves, and he didn't like the way his heart was beating. No, he didn't like that one bit. He was a big man, and the last thing he needed now was a heart attack, or slow feet because his nerves were in some kind of shock. But leaving the pit, that was so scary. It made his balls want to climb up inside his body. It made him want to cry, or scream, or go to sleep. That was the other problem. Between working hard all day yesterday and last night, and then lying here for hours in the cold, he was getting weirdly drowsy. He kept nodding off and then jerking awake when his face fell into the water.
Gotta get out of here.
He didn't know he was going to say it out loud until he'd said it. His voice sounded ridiculously loud and very strange. There was a sharp note of panic in his voice, a whine that was almost a sob. He didn't like that either.
I'm losing my shit here,
he told himself, trying to make his voice sound normal and reasonable. It didn't. The rain was heavy, relentless. The ditch was so completely filled that the whole area was becoming a small lake.
You're gonna drown here, you dumb fuck.
There was anger in his voice now. That was better. Better. Even so, it took Jake another 3 minutes to will his right arm to rise out of the water, not because it was so numb with cold, which it was, but because he was numb with terror. There was no light except what flashed across the sky, and all that showed him was water, mud, and the bodies left behind by the soldiers. Burl.
Move, goddammit. Move, 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 move.
His right arm came up slowly, rising to the surface, then above it, and finally out toward the mud beyond the ditch. The rain immediately washed the mud from his hand, and when the next lightning flashed, he was horrified to see how pale he was. Blue-white, corpse-like, like one of them.
It's the cold, asshole,
he told himself.
It's just the cold.
He reached for higher ground at the edge of the pit, but his fingers sank into the mud and found nothing to hold. He tried again, and did nothing more than splash and stir the water in which he lay.
No,
he said, and that note of panic was back in his voice, stronger and sharper than before. Jake tried it with both hands. Nothing. He tried to kick against the near edge of the ditch, but his feet sank to the ankles. It took real effort to pull his feet out again. The right one came first, plopping free of the mud, but as he pulled the left one out, he felt his shoe slide over the bulb of his heel. Then he heard the sound. Off to his right, on the other side of Big Bird, his yellow front-end loader. It was a splash, but it was too heavy to be rainwater. He froze and listened. Another splash, and another. Each one just a little louder and more distinct than the last, coming closer to where he wallowed in the mud.
Oh, Jesus!
At the sound of his voice, the sounds of splashing paused for one moment and then began again, faster this time, coming around the end of Big Bird, coming in his direction. He heard the other sound then. The moan. Jake almost screamed, knowing it for what it was. One of them. Stay or go. Stay or go. He was trapped inside a bubble of indecision for a terrible long moment. Then the splashes got even louder, and suddenly Jake was moving. His whole body thrashed and twisted like a beached dolphin. He pawed at the mud and kicked and wormed his way up the edge of the pit. Closer and closer. The moan louder. A single voice raised in a plaintive cry. Jake was halfway out of the pit when he saw it. It was a man. A stranger, dressed in a business suit, jacket torn, tie askew to expose a ravaged throat. For an awful moment their eyes met, the man in the mud and the thing in the rain. Then, with a cry like a wild animal, the creature rushed at him, hands outstretched. Jake screamed and tried to scramble away, got halfway to his feet, and then it was on him, slamming into him, knocking them both down so they slid back into the muddy pit under the front-end loader. It clawed at Jake, trying to grab him, trying to pull him toward teeth that snapped and clacked. Jake punched it, hitting the infected man in the face, in the throat, in the chest, but it was hard to find the balance and resistance to throw a solid punch. Jake was 6'8" and more than 300 pounds, and this man couldn't have been more than 200, but in the mud and water they were evenly matched. Except that the thing did not react to any of Jake's punches. Jake felt cartilage collapse beneath his knuckles as he hammered at its nose and throat. He felt bones crack in the face and temple and ribs, and he felt pain explode in his fingers and knuckles and wrists as the impacts took their toll, while the struggle reawakened shocked nerve endings. But the thing kept fighting as if pain was not even connected to its existence. And maybe it wasn't. This thing was like Burl and those girls. It couldn't have been alive, not with the injuries it had, and yet it was fighting. It was a monster. A monster. He rammed his forearm under its chin and pressed the damned thing down into the mud. Inch by inch he pulled himself atop until finally he straddled it, pinning its arms down, battering its head deeper and deeper into the mud. "Die, you motherfucker!" he shouted, then choked on spit and snot and mud. Jake kept shoving it down, using his massive body to try and smother it, bury it. Mud filled its mouth. The bones of its throat crumbled to nothing. And yet, those hands kept flailing beneath Jake's shins. Buried in mud and drowned, battered to a wreck, it kept flailing. Jake sobbed with helpless terror. He fought a thing that could not be whipped, and his own understanding of the world began warping at the edges, pieces flying off it until everything seemed distorted and surreal. Something inside Jake's head broke. Not a bone, not anything physical. Something much deeper. Something in his mind was stretched to its farthest limit, could not stretch any further, and it snapped. The blackness became blacker still, as his eyes filled with dark poppies that blossomed like fireworks. He heard a weird tearing sound in his ears and an animal growl that he could feel coming from his own throat. The growl turned into a roar as Jake reared back and tore the dead thing out of the mud, then grabbed its chin and a fistful of hair, and with more raw power than he had ever put into a single action ever in his life, he wrenched the head around. Bones exploded inside the savage throat, and still Jake turned. The body stopped struggling, and still Jake turned. His mind began falling into a dark red well, and still Jake turned. And then he was pitching sideways, all resistance gone, the hair and chin locked inside his hands, but the creature's torso flopping the other way. Jake plunged into the waters, still holding the head. He lay there for a moment, and in that moment he heard, saw, felt, and tasted nothing. There was nothing, only a vast blackness, Then water seeped past the spasm in his throat, and he inhaled it. With a racking, aching, gargling cry, he came awake again. Lightning flashed, and its reflection lit the underside of the front-end loader's bucket. Jake saw what he held in his hands, and with a choking cry of disgust, he flung it away. And then he was scrambling again, thrashing his way out of the pit, away from the headless thing, away from the reality of what he had just done. The screams that made it through the coughs were high and shrill and inhuman. He got sloppily to his knees and tried to run, but gravity and balance were at war, and all he could manage was a sloppy lope on all fours. He fell, got up, fell again, and finally managed to get to his feet. And there he stood, wide-legged, wide-armed, letting the rain assault him as he screamed. Chapter 101. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C.
"Where the hell is General Zetter?"
thundered the president. General Burroughs had a phone to his ear, but he said,
"There's no technical problem, Mr. President. We pinged the lines and everything's working. However, no one is picking up."
"Get some damn body on the phone," the president insisted.
"I want to know what the hell is happening."
Aides scrambled to call secondary contacts. "Sir, sir," yelled one. "I have one of the helicopter pilots on the line. Lieutenant Mills, putting the call on the speaker."
"Oh, Christ, this hurts. Jesus."
"Lieutenant Mills," said the president loudly. "This is the president. I need you to give me a sit rep."
"Sir? Sir?"
The pilot's voice was filled with panic and pain. "Listen to me, son," said the president. "I need you to take a breath and tell me what is happening. Can you do that?" They heard the man take a long, hissing inhalation. Then, in a voice that was a fraction steadier, the pilot said,
It's all falling apart."
"Are you injured, son? Can you tell me that much?"
"The bites. Damn, you never think they could hurt this bad."
The president closed his eyes. "Son, do you know what happened to General Zetter?" There was a very long pause, filled only with rapid breathing that was close to hyperventilation. Then, in a substantially weaker voice, the pilot said,
"He wasn't bitten. I'm sure about that. None of them were."
"Who wasn't bitten?"
"The general. Everyone in the command truck. I was with them. I was on the ground by then. We weren't anywhere near the fighting. Nobody was bitten. But, oh God, we thought he was sick, you know, from the dust cloud after we dropped the fuel air bombs. We thought it was just from breathing the ash, but damn it, nobody was bit. Not until it all went to shit. General Zetter, Captain Rice, all of them, they went apeshit. Oh, jeez, I think they clipped the artery. The tourniquet's not doing shit. Oh, God. Oh, God."
"Where is General Zetter?" asked the president. But there was no answer. None at all. Which was too much answer for everyone in the Situation Room. Chapter 102. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Billy Trout was no damn use at all to anyone. He knew it, and everyone else knew it. Too much of him was bruised or strained, which meant he couldn't drag bodies and body parts out of the buses, and he couldn't work the janitor's power hose to wash away the black blood. It was gruesome work, and he was not sorry that he couldn't help. Instead, he set up his camera and began filming it. That and everything else. With the jamming off, he put together a new field report, explaining the facts as he knew it, with many of the blanks filled in by Sammy Mora. It surprised Trout how forthcoming Sam was, and he pulled him aside for a moment to ask about that. They stood by a window that looked down on the parking lot and the rows of big yellow school buses. "I've interviewed a lot of cops, soldiers, and federal types in the past," Trout said, "but I don't think I've ever had one actually spill the goods without either going off the record or prosecuting a personal agenda. In a nutshell, what gives?" Sam shook his head. "I come from a long line of realists. My dad's one. He's a cop in California, in a small town out near Yosemite. He was never the kind to pad the truth or get behind an official story. Dad believes that the truth is the truth. No one I ever met in Washington agrees. They can't," said Sam. "They're politicians, and politics is about leverage, not about the truth. Not sure I ever heard a politician ever give a straight answer to anything. Everything's agenda-based with them." "Okay, but you work for a bureaucrat." "Sure, but Scott Blair is a lot like my dad. He's not very well liked in D.C. because he always wants to cut to the bottom line." "He's the one who wanted the president to bomb us back to the Stone Age?" Sam met his eyes and nodded. "Yes, he was." "Nice. Tell me something, Billy. Considering what's happened and how things might be if POTUS followed Scott's recommendation, do you think he made a bad call? Or do you think the president was right to cave and send the bombers back to the barn?" "Oh, that's unfair. You're asking me to say whether it's right or wrong to kill 600 kids. Take fairness out of the equation. Look at it for exactly what it is, a problem of survival. Not of a few, but survival of the species. Take a step back and look at the real problem, the big picture, Billy, and tell me what we should have done." "First, tell me the absolute truth. Is it really that bad out there?" "Yes." Sam said it without hesitation. "Are we in danger of losing control of this whole thing?" Sam's face turned to stone. "Billy, we may have already lost control of this thing. The math is so bad. There are so many ways this can go bad on us, and almost no way that we can put this genie back into the bottle." "You're saying we've lost? Christ, Sam, is that what you're saying?" "I don't know. There are still some cards we can play, and the spread will hit some natural barriers, rivers, mountains, lakes, bridges. All of those are potential choke points, or they can act as fire breaks. Can we get ahead of it? I don't know. Not unless we up the game." "Up it from fuel air bombs? Shit, what's the next upgrade after that?" Sam said nothing. Billy looked down at his hands. "Oh, man." "So, again I ask you, Billy. Last night, what should we have done last night?" It hurt so much for Trout to say it, but he managed to get the words past the stricture in his throat. "You should have killed us." "Yes," said Sam. "We should have killed you. And God help my soul for saying and believing that." They sat in silence for a moment, each of them looking at the world through that lens. "Then why are you helping us now?" Billy asked again. Sam nodded to the buses down in the lot and the dozens of people scrambling to prepare them for an escape. "For me and my guys, it's like being cut off behind enemy lines. Sure, we can make it back to the front, but I have a feeling that this is going to change from a gunfight, which is what we do, to a war we're only going to be able to fight from the air, providing the storm ever stops. In a mechanized war, we're not much better than 5 extra sets of hands. It's a waste of our specialized skill sets." He gave Trout a rueful grin. "And here? You kidding me? 600 kids, 200 civilians, and a horde of flesh-eating monsters? We might actually get to be bona fide heroes. And wouldn't that make a nice change?" "You're joking." Sam held up his thumb and forefinger an inch apart. "Only a little." Down in the lot, the 4 members of the Boy Scouts were helping with the preparations. Trout had been introduced to them only by their combat call signs and what little he could deduce about their personalities. The woman, Gypsy, was a problem solver and apparently the second in command. Moonshiner was gruff and lacked obvious warmth. Unlike Boxer, who seemed to wear his heart on his sleeve, Shortstop was the most detached of the bunch, very pragmatic but aloof. "What about your team?" asked Trout, nodding out the window. "Are they on the same page as you?" Sam nodded. "They usually are. We tend to think like a pack of—" He stopped speaking and leaned close to the window as lightning flashed and flashed again. The soldier's body went suddenly rigid with tension. Then he tapped his earbud. "Team alert. This is Ronan. I have eyes on the street beyond the north fence. We have potential hostiles. Repeat, potential hostiles." It was Boxer who turned first, snatching his rifle from where it lay under a jacket and out of the rain. He brought it up and snapped on the top-mounted light. The beam cut through the rain and the openings in the chain-link fence, and there, filling the street, were silent figures who moved with slow, implacable steps. "Give me numbers," ordered Sam. "Christ, boss, I got 40 of them. Shit, no, there's more coming." Gypsy's voice cut in. "We got more coming in from the west, and—" Her words trailed away. Boxer turned, saw what she saw, and said what Sam and Trout were only now just beginning to see. "They're soldiers," said Boxer. "Oh, goddamn. It's the National Guard. They're all... Oh, shit." "Gotta be 50 of them," said Moonshiner. Moonshiner popped a flare and sent it high into the air. There were not 50. There were hundreds of them. Torn, bleeding, shambling, and hungry. Chapter 103. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. The experts did one threat assessment after another, each time rebuilding both outbreak and response models to fit new data. With each new assessment, the president felt the world slip away from him. He sat in his chair, fingers balled into fists on the tabletop, staring at speaking mouths and screens filled with data. Scott Blair looked every bit as bad. He hung up from a call and rubbed his eyes. Or was he wiping at tears? The president couldn't tell. Blair held up a trembling hand, and the room fell into a flawed and troubled silence. "That was Dr. McCready. She's with the NBAC field team in Fayette County. They reached General Zetter's command post. It was deserted except for several infected. The, infected were all members of the Guard command staff." "How the hell is that even possible?" demanded General Burroughs. "If they'd been overrun, we'd have known about it." "That's why Dr. McCready called. Her team was able to subdue and examine the infected at the command center. A few had been bitten, but most showed no signs of violence. No bites, nothing." "Then what in hell happened?" asked the president. Tears broke from the corners of Blair's eyes. "Dr. McCready thinks that the bombs reduced many of the infected to particulate matter and ash. Those particles still contain parasitic larvae, and the storm winds are spreading them throughout the region." There was a beat, and for a moment some of the people around the table seemed unable to comprehend the implications. The president wiped at his own tears. "Say the rest, Scott. Tell them." Blair placed his palms on the table and leaned heavily on them, his head hanging down between hunched shoulders. "Lucifer 113 has gone airborne," he said. Chapter 104. The Northern Levees, Fayette County. Jake DeGroot came back to himself slowly, so slowly, with pain and realization and horror. He stood in the rain and slowly looked around, trying to remember what world this was. 50 feet away, the yellow bulk of Big Bird stood like an anchor that held him to the world. He gasped and spat out the awful tastes in his mouth and wiped his face with the back of one big hand. His first clear and cogent thought was that this was not an isolated event. It couldn't be. The girls had been hurt. Killed? Was that the word? Somewhere else, and had walked onto the construction site. That meant whatever this was didn't start here. This wasn't some old Indian burial ground or any of that horror movie stuff. This was something else, and whatever it was happening out there. Out where exactly? The second thing he thought was that they knew about it. They. The government. Or at least the National Guard. Those were soldiers who shot Burl and the others. Soldiers. That meant that this thing was really damn big. "Oh, shit," he said. He listened to his voice. There should be panic there, that desperate whine, but it wasn't there. He sounded like himself, the way he should. It was the second thing that anchored Jake DeGroot. It helped him take a real breath. Think it through, he told himself, liking the sound of his voice. He didn't have much family in the area, only a niece, Jenny, who lived in Bordentown. He could go there, but no. Jenny was a single woman and a teacher. With the storm, the single teachers volunteered to work at the Regent's emergency shelter, the Stebbins Little School. The kids would have all been picked up, but the cops would have moved the old folks to the school, and some families from the flooded areas. The school had cots and food and a generator. That's where Jenny would be. And suddenly he was very afraid. Not for himself this time. Jake thought about Jenny. She was a tiny little thing. It took everything Jake had to stop that one guy. Jenny? She could never. Before Jake even realized he was doing it, he began running for his car, slapping his pockets for his car keys, and not finding them. They had been in his jeans pocket. He looked back at the pit under Big Bird. They must have fallen out, down in the water, down in the mud. Jake swallowed a lump the size of a fist. No fucking way. Even if he could work up the nerve to crawl down there where the dead man was, what were the chances he would find those keys in all that mud and water? After all that fighting and thrashing, his car was useless to him. Even if he knew how to hotwire it, there was no time and no tools. His heart started to sink, but then he raised his eyes, just a few feet, and stared at the big metal monster. Big Bird. No, he told himself. It was too clumsy, too slow, and the school was too far. Then he was running through the mud toward the machine. The key for Big Bird was still where he had left it, right in the ignition. He twisted it, and the big diesel engine roared to life with a growl so loud that it sounded like a dragon rousing from a troubled slumber. He pulled the door shut, sealing himself inside the plexiglass cab. He turned the heat to high, shifted hard, and began moving through the mud. The Cat's top blacktop speed was 40, and the mud cut that down to less than half. The school was 11 miles away, almost due south. "I'm coming, Jenny," he said aloud, and the fact of having a purpose, of having someone else to fight for, made his whole body feel as hard and powerful as the steel of the machine in which he rode. He did not hear the crunch as the left rear tire rolled over the corpse in the mud, nor when the right rolled across the nearly submerged body of Burl. Or if he did, Jake refused to allow himself to acknowledge it. "I'm coming, Jenny!" Chapter 105. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. "Everyone back to the school!" screamed Des, but the adults were already dropping hoses and running. She ran behind them, shoving the slower ones, chasing them all to safety. "Check the doors! Keep the kids away from the windows! Move! Move!" Moonshiner and Shortstop laid their rifles atop the front and rear hoods of a burned-out police car. Boxer climbed atop one of the buses, and Gypsy went into another one and pointed her gun out the window. Only Sam and Trout stood their ground. "We'd better get inside," warned Trout. But Sam didn't move. "There are so many of them," he said softly. Des ran back to join them, her Glock in a two-handed grip, face set and hard. "You want to fight them here?" she asked incredulously. "There are too many ways they can come at us." The dead were closing in. The nearest ones were 50 feet beyond the fence. "It's your house," said Sam. "It's your call." "There's more coming across the yards," called Boxer, pointing. They turned and saw more of the infected staggering through the lines of connected yards to the east. "Des," said Trout, taking her by the arm, "this is stupid. There are too many of them. Let's get inside." But Des pulled her arm free. "No." She turned to them. "Listen, Billy, Sam, we can reinforce the building and hole up, but for how long? The supplies we have won't last. Sam, can you guarantee that the Army's coming back for us?" The answer was on Sam's face. "This is falling apart. I don't think anyone can make promises right now." "What are you saying?" asked Trout. "That we could be stuck here for weeks?" "Billy, I'm saying if this keeps going the way it's going, then no one will be coming for us." "Until when?" Sam shook his head. "We could lose this war." "War? It's an outbreak." Sam pointed to the dead soldiers who were approaching the fence. "Not anymore." Trout felt his blood turn to ice. He caught a look at Des, who looked horrified, but she was nodding to herself. "How long can your team hold them on the other side of the fence?" she breathed. "How much time can you buy us?" The soldier's mouth tightened. "How much time do you need?" "An hour," she said. "Maybe less." "To do what?" demanded Trout. "To do what we started out to do. Get all the supplies and everyone in the school onto the buses." "And then what?" "We get the fuck out of here." "And go where?" "I don't know," she said. "Philly? New York?" "No," said Sam. "Go south. Go to Asheville." "North Carolina?" asked Des. "Why there?" "Because the storm is heading east. Roads will be bad and they'll be blocked, because everyone running from this will be going east. And we can't go west because when we pinged Goat Wyman's satellite phone, it was clear he was heading northwest, maybe to Pittsburgh. We should go south and get into the mountains." "Sure, but why Asheville?" asked Trout. "Why there specifically?" Sam hesitated for a moment. "There is a government installation there." "Since when?" Des asked skeptically. "I never heard of it." "You wouldn't have. It was built during the Cold War. The mountains there are honeycombed with miles and miles of labs, living quarters, the works." "That's just an urban legend," said Trout. "I read about that. It's not real." "It's real. In the event of a nuclear exchange, it was deemed a safe zone because it's outside of the prevailing drift patterns for likely nukes." "Hey!" called Gypsy. "Somebody out there want to make a fucking decision? We're going to be dancing with these things pretty soon." Sam touched Dez's sleeve. "It's there. Trust me." Des met his eyes, searching them for truth and trust. Then she nodded. "Okay." "Good," said Sam, looking relieved. "We'll hold them as long as we can. You better get your asses in gear. Hurry." Des spun and ran for the building. They could hear her shouting orders before she was even inside. Chapter 106. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. The president stood up slowly and walked the length of the room until he stood in front of the big screen. He stood, hands clasped behind his back, head bowed, appearing to stare into the middle distance. "Mr. President," said Scott Blair, "we're starting to get reports of random attacks in other places. Harrisburg, Gettysburg." "How?" asked Sylvia Ruddy. How is that possible? None of the infected could walk those distances, and the winds can't have reached there yet. Survivors, said Blair. People in cars or trucks, either bitten or people who breathed in the ash. We know that some escaped the containment. We have to shut down the highways and the airports, trains and buses too. We need roadblocks. If we have to, we can blow the tunnels and bridges on the major highways. The president nodded, and phones were snatched up to make those calls. Sir, said Ruddy, I think we need to initiate the emergency broadcast network. Another nod. I'll draft a speech to the nation, she said, and hurried out. After she was gone, the president turned slowly to face his tableful of generals. Talk to me about nuclear alternatives, he said. Chapter 107. Bessemer Court, West Station Square Drive, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You said you need to connect to the net, right?
Asked Homer. Goat looked up from his laptop. He was cutting Homer's diatribes into video bites that would be short enough to be watched in their entirety. Yes, I have several bits ready to go up on YouTube. Why? Homer tapped the windshield, and Goat peered through the whisking wipers to see the words Free Wi-Fi glowing in blue neon on the front of a red brick building.
How long's this gonna take?
Asked the killer. Goat hedged. Video files are big, he said slowly. Takes a while for them to upload, and
you need both hands to do that shit?
Goat immediately flinched back, pulling his hands back as far as he could get them from the murderous madman. But Homer laughed, a deep, creaking bray.
I ain't gonna eat your hands, you dumb shit,
he guffawed.
Jesus, you're fucking hilarious sometimes.
Why did you ask?
'Cause I want to go inside for a minute, and I want you here when I get back.
I don't... Homer reached into the back seat and produced a coil of heavy, hairy twine. It was brown, and the spiky hairs made it look like a vast, coiled centipede.
Took this out of that last place. Useful shit. Give me your left hand. Come on, give it here unless you want me to take it.
With great reluctance, Goat slowly extended his trembling hand. Homer caught his wrist with fingers that were as cold and damp as worms, but as strong as steel. He jerked Goat's arm toward the steering wheel and then began looping the hairy twine around wrist, steering column, and between the spokes of the wheel. He tied sophisticated knots in the twine, looped more twine, tied additional knots, and then pulled on the ends until the bulb of each knot was compressed into a tiny, rock-hard nugget.
That ought to do her,
he said, admiring his work. He gave Goat a friendly grin.
You only need one hand to jerk off with, right, boy? You said about putting my story out there for people to see and hear. You do that while I go see some folks about something I need.
What is it? What are you going to do? What is this place? Why are we here? Homer's friendly grin became lupine.
You ain't figured it out yet.
Figured what out?
What I am.
I know what you are. I understand what Dr. Volker did to you. I know about Lucifer 113.
I ain't talking about no zombie bullshit, boy. Try again.
Goat licked his lips. I understand about the black eye and the red mouth. Is that what you mean? The killer sat there for a long moment, his eyes flicking back and forth between Goat's as if looking for something first in the left, then the right, and over again. It was like the flickering of a candle.
You listened to everything I said, and you sat as a witness to everything I done tonight, and you still don't understand. That's a damn shame, boy, 'cause I thought you were gonna be my apostle. I thought you were like Luke and John and all those holy men who wrote the Bible. I thought I could use you to tell the truth, the real and gospel truth.
The shift in Homer's voice and phrasing was immediately chilling. Instead of the faux homespun shit-licker lingo, these few sentences were spoken in a slow, more precise manner. Goat had noted it only once before when Homer discussed the way the red mouth spoke through him to tell the truth. He wanted to replay that clip, to listen once more to what the man said then, because now he felt, no, he was absolutely certain, that it was far more important than the pseudo-religious rant of a psychopathic killer. He saw the dangerous look of cold disappointment in Homer's eyes and knew that he needed to do something right now. He said, "I'm trying to understand," making his words come out with equally slow and sober gravitas. "I want to understand. But the apostles, how many of them understood right away? They had to think about it, to witness it, to let it speak through them, right?" Goat was Jewish, but he'd seen enough movies to know the basic New Testament story. He'd even watched parts of that old Jesus of Nazareth miniseries during a filmmaking class. He grabbed for every detail he could snatch out of memory. Peter, the one who was Jesus' right-hand man, he didn't get it at first, but look what happened. He's the role model for the Pope, right? He was a fisherman, and don't they say that the Pope wears the shoes of the fisherman? He wasn't sure if this was exactly true or if it was something else from another movie. It sounded more or less right. "And all the others," Goat continued, keeping the rhythm of it going, "they became true believers. And Paul, what about Paul? Remember him? He was kind of a prick and a bad guy, and then something happened to him on the road to Damascus, and suddenly he's writing most of the New Testament." He paused, giving the moment a dramatic beat, choreographing it, directing his own performance. "You want me to tell your story, and I agreed to do that. If you need me to understand the secrets and mysteries of it, then you have to give me time to process it, to think it through, to let it speak inside my head and heart." Those were lines from an old movie, an art film about socialism in Paris, but he was pretty sure it was one Homer would never have seen. Goat twisted them to fit, pitching his tone to have a smoldering passion waiting to bloom. Or at least that's how he imagined it if he was directing someone for this scene. He hoped he was actor enough to pull it off. Homer Gibbon said nothing as the slow seconds ticked by. Then he reached out and touched Goat over the heart with the tip of his index finger. "If you open your heart to the red mouth, you will see with the black eye." Goat swallowed. "I want to. Just give me time." The killer gave him a single, slow nod and let his finger trail down Goat's body, over his stomach and groin, along his thigh, and up over the edge of the laptop. "You better use this thing to tell my truth, or I will—" "Homer," said Goat quickly, taking a terrible risk. "Don't. Look at me. Use the black eye to look into my eyes. See me. You don't need to threaten me anymore. We've crossed a line, Homer. We're somewhere else now." The moment stretched and stretched, and then Homer withdrew his hand. He reached for the door handle, but paused to pat Goat's bound left wrist. "The rope stays on. Trust, like faith, is earned." Then he got out of the car and began walking, bare-chested and erect, through the rain to the building with the free Wi-Fi sign. Goat sagged back and had to fight to keep from hyperventilating. It was an even harder struggle to keep from pissing in his pants. Then he was in motion. Even one-handed, he was fast on a laptop. He accessed the system preferences and found the Wi-Fi, connected to it, and began uploading the files. But as he did so, a small window popped up telling him that his email was sent. Email? It was only then that he remembered the message he had composed way back at Starbucks. In Bordentown, Homer Gibbon. Quarantine failed. It's here. Oh my God, he breathed, realizing that no one knew. Then he thought back to the violence on the road, the helicopters, the explosions. People knew. But they didn't know that Homer was loose, that he was on the road, that he was free. Goat used the webcam on his laptop to record a quick and desperate video message. He had no idea how much time he had or had left, so he made it short. He gave their location and explained what Homer had already done. He emphasized that Homer had killed people and had wounded others. He referenced Lucifer 113 and that Homer was, for all intents and purposes, the patient zero of this plague. He ended it with a statement that was both a call to arms for the authorities and a desperate cry for help. It took several agonizingly slow seconds for the video file to upload to his media listservs, including the one that had all of Goat's White House correspondent colleagues. Then he posted it on YouTube and immediately deleted the file from his computer. He kept glancing out the window at the building into which Homer had disappeared. It was a club of some kind. What could Homer want in there? He checked the video files of the interviews with Homer. Most were so big that they were still uploading, but many of the shorter ones were already up. He sent the same batch of them to his listserv using Dropbox and WeTransfer, dumping all of the raw footage into the media cauldron, praying someone would watch it, understand its reality and importance, and act on it. With all of that done, Goat scrolled through the video clips until he found the one in which Homer used the same eerie tone of voice. He watched it all the way through. It wasn't long, but it hit him like a punch to the throat. He watched it again and again. It was on the third viewing that the whole truth broke through. The awful truth. He suddenly knew why Homer was here. Just as he knew why Homer had stopped those other times, he knew why Homer killed, and he knew why Homer sometimes spared lives. It wasn't mercy, and it wasn't any of his humanity connecting with individuals. It was something else, something horrible, something far worse than anything Homer had ever done, before or after he had become the monster that he now was. Homer wasn't on any vengeance kick. He wasn't hunting for his former foster parents. No, that was too mundane and cliché a motive for a person who was hearing the kinds of voices Homer heard. No, what Goat realized with perfect clarity was that Homer, knowing and accepting what he was, what Volker had done to him, had embraced it. He hadn't killed everyone at the 7-Eleven, but now that made sense. He hadn't killed them all, but he'd infected them all. The same with the people back at Starbucks. He killed some and fed on some, but his real agenda was spreading the infection. Like some kind of nightmare blend of John the Baptist and Johnny Appleseed, Homer was on the road to spread the word of his God, to spread the gospel of the red mouth and the black eye, to create the paradise that he'd envisioned, that he had spoken of, a world inherited by the meek, by the mindless dead, by those raised up as Jesus had been. At least, according to Homer's view of the cosmos. It was a horrible plan, but a very practical one, a workable one. Behind them, at the 7-Eleven and the traffic jam on the road, the infection was probably already spreading, outside of the quarantine zone. Goat snatched up his camera and babbled all of this into a live stream. He saved it and posted it on Facebook. Then he logged onto Foursquare, the social media app for sharing your location. "Find us," he begged. "Find us." Chapter 108. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania.
"Okay, listen up,"
said Sam into the team channel.
"This is a holding action. We don't fire until and unless there's a danger of a breach. Watch the fences. If they start putting pressure on it, we use selective fire to drive them back, or we drop enough to block access. This is a target-rich environment, but that's also a good way to burn through too much ammo. Check your targets. Headshots only. Unless you're pressed, take time for accuracy. Make 'em count."
Behind them, Des and Uriah Piper had set up chains of people to bring out the hundreds of boxes of food, water, and supplies. The chains split off to feed the stuff into a dozen Type C Bluebird school buses. Uriah Piper was running from bus to start engines and check fuel levels. A couple of teachers were busy siphoning gas from buses that were too low in fuel to make a long run or too badly damaged. Each bus had a standard capacity of 77 passengers and the driver, which meant that a dozen of them would easily transport the 800 survivors of Stebbins County with room for box supplies. Jenny DeGroot had found a can of spray paint and was writing a message on the outside wall of the school, but Trout couldn't read it at that distance. Probably a note about where the buses were going. Smart, he thought. Trout, too dinged up to help, was recording everything, and he hoped streaming it out to the net. He wanted people to know. Unfortunately, he had no laptop, so he couldn't check to see if anything was showing up on the web. Sam came over and looked Trout up and down.
"Do you have a gun?"
"No, I'm not very good with one."
"You're worse without one."
He bent and removed a small automatic from an ankle holster and held it out to Trout.
"Beretta 30-32 Tomcat, 7-round box magazine, less than a pound and fits into any pocket."
He showed Trout how to use the thumb safety.
"Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it."
One of Dez's favorite lines. Sam smiled.
"Des, is she your lady, girlfriend, wife, something?"
"Something. We've been a couple more often than you've had hot dinners, but recently we've been on a break."
"A break?"
"As in she keeps threatening to break parts of me I don't want broken."
"I joined the army because war is easier than love,"
said Sam. Very wise words. Trout glanced over at Des. "She's a foul-mouthed redneck who is, politically speaking, to the extreme right of Glenn Beck, but even with all that, I love her. Always have."
"That streak go both ways?"
Trout sighed. "Not lately."
"Oh.
I mean, apocalypse and all. Not a hearts and flowers sort of thing."
"I hear you."
"Tell you what, though," said Trout. "For all of her rough edges, she has the biggest heart. She'd die for any one of those kids, and for most of the adults, too. No, that's not quite right. She'd happily and mercilessly kill for those kids." Sam nodded.
"A warrior rather than a soldier."
Trout cocked an eyebrow. "There's a difference?"
"Soldiers are called to serve, and when their service is done, they go home. A warrior lives on the battlefield. It is home."
Trout studied him. "Yeah, that's Des." He weighed the gun in his palm, nodded thanks, and put it into the pocket of his stained and torn sports coat.
"Listen, Billy, I think I'd better tell you some things. I heard from my boss, Scott Blair."
"Good news, I hope?"
"I wish, but no. Lucifer has become an airborne pathogen now."
"Oh, jeez."
"Our bioweapons people are scrambling to mass produce a different parasite that might render the infected inert. Not sure if it'll kill them or not. I don't think they're sure."
"How soon will they try that?"
Sam shook his head. "Not soon enough. I told Scott that we're heading to Asheville. He said he'll call ahead to make sure we get an open door."
"Can we trust him?"
"People should have trusted Scott from the jump."
Trout took his point and nodded.
"They still want me dead?"
Sam gave a half smile.
"No, just the opposite. They want you to get out any information you can. Scott thinks it might help some people, especially if things keep going the way they're going."
"Sam," Trout said tentatively, "how bad are things? No bullshit, how bad?"
"I wasn't joking before when I said that we're losing this war. They may have to drop nukes to stop this."
Are you fucking crazy? Are they? Is being looked at as the scenario resulting in the lowest number of casualties. And it was then that the full enormity of it hit Billy Trout. Until then, despite everything he'd seen and all that he knew, it had been a local issue. It had been a Stebbins County thing. Now he understood. Now his own words came back to pummel him, to lash at him. Reporting live from the apocalypse. "Boss!" yelled Boxer. "They're coming!" They spun around and saw that a mass of them were at the fence, and the chain links and piping were starting to bow inward under the combined weight of more than 50 bodies. "Can you really hold them?" begged Trout. Sam unslung his rifle. "Tell your girlfriend to hurry." The Boy Scouts took careful aim and fired. Chapter 109. Pittsburgh International Airport. "Did you hear?" Captain James Yakima looked up from the flight log at his co-pilot for the non-stop to Paris. "Hear what? The riots or the storm?" "Both, I think," said Beecher, the co-pilot. "They're shutting us down." "Shutting who down? Our flight?" "The airport," said Beecher. "At least that's the rumor." "God damn it," growled Yakima as he dug in his pocket for his cell. He punched in the number for his boss at Delta and had to wait 6 rings before the call was answered. "Carl, what's this crap I'm hearing about the airport getting shut down?" Beecher stood and waited while Yakima listened. "Okay, with any luck I'll be eating a nice piece of veal at the Restaurant du Palais Royal before they pull the plug. Thanks, Carol. Keep me posted." He disconnected and placed the phone on the table. "So, what's the verdict?" asked Beecher. "Carol says they're going to do it, but the official order hasn't come through yet. The storm's going the other way. Local winds are below 20 and it's not the storm. Carol said they were going to impose martial law in western Pennsylvania and maybe parts of Maryland and West Virginia, too." "For a riot?" "She says it's not a riot. Carol said her brother-in-law works for MSNBC and they're still running the virus story." "I thought they shot that down." Yakima spread his hands. "What can I tell you? The good news is that it doesn't affect us. We're wheels up in 66 minutes. Come on, let's get a coffee before we go aboard." He closed the flight log and stood up. As they headed toward the door to the crew lounge, a short fit of coughing stopped Yakima in his tracks. He coughed for 20 seconds, then waited, listening inside his body for more, and gradually felt the spasms stop. "You okay?" asked Beecher. "Yeah, it's nothing. Tickle in the back of my throat." "I have some lozenges," said Beecher. "In my bag. You want me to dig 'em out? Won't take a sec." "Nah," said Yakima. "It's nothing. I have 4 days off in Paris. If it's a cold, we're better for a little R&R." They headed out of the lounge, got their coffee, and proceeded directly to their plane. In a little over an hour, they were in the air, flying high over the storms of Pennsylvania, skirting the edge of the worst of it, crossing into New Jersey, and then far out over the Atlantic. Chapter 110. Tricksters Comedy Club, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The comedian's name was Jeremy Essig, and he felt like there should be sirens blaring and dogs hunting him, not just there at Tricksters, but at a lot of comedy clubs. After all, the image the audience saw was a sketchy-looking character looking nervous in a spotlight splashed against an unpainted brick wall. It screamed, "Escaped prisoner!" If not from a prison, then definitely from a facility for people with dangerous social disorders. And the audience was a lot like a posse. They seemed like nice people, but they could turn mean and dangerous in a heartbeat. He'd seen it. All comics have seen it. One minute you have a crowd hanging on your every word, laughing in anticipation of what you'll say before you even begin the joke, willing to follow you through twists and turns of skewed logic and occasionally clinical observation, believing that you'll steer the boat into port in some magical lands. That's when it's working right, when the rhythm is like jazz and the words tumble out with the kind of timing that opens minds and unlocks the muscles so that smiling and laughing is the easiest thing to do. Ah, those are the times when the comic and the audience are all together, sharing the ride, understanding each other on a level you can't really describe. But then there are those times when everything on the other side of the spotlight looks alien and hostile. Pale faces in the dark, staring with dead eyes, their mouths unsmiling, hands on tables or in laps as if they're too damn heavy to light for even a token clap. There are times when the joke's rhythm is off, like a discordant note that paints itself in the air, and no matter what else is played, that's the thing everyone can't look away from. Like that. What sucked most was that there was no pattern to it. Sure, sometimes it's hitting the wrong note or forgetting to take a look at the demographic, like busting on the Tea Party in South Carolina, or skewering Obama in Chicago, like being the first comic to make a joke after a crisis and really seeing firsthand what too soon actually means. Rookie mistakes that even the pros make, and Jeremy could remember too many of those moments in his own career. On the upside, after you survive the moment and crawl out of a dead gig like that, you can take the experience and spin it into material for another date. Tonight, though, the audience was right there with him. The mojo was red hot, and despite the late hour, they were all co-conspirators in a mad scheme. Plus, everybody was hammered. Even the waitstaff at Trickster's was in the bag, and the MC for the event, Lydia Rose, was smiling the kind of smile only a very happy, very drunk person can manage during that last hour before falling over becomes a gravitational imperative. Jeremy walked back and forth on the tiny stage, letting movement and the shifting of the travel spot keep any moment from getting stale. He wore an ancient Flaming Moe's t-shirt and scruffy jeans and looked as comfortable as he felt. The gig was largely impromptu. What had started with a standard double bill with him and Tom Segura and a handful of raw up-and-comers had become something else. The original show should have ended at midnight, but then word started coming in about how Superstorm Zelda had pretty much wiped a small town off the Pennsylvania map. A lot of people were believed dead, and there was a bunch of wild conspiracy theory crap thumbtacked to the story. Viruses, something about the National Guard trying to kill a bunch of kids, some asshole ranting about the apocalypse, and this was the best part as Jeremy saw it, zombies. Fucking zombies! They all had a good laugh about that during the break, but then they started hearing more and more about the number of expected casualties, and it stopped being funny. Jeremy couldn't remember who suggested doing a fundraiser. Maybe him, maybe Tom, maybe Lydia, or maybe it was one of those things that just evolved. At first, it was something they thought would be good if someone else did it. Then it was something they thought they should do. Then it became something they needed to do. Then it became what was actually happening tonight. Alcohol and some serious weed were involved in every stage of the process. Smoke your way to the right level and everything seems incredibly doable, even logical. The basic pitch was a comedy marathon for the duration of the storm, with Tom Segura and Jeremy Essig as ongoing headliners. Calls went out to other comics within driving distance. Finding a name for it took the longest. Tom wanted to call it Blow Me, Zelda. Jeremy liked Comic Relief, Redneck Edition. But Lydia thought they'd get sued for that. After another blunt, they settled on Laugh at the Storm, and bullied a friend who had a 501 to accept donations via PayPal. Now they were into the second hour of it. They streamed the show live to the net and put clips on YouTube, reposting those to Twitter and Facebook. Some friends of Jeremy and Tom Skyped in and did bits that were flashed onto the wall. While the comics were doing their bits, Lydia put the event on Foursquare, then pulled photos from the video stream and posted them on Pinterest, Tumblr, and Instagram. Suddenly, it was real. It was an actual charity fundraiser for the victims of Superstorm Zelda. The crowd at Trickster's were totally into it, and within 40 minutes, carloads of people showed up from all over Pittsburgh, fighting their way through storm winds and rain hard enough to swell all three of the city's big rivers. It was standing room only, and the bartenders were mixing drinks and pulling pints as fast as they could. Jeremy did several 20-minute sets, cycling through old material and some new stuff, and also improvising on what was happening. "According to the internet news," he said, half smiling as he paced in front of the audience, "there are monsters out in the sticks around Stebbins. Slack-faced, empty-eyed, unthinking, shambling hulks who will kill anything that moves. And aside from the locals, they also have zombies." The audience loved that. It was a running joke that the entire length of the state between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh was an even more redneck version of Mississippi. A red state with blue bookends, certified gold for observational comics like Jeremy Essig and Tom Segura. "It's not really surprising that they have a zombie outbreak in farm country. All those grains." A smaller laugh that time, but they were still with him. Jeremy took a beat to comment on the lack of laughs, and that got a laugh. One of the golden rules of his kind of comedy was to own the bad moments, so they were part of a shared experience, rather than simply try to limp away from a wounded joke. He switched gears a bit and drove his routine onto safer ground by talking about how people on the net were saying that the government was trying to cover up the zombie thing. No matter which lever the audience pulled, it was usually safe ground to attack the government as a whole. Not necessarily taking potshots at specific politicians, but at the huge, self-destructive, creaking machine that was national politics. He saw Tom and Lydia watching from off stage, grinning and nodding encouragement. Jeremy took some of his old jokes about FEMA's failure after Katrina and gave them a Superstorm Zelda spin. "If you wait until the zombies eat most of the people, then you only have to save a few. And since the survivors will be the ones fast enough to outrun the living dead, you have people who look better on TV." From there he cruised into the vagaries of pop culture. "Tell me there won't be a reality show in 6 months. Real Zombies of Stebbins County. Strap on a lie detector and tell me we won't be watching that." And he was casting the show with redneck subtypes when someone in the audience screamed. It wasn't a scream of laughter, or even a shout of inarticulate drunken mirth. It was a real scream. A stop-the-show scream. The kind of scream where the entire crowd is jerked out of the moment, the spell instantly broken, and they focus on a single spot in the room. In the back of the small club, standing framed in the pale rectangle of light from the lobby, stood a tall figure. A man, bare-chested and wild-looking, grinning. The woman who had screamed sat at the table closest to the exit, and she and everyone at her table were frozen in a tableau of horrified recoil. And here Jeremy's mind began stumbling over the details. The man was wrong. His whole body was wrong. It was red. Bright, glistening red. Like he had been splashed by red paint, or... A Carrie joke started forming in his head in the split second before the red-splashed man turned, grabbed the woman who had screamed, hauled her to her feet, and he dug his teeth into the hollow of her throat. Chapter 111. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. "Forget the supplies," growled Sam. "Get the kids on the damn buses." He didn't wait for Des to respond. He laid his rifle atop a car hood and began firing slow, spaced shots. With each shot, Trout could see the head of one of the infected fly apart and splash those around it with black blood. The other soldiers were nearly as good, and soon the bodies were piling up, clogging access to the fence. But that was one attack point. Des vanished into the building, but was back a moment later, leading a line of children. The kids were all holding hands. Most of them were screaming as they ran. Adults ran with them, shepherding the kids toward the buses. It started as an orderly evacuation, but with each second it began to disintegrate. Boxer yelled, "Hostiles at 9 o'clock! Count 70 plus. He peered through a bus window and saw several tattered figures climbing awkwardly over the low chain-link fence. Boxer opened fire on them, but the wind was whipping up leaves and debris, spoiling his aim and warping the flight path of his rounds.
"Close on them!"
bellowed Sam. Boxer shot him a despairing look, then climbed down from the bus and began running across the playground toward that part of the fence. At 20 feet, he knelt, put his rifle to his shoulder, and began firing. Now, one after another of the dead pitched backward. The other Boy Scouts closed on other sections of the fence and began firing from closer range. The children kept screaming, and the sound tore at Trout's heart. It was a steady, unbearably shrill wail of total terror and total hopelessness. "We're losing the fence!" cried Gypsy. And even as she said it, a 15-foot section of the chain link collapsed into the schoolyard. Infected spilled forward, falling over each other, piling up, writhing and scrambling to keep moving forward toward their prey. Moonshiner and Gypsy began shuffling backward, yard by yard, while still firing.
"Reloading!"
called Moonshiner.
"Last mag!"
"Des, hurry up, goddammit!" roared Sam. Trout limped over to try and help, but there were already enough people. There simply wasn't enough time. 600 children, many of whom were too scared to leave the school, many of whom had to be dragged or carried out. Some of them broke away and ran back into the school with teachers and parents chasing them. There was no order left in the exodus. Against all sanity, one of the children tore free from Mrs. Madison and went running directly toward the zombies who were getting to their feet. Trout could not understand it until he heard one awful, heart-wrenching word. "Mommy!" In the midst of the living dead, a woman with half her hair torn away and fingers missing from her left hand reached for the child, her mouth splitting into a mockery of a mother's smile, teeth bared to bite. Trout realized that he was running. Pain shot up his back and down his legs. Cracked ribs grated beneath his skin. His breath burned in his lungs, but he was running, angling away from the bus, racing to intercept the little girl. He reached her 4 paces before the zombie did. With a cry of agony, he snatched her up and tried to run with her. But his legs buckled, and he went down hard on his kneecaps. He twisted as he fell, hitting the ground on his back instead of crushing the girl under him. Then cold fingers were tearing at him, trying to rip the child from his arms. Black drool fell from ragged lips as the infected thing bent close to try and bite the child who had been her daughter when the world was a different world. Trout rolled sideways and kicked out, felt his foot hit something, heard a bone break, and then the zombie fell next to him. It did not react at all to its broken leg, but immediately buried cracked teeth in Billy Trout's shoulder. Chapter 112. Trickster's Comedy Club, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Tom Segura sat on a stool with Lydia, the short, curvy brunette MC. The two of them were having a great night, riding the wave of excitement that was their impromptu fundraiser comedy marathon. Tom was sipping a Red Bull and covertly trying to count Lydia's tattoos every time she moved. Some of them were in really interesting places. On stage, his friend Jeremy Essig was killing them with an on-the-spot series of jokes about a zombie reality show. Then everything changed. Just like that. From one side of a moment to the other. The audience was laughing their balls off about Billy Bob and Bubba, the zombies, and their monster truck, when suddenly a woman's scream knocked the whole night off its wheels. "What the hell?" cried Lydia, as she launched herself from her stool. Tom was a half-second slower, and he tried to see what was going on, but there was a waitress with a tray of drinks between him and the woman who had screamed. "Great fucking timing," Tom muttered as he tried to edge around to get a better look. On the stage, Jeremy looked like he was frozen into the moment, eyes and mouth wide. The whole club went silent for a heartbeat, but as Tom stepped around the waitress to see what was up, the entire club erupted into mad panic. Utter, mad panic. Suddenly everyone was screaming. Women, men, everyone. On stage, Jeremy screamed too. The part of Tom Segura's mind that was a regular guy felt twin pangs of fear and confusion. The part of him that was a professional comic actually provided commentary.
You scream like Chloe Moretz, dude.
But then the crowd split apart as people panicked and scattered, revealing an image that Tom knew was being burned onto the front of his brain as he looked at it. A bare-chested, bloody man viciously tearing at the skin and muscle of a woman's throat. Right in front of him. This wasn't movie special effects, and it sure as shit wasn't someone's idea of a practical joke. What Tom was seeing 15 feet in front of him was real. Real blood, real flesh, real madness, real pain. And he screamed too. He did not remember picking anything up, and even when he threw the beer bottle, he was surprised that it was his hand that winged it at the attacker's head. Tom was not a fighter. He didn't know many comics who were. Words had always been his sword and shield. Sarcasm was his left hook, and insight was his right cross. He saw the bottle leave his hand, saw it close the distance in what appeared to be ultra-slow motion, saw it strike the killer right on the temple. As good a throw as anyone in the major leagues ever hurled. Dead on. 100-mile-an-hour ball that burned across the plate fast enough to make a fool out of a 300 batter. Tom expected the killer to go down. That would have been the button on this routine. That should have been the logical end, or maybe the opening act of a new phase of his career. Tom Segura, hero comedian, the stocky kid from Cincinnati who dropped a psycho with a bottle of Coors Light. That was the script he was already writing in his head. That was the lead for the breaking news. Except that's not how the scene played out. The bottle hit hard, hit with real force, hit hard enough to make a clunk that Tom could hear over the woman's gurgling screams. Then it ricocheted off of the killer and hit the woman square in the right eye. The bottle fell to the floor. The killer dropped the woman right on top of it. He turned to Tom and smiled with bloody teeth. Tom thought, "Oh, shit." Or maybe he said it aloud. He wasn't sure, because after that, he was screaming louder and more shrilly than Jeremy. Chapter 113. The Situation Room. The White House, Washington, D.C. "Mr. Blair!" yelled a young officer, one of the sharpshooters from the military intelligence group. "You need to see this." Blair hurried over and bent to look at something on the officer's laptop. "What is it?" "We were able to pick the IP address of Gregory Wyman's computer from the files he uploaded to the net. Well, sir, he just uploaded a new batch." "Is it more of Trout's ramblings?" "No, sir. There are several files, including what appears to be interviews with Homer Gibbon. The auto-dating on the video files say that the interviews were all done in the last few hours." "Christ. And there's more. Wyman posted a message, a plea that appears to be directed to us, to the military. He's asking us to find him because he is with Homer Gibbon, and Gibbon is spreading Lucifer." "Did he provide an exact location?" The officer smiled. So strange a thing under the circumstances. "Yes, sir, he did." Chapter 114. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. The pain was immediate and excruciating, and Billy Trout screamed. He thrashed and beat at the woman, trying to shake her loose. The little girl shrieked too, her voice as shrill as a seagull's, and she began beating her tiny fists all over Trout's face. She smashed his nose and hit him in the eye. And then another screaming, howling thing plowed into them. It hit the zombie with so much force that teeth snapped off at the gum line, and the creature fell away. Trout instantly rolled the other way, shoving the child from him. He flopped onto his stomach and saw Des Fox sitting astride the infected woman, fingers knotted in what was left of the woman's hair, lifting her head and slamming it down on the concrete over and over again until the back of her skull exploded and sprayed the wet ground with brain tissue and black blood. The little girl shrieked again and tried to rush to her mother's defense, but Trout caught her wrist and pulled her, kicking and screaming, down to where he lay. Trout was screaming too, trying to determine how bad the bite was, trying to wriggle out of his jacket to see how soon he was going to die. The hysterical little girl kept hitting him, making it impossible to do anything. Then suddenly Des pivoted off the dead zombie, plucked the little girl off of him, and then started tearing at Billy's sports coat. She yanked it down and tore his arm from the sleeve, then pawed at his shirt to find the bite. "Am I dead?" Trout cried. "Oh, God, Des, am I dead?" And she kept saying, "Don't you leave me, Billy Trout. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking leave me, too. I'll fucking kill you if you leave me." The lightning flashed, and Des used its brief light to bend close. "God, please don't let me be dead," he wailed. Des straightened, glared at him, and slapped him across the face as hard as she could. It rocked his head sideways, and he snorted blood from his broken nose. Then she grabbed 2 fistfuls of his shirt and half hauled him off the ground. "It didn't break the skin, you stupid motherfucker!" She shook him hard enough to rattle his teeth. "I could fucking kill you, you stupid son of a bitch!" Then people were crowding around them, pulling her back, lifting him to his feet, taking the little girl away from the horror that lay on the ground. Trout saw Sam there, firing a pistol instead of his sniper rifle. Moonshiner was with him, too. Firing, firing, firing. There was an awful sound behind them, and Trout turned to see another section of the fence collapse, and a wave of the dead come rushing into the lot. At least 100 of them. Some fell with the fence, but the others climbed over them, shambling or running, screaming their hunger, moaning louder than the storm. Sam fired and fired. There was no time to aim now. Moonshiner yelled for them to get back. He dropped a spent magazine and reached for a replacement, which he did not have. There was one terrible moment when his questing fingers spider-walked across his belt and harness and found nothing.
"Shit,"
he said. He reversed his rifle in his hands and swung it like a baseball bat as the mass of zombies came swarming at them over the fence. Another section fell, and another. Hundreds of the dead were closing in on them. The bus engines roared and fists pounded on the horns. Children screamed somewhere behind them. Trout kept swimming in and out of consciousness, aware that he was being half carried, half dragged along, but with no idea who was helping him. He saw Des and Sam standing shoulder to shoulder, firing into the onrushing sea of the infected, trying to buy Moonshiner time to retreat. And then the dead were on him. "No!" howled Sam. The big soldiers swung the rifle once more, and 2 zombies staggered back with shattered faces, but a dozen more launched themselves at him. Sam fired over and over again, killing an infected with every shot. So did Des. It did not matter at all. Moonshiner vanished beneath a tidal surge of the dead. "Get onto the bus!" Someone was yelling that over and over again, but Trout couldn't tell who it was. It might even have been him. Hands reached out and grabbed Trout, pulled him, lifted him, and then he was out of the rain, inside the bus. But where was Des? He began thrashing, fighting the hands, struggling to get to the window to see if he could find Des. Guns were still firing. The dead moaned like demons. "Go, go, go!" yelled a voice. Sammy Murrah. Where was Des? God, thought Trout, as the darkness began to drag him down. Where is my Des? Chapter 115. Trickster's Comedy Club, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Lydia Rose was too short to see over the milling crowd. She saw the bloody man enter the club and saw Tom throw a bottle at him, but then everything went totally to hell. People screamed and screamed as they ran for the exits. They collided with one another and tripped over tables and chairs. Lydia was buffeted back by the crowd and fell hard against the corner of the stage. 5 feet in front of her, a frat boy in a pit sweatshirt lay sprawled like a starfish, eyes open, mouth slack, as at least 40 people ran over his body, not leaping across it, but stepping on the college kid's stomach and legs and chest. Then a skinny white woman with beaded dreads hooked a foot in the frat boy's armpit and pitched face forward to the ground. A dozen others fell atop her, wrenching a terrible scream from her collapsing lungs. Lydia crawled onto the stage where Jeremy was yelling at the crowd to get out, which they were already trying to do, and alternately yelling at the bloody man to stop biting the woman. It seemed to Lydia to be such a strange thing to yell. If the guy was biting someone, then how likely was it that he'd be reasonable enough to take Jeremy's suggestion to heart? What was he supposed to do? Let her go? Spit out what was left of her throat? Give a rueful apology and buy a round for the house? She got to her feet, and from the stage platform was able to see what was actually happening there at Trickster's. She saw. She screamed. Beside her, Jeremy was still yelling at the crowd. Across the club, Tom Segura was running from the bloody man and throwing chairs at him. Most of the chairs were hitting the guys who were trying to throw punches at the intruder. The bloody man snatched one of the chairs out of the air and swung it into the face of a burly football player who was winding up a haymaker. The football player went down hard. Two other guys piled atop the bloody man, punching him with both fists. Lydia lost sight of the killer for a moment. Then she heard a piercing shriek, and one of the guys reeled back, clutching a hand from which blood spurted from the stumps of two fingers that were now missing beyond the first knuckles. The second guy rolled off, clutching his throat, and Lydia couldn't tell what the bloody man had done to him. Punched him? Tom waded in as the killer was rising to his feet, swinging yet another chair, but someone stepped into the path of the swing, and for a moment, Lydia couldn't understand what she was seeing. It was the woman who had been bitten. Her face and clothes were splashed with her own blood, and there was a black, ragged hole in the front of her throat. But she bared her teeth and leapt at Tom like a cat. They both went down, and Lydia lost sight of her friend. Then she was moving. She snatched the microphone stand from in front of Jeremy and leapt off the stage. She was only 5'1", and the mic stand was taller than she was, but Lydia took it in a two-handed grip and swung it with all the force and focus of a major league ball player. The chrome shaft made a glittering arc, and the heavy black base hit the woman who was atop Tom right in the side of the head. There was a meaty crunch that sent such a shock wave up the length of the stand that it shivered it right out of Lydia's hands. She staggered backward and collided with someone. She felt hands on her shoulders, trying to pull her backward. Lydia pivoted and swung her right arm as hard as she could to dislodge the grabbing hands. She didn't need any Galahad to pull her to safety. Lydia knew how to fight, mean and dirty, and she wasn't about to let some psycho bastard hurt Tom. But as she spun, she looked up into the face of the man who had grabbed her. A tall man, bare-chested, ugly and powerful, covered in blood from eyes to knees. A man who smiled at her. A man whose dark eyes looked her up and down. "Nice," he said. "Juicy." And then he lunged at her, teeth snapping. It's not funny, she thought. This isn't funny. Those were her last thoughts, and then all she saw was a big black nothing. Chapter 116. Doll Factory Road, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. It was too dark down in the hole, and there were too many monsters, so Billy Trout fought his way back to the surface. He came awake with a cry. For a moment, he did not know where he was. The world seemed to be moving. The ceiling was low and curved and seemed to be made out of metal. He heard voices, prayers, and whispers. People crying with dry, broken sobs that seemed to cling to the ragged edge of sanity. Other voices, younger and more plaintive, called for mothers and fathers, and were not answered. One voice kept repeating the word no in a relentless monotone. Pain was the next thing Trout became aware of. Intense pain, and in many places. His nose, his chest, his ribs, his shoulder. Oddly, his back no longer hurt, as if somehow whatever had been dislocated before had slid back into place. What a small and random mercy that was. It felt cheap and out of place when so many others were so badly hurt and needed comfort more than he did. A shape moved above him, and it took Trout several seconds to focus his eyes. Woman-shaped, blonde, haggard, filthy, beautiful. Des, he breathed. Des Fox bent and kissed his forehead and his eyes and his lips. Then she bent and whispered into his ears, "Don't ever leave me, Billy Trout. Don't you dare." He constructed what he hoped was a smile. "Not a chance." The bus, for that's now what he realized it was, jounced and bounced as it rolled. Trout tried to sit up and nearly passed out again. He took a ragged breath and tried it again, this time with her help. "Where are we?" "Center of town," she said. "Doll factory." Trout saw Sammy Mora sitting with Gypsy near the front of the bus. They sat in identical postures, forearms on knees, heads bent. In weariness or defeat? No, he realized. In grief. "Moonshiner?" Trout asked quietly. Des shook her head. "No. Oh, damn. We lost Uriah Piper, too. And Mrs. Madison. 10 others." He closed his eyes, not wanting to see the way those words twisted her mouth. "Any of the kids?" "No," she said. Tears cut silvery scars through the grime on her face. "We saved the kids, Billy. We saved them." Chapter 117. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You've heard of asking for a hand in marriage,
Homer
but
Gibbons
what about
said,
a paw?
"You get it
That's
all
the
done.
situation in a
You
remote village
upload all
in
the
India,
film we
where a
did,
young woman
the
is
interviews
marrying
and
a
such.
stray dog to ward off
Everything,"
evil. The unusual
said
wedding was
Goat
organized
weakly.
by the parents of 18-year-old
Everything's
bride
out there.
Mangli Munda to a dog named
It was
Shegu.
true. All of the video files had been uploaded to YouTube, with crosslinks on Twitter, Facebook, and other social media. Goat could only imagine the feeding frenzy. He had also sent Volker's notes out. By now, it had been received by thousands and thousands of news sources. He even sent it to the White House, the CDC, and the Department of Homeland Security. Maybe it would do some good. But he had his doubts. While he waited for Homer, Goat checked the online news services. Lucifer 113 was already spreading beyond Stebbins. The president was set to address the nation, and the emergency broadcast network had replaced most of the regular stations. This was it. This was the actual end. Volker had called it a doomsday weapon, and tonight was the first night of the end of the world. Goat was sure of it. He was certain for 2 reasons. First, because of the news stories of the infection spreading. He didn't know, nor apparently did the reporters, whether the viral outbreak, as they were calling it, could be contained and eradicated. Maybe it could. There were some pretty extreme measures the government could take. The other reason Goat believed that the doors to hell were swinging open, the reason that filled him with true despair, was the insight he'd had while waiting for Homer to come out of the comedy club. It was a process. It was an analysis of character motivation, and Goat dissected it the way he would with actors playing roles in a movie. His training, after all, was movie direction. "I think I understand now," said Goat. Homer grunted. "What?" "I understand. I get it." The killer glanced at him.
What is it you think you get?
Your plan.
My plan? I don't have a plan.
Okay. Let me put it another way, said Goat. I think I understand what the red mouth is telling you to do. I think I can envision what the black eye wants everyone to see. Homer smiled. It looked like a genuine smile, too.
You had a vision?
Not exactly.
Then what? Did the red mouth start whispering in your ear?
Maybe, said Goat. It sort of came to me.
What do you mean? What are you seeing?
You're just going to drive across country, stopping every once in a while for a bite, and then keep going. You want to spread this thing as far and as wide as possible. You want to kill the whole fucking world, don't you? Homer thought about it for a while as they drove on through the rain.
Yeah, that about says it.
Is any of that stuff about the meek inheriting the earth true? Was any of that what you believe, or was it all bullshit for the camera? Homer's smile was slow and sly.
Does it really matter, boy?
I need to know. The lights of the big rigs in the opposite lane illuminated Homer Gibbon as he smiled again and shrugged. Wait, that's it? Demanded Goat. You put me through all this shit and then you brush me off with a fucking shrug?
What's it matter to you?
Asked the killer.
It's all gonna work out the same whether it's true or not.
Goat made a disgusted sound low in his throat.
Dr. Volker told me what I am, and you know what that is, don't you, boy?
Goat said nothing.
I'm a fucking zombie. I'm already dead. You ever wonder why I move like I got arthritis? You don't know your basic medicine? I got rigor mortis. That means I'm already rotting. I may hear the red mouth speak to me, but when I look into the future with the black eye, you know what I see? I see me fucking dead and gone, motherfucker.
Homer suddenly struck the steering wheel with the heel of his palm.
That's what I fucking see. Me dead. So I figure, what the fuck? I might as well turn this into a party town. If I gotta go, then everybody's gotta come with me. Every fucking buddy. And yeah, to answer your question, I do believe. And what I believe is that life's a bitch, and then we all fucking die. But not alone, boy. Not alone.
Homer punctuated his remarks with a brutal laugh, totally without mirth or humanity. A dead man's laugh. A killer's laugh.
It's the end of the world, boy. Just like the song says. And you know what? I feel just fine.
Goat stared at him, and something in his head seemed to break, to snap, to tear open. Maybe it was the black eye opening so he could see his own future. Maybe it was that. If so, the future that Goat saw was that of a desolated world. It was a wasteland of disease and rot, and there, standing amid an endless crowd of unmoving, unthinking, undying dead, was his own body, robbed of life, of hope, of any possibility of anything. It was the ugliest thing he could imagine, bleak and pointless. He leaned closer to Homer Gibbon, wanting to see the killer's face clearly in the whitewash of headlines. As each of the big interstate truckers whisked by, he saw that evil face in a stark strobe. Each blink, each flash image was identical, inert, eternal, irredeemable. He said, "Fuck you!" Then he grabbed the steering wheel in both hands, shoved it to the left with all his strength, and sent the Escalade careening into the headlights of a monstrous 18-wheel Freightliner pulling a full load of steel I-beams. right into 80,000 pounds driving at 82 miles an hour. Although the impact opened 1,000 red mouths in the flesh of Homer Gibbon, they whispered no secrets, and the black eye went forever blind. Part 4. First Night. So, when the last and dreadful hour this crumbling pageant shall devour, the trumpet shall be heard on high, the dead shall live, the living die, and music shall untune the sky. John Dryden, A Song for St. Cecilia's Day. Chapter 118. Atlanta, Georgia. No one at the bar knew his last name. When asked, he said that his name was John. It wasn't exactly true, but true enough. John sat at the end of the bar, drinking red wine, making it last, paying for it with money he had taken from the biker he had killed. He would have more money when he sold the motorcycle. John was not a biker type. He disliked machines, and especially loud ones. Noise irritated him. It was hard enough to listen to all of the voices in his head without those kind of distractions. The bar was quiet, especially this early in the day. The bartender, 2 other early bird customers, and John. He'd come in as soon as it opened, found his favorite stool, and sat down to watch the news. So many wonderful things were happening in the world. Pennsylvania, Maryland, West Virginia, and Ohio had all clearly been touched by the hand of God. He wondered if that meant that it was starting. The fall. The collapse of the false world of idolatry and sin. It was something for which he had prayed every day of his adult life. It was something he always believed would happen one day. The fall. Then the news station interrupted its own broadcast to play another video clip from a reporter named Gregory Weinman. The reporter, who was somewhere in the affected area, had been sending videos all night, and at first the press had dismissed them as elaborate fakes and the worst kind of practical jokes. As the night burned away and the morning dawned with fear and promise, the reaction to those reports changed. Now they were being trotted out as hard news, news that terrified everyone at the bar, except John, who found them so incredibly comforting. The TV reporter warned that the footage they were about to show was disturbing and contained images not suitable for children. John saw the predatory gleam in the reporter's eyes. Then the footage began, showing a man that John immediately recognized as the supposedly executed serial killer Homer Gibbon, as he went into a 7-Eleven and began attacking people. It was all very messy and crude. John did not like biting. He always preferred knives. Knives held within them a purity of purpose. They were instruments of God's will. John had several of them in special pockets he'd sewn inside his clothes. He was never without his knives. The video played out, and then it cut to the interior of a car as Homer Gibbon spoke about why he was doing what he did. He spoke about seeing with the black eye. He spoke about hearing the secrets of the red mouth. The red mouth. That was something John understood, though he had never used the exact phrase before. Red mouth. How perfect. How apt. He mouthed the words, and they felt like ambrosia on his tongue and lips. He knew right then that he would forever use those words to describe what he, in his holy purpose, had done so many times and would continue to do if God willed it. Then Homer said something else that struck to the very core of John's personal faith.
In the Bible, Jesus talked about how the meek were going to inherit the earth. I forget where he said it, but it was important, and I think this is what he was talking about. The way people are when they wake up after I open the red mouths in their flesh.
Yes, said John. He said it a little too loud, a bit too emphatically, and the two other patrons turned to him.
What?
Asked one of them.
You agree with that bullshit?
John said nothing.
I asked you a question,
demanded the man, sliding off his stool.
I have friends in Pennsylvania. I have some family there.
John considered how to play this. He could construct a response that would dial the man's outrage down to a simple misunderstanding. He could do that because he had done that sort of thing many times before and with sharper people than this. He had managed conversations with psychiatrists and parole review panels. And yet, on the screen, Homer Gibbon continued to talk about the meek inheriting the earth and about how he was helping them have eternal life, about how it was God's will for a peaceful planet, a world without war, without hate, a world of the silent, mindless meek, a world of people emptied of everything except the grace of a loving and generous God. John understood and agreed with everything Homer Gibbon said.
Yo, asshole,
said the loudmouth, moving down the bar toward John.
I'm talking to you.
His last words were gone, trapped inside the man's chest, unable to get past the blood that now filled his throat. The man stared in uncomprehending horror at the glittering steel that seemed to have appeared as if by magic in John's hand. The other patron and the bartender gaped at what was happening, their incomprehension every bit as great as the dying loudmouth.
John?
Asked the bartender.
What the hell did you just do?
Explaining would take too much time, and John did not believe either of these men would truly understand. He killed them both. They tried to make a fight of it, as if that mattered. As they lay bleeding, with red mouths opened in their flesh, John watched the face of Homer Gibbon. This was the face of the chosen of God, the rock upon which a new church was being born in the farmlands of Pennsylvania.
You are my God,
he told the killer on the TV,
and I will be a saint of your church.
Smiling, filled with great joy, St. John wiped his knives clean and stepped out into the morning sunlight, knowing with total certainty that the noisy, cluttered, sinful world was about to fall. It was all going to become quiet, as God so clearly intended. Chapter 119, Route 40, Fayette County, Pennsylvania. The buses painted a long line of yellow through the gray of the pre-dawn morning. Des, Trout, and Sam sat in a huddle in the front of the lead bus. They passed a few cars, but they were all driving too fast. Panic speed, thought Trout. A UPS truck lay on its side at a crossroads, and several figures were hunkered down around a ragged red thing that twitched even as it was consumed. Off in the distance, on the far side of a massive cornfield, a farmhouse burned, flickering its souls to the winds. They found an armored personnel carrier standing alone and empty on the shoulder of the road. Sam and the remaining members of the Boy Scouts got out to check it. Des went with them, and Trout, weak and trembling, stood in the open doorway of the bus. There was no blood on the APC, no scattering of shell casings, nothing to indicate a battle. However, it was completely empty. No crew, no bodies, no traces of how it came to be abandoned there. Boxer, Shortstop, and Gypsy came back with armloads of ammunition and extra guns. Sam tottered back, carrying a heavy metal case of fragmentation grenades. They stripped the APC of everything of use, and all of it done in a hasty silence. Then they piled back into the buses, and the convoy began rolling. The landscape that whipped by seemed murky and deserted to Trout, though his gut told him otherwise. Twice he saw figures in the woods, pale and silent, watching the buses as they passed. Inside the bus, things quieted down. Many of the children were asleep, dragged into troubled dreams by shock and exhaustion. Others sat and watched the forest with the fixity of attention of a bunch of plastic mannequins. Des followed the line of Trout's stare and took his hand to give it a gentle squeeze. Sam sat nearby, thumbing bullets into a stack of empty magazines. His eyes were shuttered windows. Jenny DeGroot came and squatted down in the aisle. She had somehow conjured hot coffee. "It's instant," she apologized, handing out steaming styrofoam cups. Trout took his with a greedy sigh. "I don't care if it's boiled gutter water." He burned his tongue on the first sip, didn't care, blew on the surface, and took another sip. Sammy Mora sat with his head cradled between his palms, eyes unfocused as he stared into his own thoughts.
"I was sorry to hear about your friend,"
said Trout. "Moonshiner," murmured Sam, nodding his thanks. "What was his real name?" asked Des. "Staff Sergeant Bud Hollister. Good old boy from Alabama." Des nodded. "He had biker tats. He used to ride?" A memory put a faint smile on Sam's hard mouth. "He rode with the outlaws before he moved from Bama." "Rough boys," said Des. "Very. He rolled out with them when he was 16, lying about being 19. He was with them until just before his 18th birthday, then got arrested for some petty stuff. Judge offered him a choice of jail or enlistment. Not that he stopped kicking ass and taking names as a soldier. Running joke was that he had Velcro on his stripes because he kept losing them." Trout cleared his throat and caught a look at Des. "Oh, lots of that going around." "Bite me," muttered Des. "You can live small and boring, or you can go and tear a piece off for yourself." Sam grinned. "You and Moonshiner would have gotten along fine." "He wasn't half bad looking." "Hey, I'm sitting right here, you know," Trout reminded her. Des ignored him. She held out her cup. "To Bud Moonshiner Hollister, a true American ass-kicker." "And a good man," added Sam, touching his cup. Trout did the same, and they drank in silence for a while. "After we get to Asheville," asked Trout, "what will you do? Stay there or go back?" "Back is a relative term. I'm not part of the regular army, so I don't have to report back. I'll stay in touch with Scott Blair, and if he needs me to do anything special, something that could help, then I'll do that." "And if there's nothing you can do?" Sam shrugged. "My family is in Central California. Dad and stepmom, brother who's 20 and in the police academy, and a stepbrother who's 18 months old. Dad's a cop, too, but he's getting up there. Been driving a desk for the last 10 years. Mom's an ER nurse. If this thing continues to spread, then I'm going to want to get to them and help keep them safe." "I hope it doesn't come to that," said Trout, and Des nodded. Sam made no comment. The conversation dwindled down to a shared, moody silence. Trout stared out the window as he sipped the last of his coffee. Then he frowned. "Hey," he said, "I thought we were going to North Carolina." "We are," said Des. "Then why did we just pass a sign for Fort Necessity? You planning on visiting a historic battlefield during a flight to safety?" "I don't know, Des. I doubt the gift shop is open this early." "We're not going to the fort," said Des irritably. "We're going to Sapphire Foods. It's a mile past the fort on Route 40. I told you about it. The big food distribution warehouse. Ah, yes, the one where your ex-boyfriend works, if he's still an ex-boyfriend. Don't start, Billy. It's a good call, said Sam. We got less than half the supplies out of the school. Trout knew that it was a good idea, but he didn't want to admit it. He fished for an objection. What if they won't let us take anything? We'll ask nicely, Sam suggested. Charlie will give me what I want, said Des. Charlie? Charlie who? And why would he give you anything? Would that be a matter of him committing a crime? We're in a state of emergency. Uh-huh. And Charlie likes kids. He always has. He coaches the boxing and wrestling teams at the PAL and... Whoa, wait. Are you talking about that, Charlie? Des colored and said nothing. Are you freaking serious, Desdemona Fox? Him? Who? Asked Sam, but he was ignored. He's a scumbag, a thug, and very likely an actual criminal, said Trout. He's not that bad. Oh, your nose grew 6 inches when you said that. Trout shook his head in genuine disbelief. I know you've dated some lowlifes over the years, Des, but how drunk were you when you thought dating Charlie Pinkeye was a good idea? He doesn't like to be called that. I don't care what he likes or doesn't like. Charlie's a psychopath. So's his brother and so's his dad. Didn't his old man kill Charlie's mother? It was never proved. Might have been suicide. But what does that matter, Billy? We're not going there so I can give him a blowjob. We need supplies, and I know that if I explain the situation, he'll help us. And if we need to, he'll let us stay there. Trout began to fire back a crushing reply, but the driver called out, We're coming up on it. The bus rounded a curve in the road, and there it was. A tall double fence encircled a plot of land that had to be a mile per side. The heavy-gauge rolling gate was peeled back on its hinges, the pipe frame twisted into a useless curl. The vehicle that had hit it, a Staples delivery truck, was still wrapped inside the gate like a spider caught in a web. The driver's door was open and splashed with black blood. No, said Des under her breath. In the middle of the property was a massive one-story building made from dull gray stone blocks. As Des had said, there were no windows at all, but along one side there were bays for 50 trucks. A dozen trucks were backed into bays. There were a dozen cars parked haphazardly in the lot, some crumpled together. One sat there, burning in the dying drizzle. Oh, shit, breathed Trout. There were zombies everywhere. Dozens of them. Chapter 120. 151 First Side, Fort Pitt Boulevard, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Alex J. Berman stood on the balcony of his high-rise apartment and watched Pittsburgh burn. His wife held his hand, and her grip was like a vice, so tight that he knew she would never let go. Never. Screams rose up from below, and Alex bent forward to look down. 23 stories below, moving through patches of sunlight and shadow, the crowds surged. From up here it was impossible to tell who was infected and who was not. Or at least, not yet. Everyone was in motion. Cars and trucks moved through the crowds, and from up here they looked like leaves buffeted along atop a moving stream. Alex wondered how many of those people the vehicles rolled over. Up here you couldn't hear the sound of breaking bones. Only the screams, and the gunfire, and the explosions. Those were continual. The rains had dwindled to nothing and then faded as the sun burned through the clouds. The sky above was pretty and blue, a bright blue, like the summer skies of his boyhood. Pretty. Birds flew up there, far above the sounds of dying from below. Behind him, on the other side of the closed French doors, fists beat on the glass. Small sounds made by small fists. Alex did not turn to look. He had done many things in his life, some brave, some crazy, but he was absolutely sure it would take a greater insanity and far more courage than he possessed to turn and look through that glass. He could not do that. His wife sobbed. Once, a deep sound that was filled with everything either of them ever needed to say. Except for one more thing. Alex turned to his wife and smiled at her. "I love you," he said. "And I always will." Her tears glittered like jewels in the sunlight. Still holding hands, they stepped off the balcony ledge. Chapter 121. Sapphire Foods, Route 40, Fayette County, Pennsylvania.
"What do we do?"
asked the driver of the bus. The lead bus idled in the short curving driveway. The others were still around the bend. So far, the infected in the parking lot had not reacted to the bus. They were all close to the building, which was hundreds of yards away.
"We have 3 choices,"
Sam said quickly when Des joined them.
"First choice is we bug out now and take our chances with the supplies we have. It's less than a day to Asheville."
"Sure," said Des bitterly. "If the roads are clear. If people are going apeshit, and you know damn well they are, then those roads could be jammed and those buses can't exactly go off-road. It could take a day or it could take a week, and we don't have a week's worth of food and water. Nothing close to it. Most of that stuff got left behind at the school."
"Okay. Second choice is my team draws the dead off to one side, away from the building, while you park the buses and offload everyone through the loading bays. Then we make this home base."
"Good call," said Trout. "Right, Des? You said this place has plenty of food and water and their own generators." Des chewed her lip as she considered it. "There's probably enough fuel in the generators for maybe a week, 10 days at the outside. After that, the lights and heat and everything else shuts down. There are also no windows. Good for security, but once the lights are out, it's a big black box. And there are 2 bathrooms, but no showers. If it was a week, maybe. But since we don't know how long, and since we have no way of telling how many of those things are going to come sniffing around, we could be well and truly fucked if we get trapped in there."
"Agreed."
Sam sighed and nodded.
"Then that leaves the third choice. Plan A, I guess. We load as much as we can and we get back on the road."
They watched the zombies in the parking lot.
"Can we actually do that with them hanging around?"
asked Trout.
"No, we'd need to take them out. I count, 30, 32. They're spaced out. We can take them down."
"And how many more will come looking to see what all this shooting's about?"
Sam nodded. "Which means we need to work mighty damn fast."
"Hey," said Trout, snapping his fingers. "You Black Ops guys do assassinations and stuff, right? Don't you have silencers?" "First," said Des impatiently, "they're called sound suppressors."
"And second,"
said Sam,
"we didn't bring them because this wasn't that kind of job."
"Oh." Trout felt foolish, but then something else occurred to him. "Don't we have to check the building first before we go in? Who's going to do that while you clear out the yard?"
"My team gets to do both,"
said Sam wearily. Then he brightened.
"And I think I know a way to speed the process."
He outlined it to Des, who approved. Then Sam touched his earbud and explained the situation and the plan to his remaining team members. Trout couldn't hear their replies, but he doubted they were any happier about this than he was. But it all began happening very fast. Des told the driver of the first bus to go into the lot. The other buses followed. Sam jumped out and began walking alongside the bus, which proceeded at a pace slow enough to keep pace with him. Boxer, Shortstop, and Gypsy did the same. The plan was simple. The buses would enter, cut right, and follow the inside of the fence all the way around the building, staying so close that none of the infected could get between the fence and the buses. The engine sound drew the infected like a bright light draws moths, and soon the dead were shambling across the lot toward the lead bus. Sam and the Boy Scouts walked without haste toward them, and as each zombie came within 20 feet, one of the soldiers put it down with a single shot to the head. It quickly became a rhythm, easy and mechanical. Though to Trout, watching from the lead bus, there was a different kind of horror to this. The zombies closed in, they were shot, the convoy inched along, over and over again. Aboard the buses, people started cheering with each kill, as if this was a game and the number counter jumped up with each death, as if the infected were no more real than animated monsters in a video game, as if each of those infected had not been a person hours ago. It shocked and repulsed Trout. Lucifer 113 had stolen the life from these people, and this, the necessary killing, took away their posthumous sham of being alive. But the reaction of the people on the bus, the cheers like spectators at the Roman circus, seemed to strip away the humanity of each infected. It reduced them to things rather than people. Somehow this indifference, or detachment, or madness, or whatever it was, frightened Trout every bit as much as the plague itself. As each cheer went up, louder than the first, Trout thought he could glimpse a future where the survivors of this placed no value whatsoever on human life. He knew that this was shock, that this was a shared traumatic stress reaction. He knew that, but he feared it too. It took over an hour to clear the parking lot. It seemed like a year to Trout. When it was over, Shortstop peeled off and headed to the open gate to stand guard. At Dez's direction, the entire convoy of buses circled the huge building. Dez and Sam pressed their faces against the windows so they could examine the building. Along one section of wall were slots for employee cars. First in the line was a mint-condition 1967 fire-engine red Pontiac Le Mans convertible. Trout knew that car all too well. It belonged to Charlie Mathias. The other cars and pickup trucks were unknown to him. "Looks intact," she said after they finished appraising the building. Then she reached out and tapped the bus driver on the shoulder. "Think you can back this into one of those bays? Drove a tractor my whole life," said the man. "I can park this in a phone booth." He was as good as his word, turning in a good angle, spinning the wheel before shifting, watching the mirrors, and sliding down the slope to a gentle stop against the heavy rubber fender covering the base of the load bay. Dez went back to make sure the door would open and found there was a half-inch of clearance. She closed the door, though, and made sure it was locked, then hurried back to rejoin Trout. The other buses began imitating the process of backing into the bays. Most were able to manage it, but after a couple of them failed to do it, the driver of Dez's bus went trotting out to help them. Dez exited the bus and waited on the deserted loading bay until Sam, Boxer, and Gypsy joined her. Trout lingered in the open doorway, feeling enormously useless. Dez had 6 extra magazines for her Glock, and thanks to the APC they had looted, she had a second 9mm tucked into the back of her belt. Sam had switched from his sniper rifle to a more practical M4, and he had magazines tucked into every pouch and pocket. 6 grenades were clipped to his harness. "What's the call, boss?" asked Gypsy. Sam nodded to the service door at the far end of the bay. "We knock and let Dez negotiate with her friend, Charlie Mathias, if he's still alive. She believes he'll allow us to stock up, given the situation." "And if he doesn't?" asked Gypsy. Dez shrugged. "I like the guy," she said, "but I'm not married to him. One way or another, we're rolling out of here with food and water. Not really interested in taking fuck you for an answer." Boxer held out his fist and took the bump. "Gypsy," said Sam, "watch our backs." They moved away from the buses, running lightly, weapons up and out. Trout noticed how smoothly Des fit in with the Boy Scouts, like she belonged more to their world than to any other. In a moment of irrational jealousy, he wondered what would happen if Sam Imura and Des had to work together for any length of time. Trout did not like his chances in a competition with that man, not in combat and not in romance. Sam was everything Des liked. He was strong, confident, capable, and decent. "Fuck," Trout murmured. Then he added, "Billy Trout, you are a total damn fool." Chapter 122. Town of Stebbins, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Jake DeGroot drove through hell. That was the only way he could describe what he was seeing. The whole town of Stebbins was in ruins. There was death everywhere, but not enough of it was lying down. People, as torn and vacant as the three girls that had attacked Burl and the others, wandered through the streets. Many of them turned toward the sound of the front-end loader. Some even ran at it and tried to attack it. At first, Jake tried to avoid them, but the machine wasn't fast or nimble enough to zigzag through the crowd. He understood more about what they were now. On the slow ride here, he had put on headphones and turned the radio all the way up and listened to someone from the government say crazy things about a plague. A plague. A disease that made people murder each other. It sounded plausible, though Jake knew it was much worse than that. Even so, he didn't want to hurt anyone. Not unless he had to. Not unless there was no other choice. He ran out of choices on the way to the Stebbins Little School. By the time Big Bird was rolling down the road that led to the front gate, the way was clogged by victims of the plague. Unable to go around them or evade them, he took a breath, cursed God, and drove over them. The only mercy he received was that the engine noise was so loud he couldn't hear the crunching of bones. So many bones. He turned away from the biggest mass of them and plowed right through an open stretch of fence, rolled across the parking lot past empty school buses, looking for some sign, some proof that Jenny and the others were still safe inside the school. Then he rolled to a stop, idling, staring at two things. The first was the open doorway of the school. The infected wandered in and out, and Jake recognized some of the teachers among them. It came close to breaking his heart. Then he saw the second thing, words written in brown spray paint on the red bricks of the school wall. It was a message about who had been here at the school, about how they had left, and about where they were going. As he read it, the infected began climbing onto his machine. With a growl, Jake put the loader in gear, turned, and with some of the dead still clinging on, headed for the road that led out of town. Chapter 123. Sapphire Foods, Route 40, Fayette County, Pennsylvania. They were 20 feet from the service door when Sam froze, one fist raised. Then he waved the others up so they could see what he was looking at. The door to the building was not, as they first supposed, shut. It was slightly ajar, about a half-inch from a tight fit. That wasn't what jolted Sam, though. There was a partial handprint on the frame, just the palm and a thumb, the rest hidden by the door. The handprint still glistened with red blood. "Shit," whispered Des. "Can God give us one fucking break?" Gypsy and Boxer shifted to take clear lines of sight once the door was opened. "Des," said Sam, "you open the door. I go in first, then my team, then you. Keep all lines clear. Nobody fires until and unless I do." He shifted to allow Des to grip the door handle. Sam finger-counted down from 3, and she pulled the door open quickly, blocked it with her leg, and took her gun in a two-handed grip. Sam went in first, moving silently on cat feet. The others followed, moving smoothly, weapons moving from corner to corner, covering everything. Des went in last, and stepping inside wasn't like stepping into a warehouse. It was like stepping into an abattoir. The place was massive, with hundreds of tall rows of steel shelves that stretched off into darkness. Most of the lights were out, except for small emergency lights bolted every dozen yards. There was not enough light to see into the building, but there was enough illumination so that Des could see that the walls to either side of the door and floor in front of her were splashed with blood. There were bodies everywhere, a dozen at least, and they lay in disjointed tangles, with arms and legs missing, heads crushed, necks chopped through. Trails of blood, shoes and bare feet, led off into the main warehouse and vanished down shadowy rows. Only one figure still stood. He was massive, with chest and shoulders so heavily packed with corded muscle that it made him look like a great pale ape. His skin was the color of milk, and there were dreadful scars covering his arms and face. Old scars, barely visible through the blood, both red and black, that covered him from scalp to boots. He glared at them with mad eyes, one bright blue, the other as red as a subway rat. He held a crowbar in one fist and a meat cleaver in the other, and he stood there, panting, wild and thoroughly savage. Sam, Boxer, and Gypsy immediately pointed their guns at him. Des pushed her way past the soldiers. "Charlie?" she said softly. The wild eyes flared, and for a moment it seemed as if this monstrous man would attack. "Don't," murmured Sammy Murrah. He said it very quietly. Charlie's eyes flicked to him for a moment, and the thick lips curled back from uneven teeth. Maybe it was a sneer, maybe it was a smile. In either case, it was unpleasant and feral. "Charlie," Des repeated. She lowered her gun, holding it in one hand and reaching out toward him with the other. The mad eyes blinked, and blinked again, and each time there was a fraction less of the frenzied look and a fraction more of sanity, of realization of self, of recognition.
"Des?"
"It's me, Charlie," she said. "It's okay."
"Okay,"
echoed Charlie Matthias, as if that was the strangest word he'd ever heard.
"Okay? Jesus Christ, Des. What's happening to the world? Nothing's okay."
He let out a breath and lowered the weapons. Sam and his team held their ground, though. "What happened here, Charlie? Who are these people?" The bodies on the floor were so badly mangled that it was impossible to tell who or what they had been.
They're my boys."
Des frowned.
"You're my crew. The guys I fucking run with."
He looked around in confusion.
"Rico, Tyrone, Tony Dale, and Fezimio. Christ, Des, what the fuck's going on? We were playing cards, and Rico went outside to take a piss. Then he comes in all crazy and fucked up. Comes back with a whole shitload of people I don't know, and suddenly everything went to shit. Rico bit Fez. Bit his throat right the fuck out. Christ, Des, he started eating him. How's that not fucked up?"
Charlie's voice was rising to a dangerous hysterical note, and as he ranted he began waving around his weapons. Sam shifted to stand between Des and the big man.
"Mr. Matthias, I am going to need you to calm down. Put down your weapons and put your hands on your head. Do it now."
Charlie stared at him with total incomprehension.
"Who the fuck are you? What's happening? Somebody better fucking tell me what's going on."
"Charlie! Charlie!" yelled Des, and her voice was so loud and sharp that Charlie flinched as if he had been slapped. Haven't you listened to the news? Don't you understand what's happening? It's a plague. It's spreading out of control, and it makes people want to kill each other.
What?
Stebbins County is gone. Everyone's dead. Everyone, Charlie. Except a bunch of kids and some other folks, some adults. We have 12 school buses outside, and we're trying to get out of here. We're heading down south, but we need supplies. I came here because I knew you'd help us. I knew I could count on you, Charlie. With each sentence, she changed her voice from sharpness to soft appeal. It worked on Charlie, drawing him back from the edge.
Is this real? Are you bullshitting me, Des?
It's real. We're in trouble and we need your help. He looked down at the weapons he held, considered them for a moment, then let them fall. The clangs they made echoed through the building.
Boxer, Gypsy,
said Sam.
Do a sweep. Stay together and make it fast.
They moved off, each of them throwing Charlie ugly looks.
Mr. Matthias,
said Sam,
were you bitten?
Huh? Me? Well, no. Not that they didn't try. Christ. Fez chewed on my boot trying to bite my ankle, and that was after I busted his knees and broke his damn back. How does that make sense?
Des quickly explained the situation, compressing it into a few terse lines. Lucifer, Homer Gibbon, the outbreak, the parasites. When she got to that last part, Charlie bolted and ran for the men's room. They followed and stood in the doorway while Charlie stripped out of his bloody clothes and scrubbed his skin with hot water and soap, and then rubbed himself down with nearly a full bottle of Purell. Charlie was almost an albino, but he had some splotches of color. He rinsed his jeans and put them back on. The shirt was a total loss.
"Clock's ticking,"
said Sam. "We need to—" And then Shortstop cut in via the team microphone. Sam held up a hand and used the other to touch his earbud.
"What have you got?"
"We got incoming, boss."
"How many?"
"Too many."
Chapter 124. Coldwater Canyon Drive, Los Angeles, California. Albert Godown tied his running shoes, stood and stretched slowly, feeling the muscles come undone, the cramps from the long flight gradually releasing their hold on him. His wife, Mary, was by the park, holding a deep lunge. She coughed a few times, but she controlled her reaction to it, keeping it small.
"You okay?"
he asked. Mary nodded, then shrugged. "It's good." He waited for more, but that was all she said. So he nudged it a bit.
"You still sick to your stomach?"
"Not really." Albert walked over to her. "Come on," he said. "You were sick as a dog last night." "Just air sickness. It was like a rodeo up there."
"Are you sure? They're still talking about some kind of flu on the news."
She shook her head. "It's better than it was. Might have been allergies. Did you smell the air on the plane? Until they closed the doors, it smelled like we were parked right next to an open sewer. Burned my eyes." He nodded, though it hadn't bothered him as much.
"It was worse by that hotel."
Because of the first wave of Superstorm Zelda, the flights the day before had been canceled, and the airline had put them up at a hotel near the Pittsburgh airport. The kind of hotel you only ever stay in if your flight is canceled, and is that or sleep in the terminal. They'd worked out in the little gym, and when the rain let up for an hour, they jogged around the property for an estimated 5 miles. That, at least, had been the plan, but halfway through it, the humidity turned the air into a cold soup more conducive to swimming than running, so they bagged it and went inside. That humid air stank, too, and that's when Mary's cough started. A tickle at first, and then worse as the evening went on. It came and went, and didn't really settle down until this morning, when they got a 6:45 flight out of there. They changed planes in Chicago after a 3-hour layover, and Mary's cough sparked up again, but settled down once they were on the plane. Now it was back to being an infrequent thing. Still there, though, and he thought she should have it checked out. He told her so. "It's just allergies," she said. "Or whatever. I bet if we get a good run now, it'll just go away. So nice and dry here. To prove her point, she took a deep breath and let it out. See? No cough. He shrugged and they set off. They each wore headphones. Mary had her iPod set to one of her playlists. Albert could never imagine jogging to classical music. It seemed so counterintuitive to cardio. He usually listened to classic rock, or, as with today's run, the BBC News station. Better and less biased coverage than any of the domestic stations. But before they'd gone half a mile, he began frowning, and soon his run slowed to a walk, and then he stopped, touching an earbud to make sure he could hear everything. Mary ran on for half a block before she realized she was alone. Then she circled back. "What is it?" He pulled one earbud and gave it to her. They listened together as the BBC reporter talked about an outbreak of a disease that was so dangerous that the military was using force to stop those infected from leaving the quarantine zone. Albert saw Mary mouth the word military. The reporter said that the quarantine zone included large parts of Pennsylvania, Maryland, West Virginia, and Ohio. They stared at each other, stunned by this, not believing it, unable to not believe it. They looked around them. The California sun was still shining. Birds coasted on the thermals high above them. Children played in front yards. The reporter said that the estimated death toll might reach 500,000. Mary said, "What?" All Albert could do was shake his head. This happened while they slept in an airport hotel, while they were in the air. But it must have started while they were still in Pittsburgh. It had to have been mere miles from them. How did they not know about it? How could something this big have spread so fast? Mary coughed again and wiped at her mouth. Albert didn't much notice it this time. His mind was reeling. Then Mary coughed again, much harder, much louder. It doubled her over, and Albert lunged to catch her. "Jesus Christ!" he cried as she sagged against him. "Are you all right?" She wiped her mouth with the back of one trembling hand. And the moment froze for both of them as they stared with abject horror at the wetness smeared across her hand. It was not the colorless wetness of spit, nor was it blood. It was black. And in the black wetness, small white shapes wriggled. Mary screamed. Albert screamed too. Chapter 125. Sapphire Foods, Route 40, Fayette County, Pennsylvania. They hurried outside and stood on the dock, watching with sagging hearts and growing horror the roads beyond the fence. Des felt like she was caught in an endless loop. This was the schoolyard all over again, except there was a 40-foot wide gap in the fence. Sam turned to his team.
"We need to secure that fence right now."
Charlie stared at the approaching wall of the dead.
"Hope you don't expect me to—"
"No," said Sam tightly.
"You can go back inside and help Des find what she needs. Do it fast and do it now."
Charlie got a look at Des and straightened as if realizing how bad his remark sounded.
"Hey, don't get me wrong. I'd hold the line, but I don't got a gun."
Sam's eyes were cold.
"You won't need one to carry boxes. We'll hold the line."
With that, he turned away and began running toward the open gate with Boxer and Gypsy at his heels. Des lingered for a moment, then spun and raced for the building, shouting for all the adults to gather on the dock. Charlie's pale face had turned beet red. He caught Trout smiling.
"Fuck you grinning at?"
"Nothing at all," said Trout. He began limping toward the loading bay, determined to be of some use, however small. Charlie shoved him roughly aside and jogged heavily after Des. He didn't see Trout shoot him the finger. Trout had just reached the loading bay when the gunfire began. he looked back and saw that the road was crowded with the dead. Chapter 126. Mariposa County, California. The cadets came in from a long run, all of them panting and sweating, some of them laughing, a few too exhausted for trash talk and chatter. One young man trailed the group, walking slowly while stretching his arms. He had been among the first group to complete the 10-kilometer run through the hills, but he had stopped for a long yoga cool-down. The other cadets nodded to him as they passed. Although he was a quiet and introspective man, he was well-liked and respected. The day was beautiful, and even when the last stragglers had gone inside, he lingered to consider the fleet of white clouds sailing high above the mountains toward the eastern horizon. The birds of autumn sang in the trees, and the gentle breeze carried the scent of dogwood and California lilies. The young man smiled at the day. As he mounted the steps to the front door, he thought of his little brother, who was 1.5 years old. Maybe he'd take him for a bike ride to a hummingbird garden. The kid would like that. His fingers were inches from the door when it suddenly swung outward so fast it nearly smashed his hand. The young cadet jerked his hand back as his friend, Jerry Buckley, came bursting out of the building. The men collided, but the young cadet was always fast on his feet, and he grabbed his friend and spun him, keeping them both from falling. "Damn, Jer!" he barked. "What the hell?" Jerry grabbed the front of his sweatshirt with both hands.
"Christ, Tom, I gotta get home. It's all going to shit."
"What is?"
"That thing back east. That plague. Holy shit, man, they're saying that they lost control of it. It's showing up everywhere."
Jerry tried to pull away, but the young cadet, Tom, held him, kept him right there. "Who said this?
"The news? No,"
said Jerry.
"They made an announcement as soon as we got in from the run. Everyone's getting changed and getting their shit. They're sending us all home. You should get your gear and get to your folks' place, man. This is all falling apart."
"Slow down, Jer," said the young cadet. "That's the other side of the country." But Jerry was already shaking his head.
"No, aren't you hearing me? It's everywhere.
It's in L.A., yelled Jerry, pulling away.
"At the airport. Jesus, Tom, it's already here."
As if to punctuate his words, the air above them was torn by the grinding of helicopter rotors, and they looked up to see a wave of Apaches heading south. 4 big Chinooks followed behind them. Higher still, the contrails of jet fighters gouged white scars in the beautiful morning. Tom stared at them, and inside his chest, in the core of his heart, ice began to form.
"God Almighty,"
he breathed. Jerry began backing away.
"This shit is really going south, man," he said. "Get to your folks' place. They live in that gated place a couple of hours from here, right?"
Tom nodded.
"Sunset Hollow, up north. We'll tell everyone there to close the damn gates,"
said Jerry. He took an abrupt step forward and took Tom's hand.
"Listen, brother, you take care of yourself, you hear? From what they're saying, this is going to get really bad. You do what you have to do to keep your family safe. You hear me? You do what you have to do."
Then Jerry pulled Tom into a fierce, brief hug. He pushed him back, spun, and ran for his parked car. Soon other cadets were pushing their way out of the building, running. Then Tom was running too. Into the building, down to his locker where his clothes and weapons and keys were. Then back out of the building, catching only seconds of the TV broadcast in the muster room.
"I can see the city. Oh, my God! Pittsburgh is burning!"
He had no memory of reaching his car, of starting it or driving it, but the radio, that he remembered.
"LAX is under siege. SWAT and TSA agents have been overrun."
Every account was hysterical. Every account was worse. Another wave of helicopters thundered overhead. As he drove, Tom tried to call his parents. No one answered the phone. Not the house phone, not their cells.
"Please,"
he begged, as he slammed the pedal all the way down, pounding the horn, tearing along the shoulder of the road, running red lights, spinning the wheel to avoid collisions with a handbreadth to spare, forcing other drivers to careen into each other to avoid him.
"Please."
Tom was not a deeply religious man. not until then. All the way from the police academy to the gates of Sunset Hollow, he prayed with his whole heart and every shred of need, begging whatever powers there were to take this back, to make it not real. Los Angeles was 300 miles away from where his parents lived in their quiet home behind high walls in Mariposa County. Chapter 127. Sapphire Foods, Route 40, Fayette County, Pennsylvania. They worked in frenzied silence. The bodies of the infected Charlie had killed had been dragged into a corner and covered with a tarp. Big rolls of plastic had been spread over the bloodstains so that nobody tracked black blood onto the buses. Charlie went up and down the aisles with Des, with Trout limping along behind. It irritated him that Charlie was suddenly so helpful and conciliatory. Trout knew that the big man was trying to make up for his moment of weakness outside and maybe for being crazed out of his mind when they arrived. Trout could easily forgive Charlie for that part of it. Under the circumstances, anyone who had the good sense to go completely mad was doing themselves a favor. What Trout didn't like was Charlie being Mr. Friendly. He knew about the man and about the whole Matthias family. Some folks liked them because they were funny and, in their own strange way, charismatic. A lot of people feared the Matthias clan because they were every bit as dangerous and unpredictable as they appeared. Trout detested them and always had. He had done too many news stories in which one or another of that family were suspected of a crime, and those crimes ranged from domestic violence to grand larceny to murder. Lots of arrests, but never a single conviction. And yet Des not only liked Charlie, she used to date him, if one can actually date a simian subhuman. Other, less polite words occurred to Trout than date. Even with that, Trout had to admit, however grudgingly, that Charlie was a big help. His knowledge of the warehouse and its contents shortened the process tremendously. Then Jenny DeGroot came running to find them. "Des!" she cried as she tore along one of the rows. "What's wrong?" asked Des, hurrying to meet her. "That soldier, Captain Imura. He's in trouble. You'd better come quick." Des blew past Trout and raced for the door. Charlie was right with her. By the time Trout managed to hobble to the loading bay, the sun was above the horizon and the long night was over. But the nightmare was not. The dead were inside the parking lot, and there were so many of them. Far too many. Boxer, Shortstop, Gypsy, and Sam were walking backward, firing as they retreated. They killed a lot of the dead, but it wasn't even making a dent in the seething mass of infected. "Oh my God," whispered Jenny, her hand covering her mouth. "Where are they all coming from?" Trout shook his head. Jenny asked another, even more destructive question. "How bad is this?" Trout whirled. "Jenny, get everyone on the bus. Tell them to drop whatever they're carrying and get on the damn buses. We need to get out of here right now." Then he was yelling and grabbing teachers and parents who were standing and watching with slack jaws and horror in their eyes. He shoved them toward the buses. "Get the engine started," he bellowed. "Pull out of the bays and get into a line. Check all the windows. Come on, move!" The gunfire was louder but more sparse, and when he turned, he saw that the soldiers were no longer backing away. They were running. It was a full rout. Sections of the fence were bowing inward, but that mattered less than the steady stream of zombies who crowded in through the big open gateway. Trout's orderly mind kept wanting to quantify them, to put a number to the horde. 1,000? No, that was too small a number. 2,000 or 3,000 at the very least. Coming from where? He tried to remember how many towns were nearby. There were a number of them, but not enough to account for these numbers. Then Trout remembered the highway. All those cars, all those travelers. Had something happened to block the highway? And had the lines of stopped cars become a feeding frenzy? He didn't know and probably never would, but it was the only thing that could account for there being so many people here. So many dead people. Not all of them were slow. Some of them ran like sprinters, cutting ahead of the slower zombies, racing to try and tackle the soldiers. They ran so fast that it sometimes took 2 or 3 shots to bring them down. That gave the slower ones more time to stagger forward, and it wasted bullets. "We're all going to die," thought Billy Trout. The last of the adults were piling onto the buses. "Des!" screamed Trout. "Come on!" Des Fox stood halfway between the loading docks and the front rank of the living dead, firing her Glock, dropping empty magazines, swapping in new ones, firing, reloading, firing. All the time she did this, she screamed. Rage and terror. Charlie Mathias had a length of black pipe in his hands, 8 feet long and bent in 2 places. He'd run up to a gap between Sammy Morrow and Gypsy and swung the pipe with incredible power and ferocity. Infected were hurled aside like broken dolls. He hit and hit and hit, the massive muscles flexing under his milky skin. He, too, screamed. The bus engines roared to life, and the first of the convoy pulled out of the bay. The others woke up with terrible slowness and crept into line. All too slow, thought Trout. Too slow. He thought, in all the confusion, that he heard another engine roar over to his right. A different engine, but it vanished again. A hallucination, thought Trout, and he wasn't surprised that his mind was fracturing. He hobbled forward to where Des was reloading. "Get into the bus!" he shouted. She ignored him and slapped the new magazine into place, raised her weapon, but didn't pull the trigger. Instead, her eyes went as wide as saucers, and she said, "What the fuck?" Trout heard that strange engine roar again, and as he turned, he saw something moving beyond the throng of dead at the gate. It was big and yellow, and for a moment he thought it was another bus. Had they lost one on the way here? Had someone else come up with the same plan? But then the front of the vehicle seemed to lift. No, it did lift. With a sharp whine of hydraulics, it raised up as the machine smashed into the packed dead. The impact sent bodies flying, but some seemed to hang in the air. Then Trout realized they weren't hanging, they were clinging to something, to the part of the machine that had raised up. His mind fought to make sense of it. Then the machine turned, and he understood. It was a massive piece of construction equipment. Bright yellow, washed clean by the rains and wearing a writhing coat of moaning infected, it was a front-end loader. Monstrous and bulky, improbably heavy, riding on 8 huge wheels, the machine crashed into the dead, rolled over them, ground them into bloody paste. The bucket rose, and Trout could see that it was completely filled with struggling dead. The driver tilted the bucket to let them fall, then brought the steel bucket down on top of them. The dead in the parking lot seemed to be caught in a moment of indecision. Fresh meat was in front of them, but their instinct to pursue noise and movement compelled them to react to the machine. Some of them left the chase and began shuffling toward the loader. The rest turned stiffly back and continued to chase Sam and his team. In that instant of indecision, though, Sam turned and ran, yelling to the others to move, to abandon the fight. Some of the faster zombies tore through the crowds in close pursuit. Des moved up to offer covering fire, and Charlie Mathias shifted into the path of 2 running infected. He swung his pipe at the knees of the first one, sending it crashing to the ground. The second tripped over it and fell, and before it could climb back to its feet, Charlie smashed its skull. Then 5 more of the fast ones broke from the pack and ran straight at Charlie. They were between Des and him. He was in her direct line of fire. Charlie flung his pipe at the leading zombie, pivoted like a dancer, and sprinted for the line of parked cars. Trout lost sight of him, and a moment later he saw Des turn away. Charlie had either made it to safety or not. The big front-end loader was still by the gate. The entire cab was covered in zombies like bees on a honeycomb, but the driver kept rolling forward, kept raising and lowering the heavy bucket. The movements were so erratic, though, that Trout couldn't tell if he could ever see out of the control cab. Des fired at the front rank of zombies as the soldiers reached her. Then the others turned, and suddenly they had a shooting line. They fired as they walked backward. The dead kept coming, and the gap between the soldiers and the infected was rapidly closing. 50 feet. 40. 30. Trout could see from the looks on their faces that they knew they weren't going to make it. That's when the first of the buses came hurtling past the line of shooters and plowed into the dead. It was a wonderful, heroic, desperate move, and it was absolutely the wrong thing to do. School buses are tough, but they are not built for head-on collisions with masses of people. The bus struck the wall of zombies and slammed to a stop. Everyone inside was thrown forward. The driver's airbag burst out and slammed the driver backward. The windshield cracked in 1,000 places. "Shit!" yelled Trout, and he began running toward the bus. Running hurt. Every step was screaming agony. He took that pain and ate it. He fed on it. He devoured it whole and used its fiery heat to drive his legs and propel him off the dock and around the back of the bus to come up on the side farthest from the zombies. He jerked the door open and saw that the driver, the farmer who had driven tractors all his life, was out cold. The airbag, designed to deflate after impact, was sagging. Trout grabbed the driver, hauled him out of the seat, shot the handle to close the door, and slid behind the wheel. Kids and adults were both screaming. Zombies were pounding on the cracked windshield. It was not going to last. He backed the bus up to get a better angle to go around the swarm. There was a series of loud thumps on the side and then on top of the bus, and to his horror, Trout realized that bodies were scaling the side of the bus. He started accelerating and was about to jam on the brakes to try and jolt the dead off the roof when he heard a fresh barrage of shots. From above. He looked to where Des and the soldiers had been, but they were gone. Then he understood. When the bus crashed, Des and Sam and the Boy Scouts had clambered atop the bus, out of reach of the dead. Could the dead climb too? He had no idea. He began moving forward again, but the dead were closing in and forming an impenetrable wall. With every few feet he had to slow down or risk another collision. The windows would never withstand another hit. Then there was that engine roar again, and the front-end loader came smashing through the wall of dead. The digging teeth of the big bucket crunched into the backs of the zombies, shattering spines, snapping their bodies backward. The dead still swarmed over the cab, but one by one they pitched off. Almost as an after-echo, Trout heard gunshots from above. Des and the others were clearing the dead off the cab so that the driver could see what he was doing. Trout felt movement beside him, and Jenny DeGroot was there, staring out the window in astonishment, pointing at the driver. "Uncle Jake?" she gasped. Trout understood. The big, burly man in the loader's cab was Jake DeGroot. He wore a fierce, strange grin as he worked the levers that brought the bucket up and down, up and down. From above, Trout heard Des screaming 2 words. "Turn around! Turn around!" Jake either heard it, despite the din of gunfire, moans, and engine roars, or he simply grasped the need of the moment. He began backing and filling, making a big, bloody, bone-breaking, meat-burst turn amid and atop the milling dead. They were legion. But the diesel monster with the hydraulic bucket was unstoppable. It completed its turn and began rolling toward the front gate, crushing everything in its path. As more of the dead swarmed up onto the cab, Des and the soldiers shot them down. The gunfire from above was continuous. The front-end loader roared out with a voice like a dragon. Jake lowered the bucket so that it scraped along the surface of the ground as the tons of unfeeling yellow-painted steel splashed now with red and black, hit the wall of unfeeling flesh and bone. The front-end loader paused but for a moment as it pushed through tons of slack meat. Then the bodies fell to either side, creating a chute through which 12 yellow buses passed. When the loader reached the road, it turned right, and Trout followed. Trout caught a flash of red off to the far side of the lot and saw Charlie Mathias's red Le Mans go rocketing out of the gate, turn left, and head west. Within seconds, the vehicle was dwindling into the distance. In rumbling convoy, they left the warehouse behind. The dead followed in their hundreds, but even at the slow speed of the loader, the shambling mass of infected fell farther and farther behind. Soon, they were not following at all. Chapter 128. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. Scott Blair and the President stood side by side in front of the big screen. There were now dozens of smaller windows open to show live streams of ongoing battles, of troops moving into position, of swarms of the dead moving through towns and cities, of the mass exodus of whole populations trying to flee the outbreak. The reports were coming in from all over. The latest incidents were in Oregon and New Hampshire, anywhere a car could drive or a plane could fly, which was everywhere. There was even an unconfirmed report of an attack in Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. A Delta flight from Pittsburgh touched down there. The news reports were erratic, wild, and probably true. England, Italy, Germany, and Russia had fighter bombers on deck, waiting for go orders to make preemptive strikes. Blair had no doubts that those orders would be given. Just as news stories went viral on the internet, infecting the world at the speed of social networking, so now could a biological threat spread globally at the speed of modern travel. Planes, trains, and automobiles, and wind. The devil was in the wind now, and the earth itself was exhaling the parasites into the global weather pattern. Soon Lucifer would be everywhere. An aide came hurrying over and handed the president a paper, which he read, sighed, and handed to Blair. It was from Dr. Price. The Reaper counterparasite was in full development now. The first batches were being loaded into rockets for deployment over Pittsburgh. "We're going to use a monster to fight a monster," said the president. "How wrong does that sound to you, Scott?" "We have to try something. We have to try everything." "Yes, I suppose we do." One of the small windows showed an aerial surveillance feed of a line of yellow buses rolling through the forested hills of West Virginia. The president touched the image, brushing the vehicles with the tips of his fingers. "Oh, those children," he said. "The children of Stebbins and the children everywhere." "Sir, they will never forgive us for this," said the president. Blair's mouth was a tight and bitter line. Maybe they shouldn't. The door burst open and Sylvia Ruddy came running in, her face flushed, eyes wide with a fierce excitement. "Mr. President! Oh my God, Mr. President!" Chapter 129. Zabriskie Point Biological Evaluation and Production Station, Death Valley, California. All of Z Point had become a hive, filled with techs and aides and support staff who ran everywhere in a mad scramble to prepare all samples of Reaper and to kick the manufacturing process into high gear. Dick Price was the only person who stood still and silent. There was a big glass window separating him from the main production floor of the station. Everyone on the far side of that 3-inch thick glass wore hazmat suits. He was in his immaculate white lab coat. To his right was a bank of security monitors, and 3 of them showed exterior views of the helipad carved high onto a mountain, far away from any possibility of civilian ground or air traffic. A powerful Chinook was lifting ponderously from the pad. In the air beyond it were 3 more, waiting to land, waiting to offload viable organic vectors. A nice name for people who had been transformed by Lucifer into something else. The military kept bringing more of them here to Z-Point in the hopes that among the samples would be evidence of mutation or variation. Within mutation lay potential. Mutation suggested that Volker's monster was not unchangeable. Anything that could in time be changed could in time be understood and defeated. In time. Price felt icy lines of sweat trickle down his spine. 3 of the monitors had been switched to live news feeds. Pittsburgh was in flames. The whole city burning. There were outbreaks in Philadelphia, New York, D.C., Atlanta, a dozen other cities, and now there were reports in Paris, London, and Madrid. The experts the press trotted out decried these reports on the grounds that no disease could spread that fast. And that was true enough if this was the beginning of the 20th century instead of well into the 21st. Any disease could spread at the speed of transportation. A lot of planes flew out of Pittsburgh in the hours after the fuel air bombs shot the parasites into the atmosphere and transformed Lucifer from a serum transfer pathogen to an airborne pathogen. A whole lot of planes. Beyond the glass wall, his people worked like crazed ants to produce and pack the Reaper mutagen. Price was too numb to pray that Reaper would work. The tests on the Volker infected were ongoing, but it would be months before any reliable conclusions could be drawn. He had told the president that. He had told the generals that. It might work was a million miles away from it will work. It was even farther from we should try it. If only they had Volker's notes. He prayed to a God he'd long ago ceased to believe in. He prayed with every fiber of his being that there was still time to find that research and to study it for a doorway out of this hell. On the monitor, the 2nd Chinook was now landing on the pad, and the 1st was already dwindling in the distance. His cell rang, and it jolted Price out of his horrified daze. He fished it out of his pocket and saw that the scramble alert was active. He punched that button and held the phone to his ear. "This is Price." "We have it," said a breathless Scott Blair. "What?" "The reporter who had them gave them to his cameraman, and he sent it all via Dropbox to his email accounts. The cybercrimes team cracked it and downloaded everything. I'm sending it to you now." Price closed his eyes and swayed. He murmured 3 words he would have mocked anyone else for saying. "Thank you, God." Chapter 130, Route 80, Fayette County, Pennsylvania. When they were sure it was safe, the convoy stopped in the middle of the road. Trout nearly collapsed over the wheel. Strange, bad lights were bursting all around him, and he saw darkness trying to close in around the edges of his vision. He took several long breaths and gradually reclaimed himself. Jenny jerked the door open and went running toward the front-end loader. Big Jate DeGroot climbed down, snatched her up, and swung her around. She was like a toy in his massive arms. Their simple joy seemed to put a tiny swatch of color into the day. Behind him, children were snuffling and crying, with fear and, perhaps, with relief. Thumps atop the bus told Trout that Des and the soldiers were climbing down. He hauled himself out of the seat and staggered outside to find Des. She was the first to come down, and she ran to him and wrapped her strong arms around him. She was stained with gunpowder residue and sweat, and Trout could not help kissing her lips and her face over and over again. Then he held her as Gypsy and Boxer climbed down. Trout looked up, waiting for Shortstop and Sam. Waiting. "No," said Des, and there were tears in her eyes. Gypsy leaned her head on Boxer's shoulders, and they sobbed quietly together. He stared at her without understanding what she meant. What? Wait, Des, where are they? What happened? Didn't you see? Back at the loading bay. See what? They died, Billy, she said wretchedly. Both of them. We climbed up onto the bus, but they didn't have time. Those bastards were all over us. God, Billy, I tried to pull Sam up. I tried. She sobbed brokenly and beat on his chest. It hurt, but he did not care. Sam Imora? Gone? Trout didn't know how to process that. Imora was so tough, so capable. Trout was sure that he was the leading man in his drama, the hero that would save everyone. Gone. Off screen. Simply edited out of the story. Shortstop, too. And Trout realized that he didn't even know the man's name. But Sam, even though the soldier had only been with him for a few hours, he'd become a friend. They trusted him. They knew him. Now he was gone, and Sam was gone. The heroes of the story were gone, and Trout had not even seen it. Somehow that was worse than if he had witnessed it. These men were simply gone from the world, dragged down, consumed. No, worse. Even now, the thing that had been Sam Imora would have risen. What was left of him would have risen. And maybe it had been part of that horde of things that had pursued the convoy. It was too horrible to imagine. It was all too horrible. Who would be the heroes now? He held on to Des, who was frayed and worn and nearly spent. Who was going to ride to the rescue now? While the sun burned through the last of the clouds and painted the landscape with yellow light, Des and Billy clung to each other and wept. Chapter 131. Zabriskie Point Biological Evaluation and Production Station, Death Valley, California. Dick Price and his senior staff sat in a silent line, each of them bent forward, their faces washed to a pale blue by the lights of computer monitors. On each computer, pages of data flashed by. Research notes, developmental procedure records, laboratory tests on animals, formulae, data on the transgenesis of a dozen parasites, dosage tables, biological warfare applications, modifications for use on death row prisoners, a complete medical history of condemned serial murderer Homer Gibbon. It was all there. All of it. 192,000 pages of information. Some of it was in Russian, some in Lithuanian, some in Polish, some in Latin, some in English. Some written in the hieroglyphics of molecular chemistry. Parts of the data were old, scans of handwritten documents dating back to the early 1970s. Other parts were very recent, as new as 5 days ago, which meant that it was 1 day before Homer Gibbon had been given Lucifer 113 instead of the drugs meant to kill him during the court-mandated lethal injection. 2 days before Homer Gibbon woke up in the mortician suite at Hartnep's transition estate. 3 days before the Army dropped their fuel air bombs. 4 days before Pittsburgh was overrun and subsequently burned. 5 days before the mass outbreaks that turned Manhattan into a war zone, before Paris was carpet-bombed by the French Air Force, before the Prime Minister of Great Britain ordered all of the bridges spanning the Thames to be blown. 5 days before the Air Force began exploding missiles packed with payloads of raw reaper over Philadelphia, St. Louis, Detroit, and a dozen other cities. Each bomb was precisely timed to detonate in the path of prevailing winds that would carry it over large portions of the most densely populated areas. That was today. The Reaper mutagen was in the wind now, and soon they'd all know if it would slow Lucifer's spread, or, if God had any mercy left for his children, stop it. Price's team had worked without sleep for days, reading Volker's information, making sense of what was clearly the work of a man who was both brilliant and insane. An actual mad scientist. Price had tried to laugh at that, to find one moment of comic relief in which the irony would vent some of the crushing tension, but he couldn't. When he had tried to laugh, he cried instead. Scott Blair kept calling, over and over and over again, demanding answers, demanding hope. Price's cell rang again, and Price snatched it up with a snarl and very nearly smashed it on the floor. Instead, he pushed the green button with a trembling thumb. Price. There was no immediate reply. Hello? The only thing he heard from the other end of the call was the sound of someone quietly weeping. Mr. Blair? Said Price gently. Scott? He heard a sniff, and then Scott Blair's voice. Price. Jesus Christ, what have you done? What is it? What's wrong? Before Blair could answer, someone screamed. Price and everyone turned away from their line of computers and saw one of the techs, a woman whose name Price couldn't remember in that moment, standing before the bank of TV monitors on the far wall. She wrapped her arms over her head and sank slowly to her knees. She kept screaming. Each of the monitors was set to local news in Philadelphia, St. Louis, Detroit, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Minneapolis, Newark, Omaha, Chicago, and Miami. The cities with the largest populations where there were outbreaks. The cities most heavily hit by Lucifer. The cities over which Reaper missiles had been detonated a handful of hours ago. Until now, there had been a pattern to the outbreaks, a predictable speed. Until now, there had been a splinter of hope buried in Dick Price's soul. Until now. In those areas where Reaper was interacting with Lucifer, the rate of infection had shot up. The degree of murderous ferocity had doubled, tripled. The reporters on the ground were letting the pictures tell the story that they were no longer able, or perhaps willing, to report. The cycle of bite to infection, to death, to reanimation was now so much faster. Too fast. Way too fast. The infection was out of all control, out of any possibility of control. Reaper, inadequately tested, not at all ready for deployment, had been used by the military in a desperate gamble to introduce mutation to a perfect weapon. If something was perfect, then any change would, by definition, create flaws in that perfection. That was the logic, and it was as flawed as the science. Dick Price stared at the screen, and now he understood the last secret in Volker's science. The most important secret. Lucifer, for all its power and aggression, had not been perfect. Better than all generations before it, but far from perfect. Until now. Until something allowed, even encouraged it, to mutate further. That one step further until it was, without doubt, perfect. Until Reaper. The phone fell from Price's fingers and shattered on the floor. The woman kept screaming. Everyone else began screaming. It seemed like the only possible response. the only appropriate response. So Dick Price screamed too. Chapter 132, Route 81, near Hungry Mother State Park, southwestern Virginia. The traffic on the highway started off as bad, became worse, became impossible. Des and Trout crouched in the exit well and studied the road through the big windshield. Jake DeGroot was behind the wheel of the first bus, and Des touched his arm and pointed to a small side road blocked by a chain and a sign saying that it was reserved for Forestry Service vehicles only. "There," she said. "Let's get out of this shit. Pull off." "What about the chain?" asked Trout. "Fuck the chain," she said. "Jake, get us out of this shit and I'll deal with the chain." Jake edged the bus that way, but the traffic was jammed tight and moved forward an inch at a time. He hit the horn, got nothing, then jammed his hand down on it in a continuous blare. Still got nothing. Jake shook his head.
"It's too tight. There's not enough room."
Des snarled and jerked the handle that worked the door, snatched up a combat shotgun, and jumped out. There was a big tundra to the right of the bus, blocking their way. Des used her scuffed knuckles to rap on the driver's window. "Hey, buddy, how about pull off so we can get through?" The driver, a big man with a John Deere cap, refused to even look at her. He had snow-white hair and a mean-looking face. The man riding shotgun was equally muscular and twice as ugly. He felt for the pistol in his pocket. Des tapped again, much harder. "Yo, dickhead, you deaf or something?" The driver raised one hand, forefinger extended, and still didn't look at her. "Des," called Trout as he stepped down from the bus. "Be careful." Des ignored him. With a grunt of angry effort, she slammed the shotgun stock into the driver's window. It imploded, showering the driver and the man in the passenger seat with safety glass. That did it. Both doors opened and the two men got out. "The fuck you think you're doing, you cunt?" That was as far as he got before Des Fox hit him across the face with the rifle stock. The blow ripped a bloody gash in the man's jaw and whipped his head around so hard that he spun into the side of the tundra. His forehead hit the open door frame and he dropped right onto his kneecaps. The other man came running around the car, fists raised to smash Des. Billy Trout shoved the barrel of his borrowed pistol into the man's ear. "Touch her, and I'll blow your fucking head off," he said. He heard himself speak the words, felt his mouth say them, and he did not recognize the voice. It was him, and it wasn't. There was such cold honesty there, and in that moment he knew that he would, if he had to, shoot this man. It sickened him to realize that he'd come to this point. But it made him feel stronger, too. For maybe the first time since this thing started. His arm was out straight, the gun in his fist, and it was rock steady. Des turned and saw the gun and then looked at him. Into his eyes. A tiny smile flickered across her lips. There and gone. To the passenger, Des said, "You're going to help your butt buddy into your car, and then you're going to pull off and let us pass. That's not a request. We got a couple of 100 kids in those buses." The man with the gun to his head looked terrified. He licked his lips.
"We have to get out, too. I got a kid at home. Barney has 3 kids. We're just trying to get home."
Des's eyes stayed hard. "All you had to do was pull over and let us pass. The fuck's wrong with you?"
"God, don't touch me,"
begged the man, shrinking back from her.
"Please, don't touch me."
That's when Trout noticed that no one else had gotten out of their cars. With all of the traffic stalled for so long, somebody should have gotten out. There were always people who viewed traffic jams like this as impromptu tailgate parties. But everywhere he looked, everywhere Des looked, the people were hunched inside their cars, the windows up, eyes wide with fear, faces locked into expressions of desperation. Trout almost laughed at the absurdity of it. These people were fleeing in slow motion. Unwilling to get out of their cars, they sat there, waiting for the traffic to move, maybe praying for it to inch forward, and every single one of them terrified at the thought of contact with the people around them. Who was infected? Was the thing on the radio here? Slow-motion panic. It was a brand-new concept, and it kept turning over and over in Trout's mind until he couldn't help but laugh. Des shot him an angry, worried look. So did the frightened passenger and the people in the closest cars. The only sound on the whole road was the sound of that laugh. And, without support to prop it up, Trout's laughter slowly collapsed, almost into sobs. But he coughed his throat clear and stepped back until he sat down hard on the entrance step of the bus, the pistol hanging limply from his hand. "Billy," ventured Des. "You okay?" He wanted to explain it to her, to see if she'd laugh too, but he didn't. It would be too much like telling a dirty joke in church. "Don't hurt him," was all he said. The passenger looked from Trout to Des. "Move the car," said Des quietly. The man nodded. He picked up his friend and helped him around to the passenger side, belted him in, closed the door, and came around to the driver's side. While he was doing all of that, Des leaned in and used her palm to brush the glass off the seat. She stepped back to let the man slide in behind the wheel.
"I'll lose my place in line,"
he said. Des shook her head. "No, you won't." She backed away from the car and turned in a slow circle to look through windshields at the other drivers. The shotgun was in her hands, barrel sweeping along at the level of headlights and grills. "We're getting off this road," she said, pitching her voice very loud. "This car is going to pull off to let the buses out. Anyone else in the way needs to do the same. Once we're out of here, you can all fill in, but the cars that move get their places back." Trout thought it was one of the most surreal things he'd ever heard. It was like Des was announcing the rules before a schoolyard game of dodgeball. It was all done in an otherwise absolute silence. Des seemed also to realize how absurd it was, and Trout saw different expressions war on her face. Des took a breath and, in her best cop voice, her voice of officialdom and authority, said, "This thing isn't here. No one in these cars is infected. If they were, we'd know it already. You're safe. Your families are safe. Stay in your cars, and when the road clears out, keep heading south. There's a big safety camp in Asheville, North Carolina. Head there. You hear me? Head there." No one said a thing. The windows stayed up. Hands gripped steering wheels. Eyes were fixed on her. "You'll be okay," shouted Des. "Everyone will be okay." Nothing. Not a word. Not a toot of a horn. Not even a nod from the watching people. In a quiet voice, Trout said, "Come on, Des. You did what you could." Behind her, the Tundra revved its engines and began a turn between the tightly packed cars. At first, it looked impossible in the nearly bumper-to-bumper crush. Then the car in front of it rolled forward a couple of feet, and the car behind it did the same. Even with that, it was still tight, but the Tundra began the turn. Des walked past it to the Forest Service Road. She swung the shotgun up, aimed it at the lock, and blew it to shiny metal splinters. The chain fell away, and the sound of the blast echoed along the road. Trout watched people flinch, but otherwise they sat in their eerie, watchful stillness. The shoulder was blocked with cars, too, but with Des calling directions and banging on hoods with the shotgun, the cars shifted by slow, painful inches forward and at angles until after 10 excruciating minutes there was a lane just big enough for the bus. She waved to Jake, who put it in gear and crept with infinite slowness around the wall of cars on his right. At one point, his bumper scraped the trunk of a VW, but if the driver of the car cared about it, he kept it to himself. Come on, Des said between her teeth as she walked backward, guiding Jake's turn. Trout had gotten out of the bus to watch the other side. The stillness of everything else except the big yellow bus continued to gnaw at his nerves. As the first bus finally cleared the road and rambled through onto the access lane, he realized what it was. Nothing about this fit into any workable scenario for a world he understood. This slow-motion panic, the absolute fear of human contact, the weight of the disaster that pressed down on them, the terror of what might be behind them, all of that was new. Sure, there were corollaries to different elements of it, but as a whole, this was a new thing, a new pattern, and he greatly feared that it was a part of a new world, or perhaps a new world order, a new age of the world. He was sure it was something like that, though his mind rebelled at a specific definition because it all felt too big, too grandiose. Except that it wasn't. It was unprecedented. This was no longer the world he and Des and the children on the bus and the people in these cars knew. Since the release of Lucifer 113, it had become a different world. And in every bad way that mattered, it seemed to him that this new world did not belong to these people, or to any people. This world now belonged to the devil. Maybe it wasn't the biblical devil, he told himself, but he wasn't sure if that distinction even mattered. Lucifer, by any definition, in any form, owned this world now. God help us, he murmured, as the line of buses moved slowly past. He saw the pale faces of terrified children and the blank and vacant eyes of those for whom terror was a minor milestone left behind in a distant country. God help us. But if anyone listened to that prayer, no voice offered even the ghost of a promise to Billy Trout. Chapter 133. Hungry Mother State Park, Southwestern Virginia. They bumped and thumped along the access road for nearly 5 miles until they came to a Forest Service station near the crest of the mountain. There was a small building and a large parking lot with various pieces of heavy equipment, a road grader, flatbeds for hauling downed trees, a dump truck piled with gravel. There were no people and no personal cars. Des, Boxer, and Gypsy approached the building, guns up and out, but they found nothing. The door was open, the lights were on, but the station was deserted. Jake led the way, and the buses pulled into the lot and lined up in a row. Somehow Trout found it disturbing that the row was so neat. Each of the adults driving the buses parked in a precise line with the other vehicles. There was something wrong about that, but he couldn't decide what it was. A disconnection from reality, perhaps. He kept it to himself. The last vehicle in the convoy was a flatbed truck they had stolen from a construction site a few miles from Sapphire Foods. Jake had loaded his big bird onto it, and one of the parents helped him and drove the big rig. He parked the rig with the same precision. Maybe they're trying to impose order on chaos, thought Trout. That was probably it, though it felt a bit like tidying the furniture and vacuuming the rugs during a house fire. Trout got off the bus and waited for Des to come out. He watched the parents and teachers begin lining up the kids for trips to the bathroom in the station. Some, those that couldn't wait, were escorted to the tall grass on the far side of the parking lot. Jake, his niece Jenny, and a few of the adults who had guns began fanning out to stand perimeter watch, as if that was something they'd always done, as if that was somehow normal. It is now, he told himself. And that wrenched the knife in his heart another quarter turn. Des came out of the station, looked around for him, then came over, her shoulders slumped, face haggard. "Anything?" he asked. "You were in there a while." "There's a radio," she said. "And?" She simply shook her head. They walked together to the edge of the drop-off. He could barely walk and needed to lean on her for the 70 paces to the bench that offered a beautiful view of the mountains and the sky. On any other day, it would be breathtaking. Down below, the traffic on the highway crawled. "At least it's moving," said Des. "Yeah, there's that." Neither of them could manufacture any convincing optimism. "What did the radio say?" From where they sat, they could hear the sobs of the children and the constant murmur of adult voices as the parents and teachers did everything they could to convince the kids that it was all going to be all right. Trout marveled at how similar a promise sounded to a lie. Or was it all just wishful thinking? Des? She removed the walkie-talkie from her belt and turned up the gain. It babbled at them in a dozen overlapping voices, military and civilian authorities, and even some militia groups whose shortwave signals were breaking into the flow. It was all hysterical, and most of the voices were asking for backup, for relief, for medical attention, for emergency services, for help, for answers. "The radio's the same. No one has any answers," she said. "Most people don't know about Homer or Volker or any of that. All they know is that there's a plague and nobody seems to be able to stop it. There's a lot of bullshit, too. People saying it's the rapture, shit like that. Maybe it's true. Don't start, Billy. Sorry." He bent forward and put his head in his hands. Some of the glass cuts on his scalp and arms hadn't yet been seen to, and he didn't care. Des sat beside him, hollow-eyed and hollow-cheeked, her arms mottled with powder burns, her knuckles as raw and red as her eyes, as she methodically reloaded her pistol and shotgun. Slowly, painfully, Trout raised his head as a flight of 6 fighter jets screamed overhead into the northeast. "Thunderbolts," said Des automatically.
Where do you think they're headed?
I don't know. She thought about it. Charleston, maybe? He nodded. There were more than 100,000 people in Charleston.
Maybe,
he corrected himself. He didn't really know if that was true anymore. Des got up and went back to the bus, then returned with a bottle of water, his camera bag, and a map. She set the bag down in front of him.
What's that for?
He asked.
In case you want to use it.
He shook his head. They left it there as she opened the map and spread it out over their laps. He studied her blue eyes for a few moments. He saw so many things in those eyes. A fear so deep that it looked like it was cracking the hinges of her sanity. He saw ghosts in her eyes. J.T., the dead children, her colleagues and neighbors in Stebbins, the people who had died on the buses. Each of them had left its specter in her mind, polluting her, driving fissures into her. Trout knew with absolute certainty that if Des had to live on this edge for much longer, she was going to break. Those qualities that made her so strong, compassion, her love for the children, her need to save as many as she could, they were each failures waiting to happen. A person cannot be sustained on a diet of their own failure, even if that failure is not their fault. This thing was so big, so vast, that it even consumed people like Sammy Murrah. What hope did Des really have? He almost took her in his arms, almost made the unforgivable error of offering comfort and a shoulder to someone who was right there at the edge of her control. Billy Trout almost made that mistake, but he didn't. Some instinct stopped him even as he began to raise his hands. It was as if J.T. Hammond stood behind him and bent to whisper advice in his ear. J.T., who was more of a father to Des than her real one had been. J.T., who was, very likely, the best person either of them had ever known.
She needs to be strong,
Trout imagined he heard J.T. say.
She needs to take these kids home.
Trout took a breath and let it out.
Asheville, huh? That's what Sam said.
Okay, said Trout.
Then it's Asheville.
He did not dare ask what they would do if the infection had reached Asheville. That was a war they could fight on another day, if they had the chance. For now, Asheville was a direction. It was far away from Pittsburgh. It was in the mountains, so maybe that would be something. Trout didn't know and really couldn't make any guesses. It was a direction, a place to head to, and that felt much better than having a place to run from. So much better. They heard a sound like thunder and looked up to see more aircraft, helicopters this time, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Blackhawks and Apaches, and the big cargo choppers, the Chinooks, an armada of the air, powerful, threatening. They filled the sky, flying in waves, heading north, and the clouds seemed to fall back before them, revealing blue skies that offered at least the illusion of promise. Trout wanted to feel hope when he looked at them, but it was slow in coming.
The storm's over,
he said, hoping it meant more than a weather report. Des watched the helicopters fly across the clearing sky.
Will it be enough?
Trout asked. Des shook her head.
I don't know.
After a thoughtful moment, Des nudged the camera bag toward him.
I told you, you need to file a report,
she interrupted.
Why? What's the point?
Des bent and unzipped the case, removed the camera, studied it, and found the record button. She rested a finger over it.
This isn't everywhere yet, she said.
It's spreading, but it isn't everywhere yet. I know, but you need to tell people, Billy. You need to keep telling people. You need to tell them everything we know, what it is, how it spreads, how to fight them, everything. Who's going to listen? Des shrugged. The drone of the helicopters was fading to a rumor in the sky. What does it matter? Somebody will. Maybe if all we do is get the word out to a few, that'll matter. Maybe we'll help some people get through this. We'll get through it. Des smiled faintly and nodded. And it's on us to help whoever we can, however we can. Everything's going to shit, Billy. We can't be a part of that. We can't be a part of the end. We have to be a part of whatever survives. We have to help people so they know how to fight back. Am I making sense? He stared at her for several seconds, watching her eyes, seeing the lights deep inside the blue, loving her for this. Yes, he said. You're making sense. After a while, Des took his hand. Then Billy Trout reached out and pulled her gently into his arms, not to comfort her. He kissed her with all the heat and hope and love that he had left inside. The kiss she gave back was scalding. When they stopped, gasping and flushed, Trout murmured, "I love you." She said, "Now, Billy? Really? God, you're such a girl." Laughing out loud, she walked back to the bus. Chapter 134. Sunset Hollow Gated Community, Mariposa County, California. Tom Imura ran, and the night burned around him. The darkness pulsed with the red and blue of police lights. The banshee wail of sirens tore apart the shadows of the California night. The child in his arms screamed and screamed and screamed. Tom clutched little Benny to his chest. He could feel his brother's tiny heart beating like the flutter of dragonfly wings. His own felt like a bass drum being pounded by a madman. Sweat ran down his chest and mixed with the toddler's tears. Tom turned once and saw them. He saw her first. Standing in the window, her arms reaching toward him. She was so pale, so beautiful, like a ghost in a dream. Her dark eyes were wide with terror. Her mouth shaped words that were lost in all the noise. He knew what those words were, though. Just one word, really, said over and over again. Go. Tom ran. He felt like a coward. Tom Imura, the police cadet, tough, top of his class. Tom, the martial artist, with black belts and trophies and certificates. Tom, the fighter. Tom, the coward. Running. "I'm sorry," he yelled. But he was sure Mom didn't hear him. And then he saw the other figure. Paler, larger, infinitely stranger, coming out of the shadows of the bedroom, reaching as Mom had reached, but not reaching for Tom and Benny. Those pale hands reached for her, for Mom, reached for her and dragged her back into darkness. With all of the sirens and gunfire and the pounding of his own heart, Tom could not have heard her screams. He could not have. And yet they echoed in his head. In his arms, Benny kept screaming. Tom screamed too. Pale shapes lurched toward him from the shadows. Some of them were victims, bleeding, eyes wide with shock and incomprehension. Others were them, the things, the monsters, whatever they were. Tom had weapons in his car. His pistol, which he wasn't even allowed to carry yet because he didn't graduate from the police academy until tomorrow, and his stuff from the dojo, his sword, some fighting sticks. Should he risk it? Could he risk it? The car was at the end of the block. He had the keys, but the streets were clogged with emergency vehicles. Even if he got his gear, could he find a way to drive out? No. Buildings were on fire. Fire trucks and crashed cars were like a wall. But the weapons. The weapons! Benny screamed. The monsters shambled after him. "Go," his mother had said. "Take Benny. Keep him safe. Go." Just go. He ran to the parked car. Benny was struggling in his arms, hitting him, fighting to try and get free. Tom held him with one arm, an arm that already ached from carrying his brother, and fished in his pocket for the keys, found them, found the lock, opened the door, popped the trunk. Gun in the glove compartment, ammunition in the trunk, sword in the trunk. Shapes moved toward him. He could hear their moans. He turned a wild eye toward one as it reached for the child Tom carried. Tom shouted in terror. He lashed out with a kick, driving the thing back, splintering its leg. It fell, but it was not hurt, not in any real sense of being hurt. As soon as it crashed down, it began to crawl toward him. It was unreal. Tom understood that this thing was dead. It was Mr. Harrison from 3 doors down, and it was also a dead thing, a monster. Benny kept screaming. Tom lifted the trunk hood and shoved Benny inside. Then he grabbed his sword. There was no time to remove the trigger lock on the gun. They were coming. They were here. He slammed the hood, trapping the screaming Benny inside the trunk, even as Tom ripped the sword from its sheath. 3 terrible minutes later, Tom unlocked the trunk and opened it. Benny was cowering in the back of the trunk, huddled against Tom's gym bag. Tears and snot were pasted on his face. Benny opened his mouth to scream again, but he stopped. When he saw Tom, he stopped. Tom stood there, the sword held loosely in one hand, the keys in the other. Tom was covered with blood. The sword was covered with blood. The bodies around the car, more than a dozen of them, were covered with blood. Benny screamed. Not because he understood. He was far too young for that. But because the smell of blood reminded him of Dad, of home. Benny wanted his mom. He screamed, and Tom stood there, trembling from head to toe. Tears broke from his eyes and fell in burning silver lines down his face. "I'm sorry, Benny," he said, in a voice that was as broken as the world. Tom tore off his blood-splattered shirt. The t-shirt he wore underneath was stained, but not as badly. Tom shivered as he lifted Benny and held him close. Benny beat at him with tiny fists. "I'm sorry," Tom said again. He gathered up what he could carry, turned, and with Benny in one arm and his sword in his other hand, Tom ran into the night as the world burned around him. Chapter 135. East Compton, Los Angeles, California. "This is Billy Trout, reporting live from the apocalypse." The car sat in the middle of the street, with the radio playing at full blast. All 4 doors were open. The voice on the radio was saying that this was the end of the world. There was no one in the car, no one in the streets, no one in any of the houses or stores. There wasn't a single living soul to hear the reporter's message. It didn't matter, though. They already knew.